Chapter 51, The Final Clash, A Battle Beyond Reality. The fabric of space trembled, torn apart by two absolute forces. Veldanava, the supreme creator, and Arion, the newly ascended cosmic warrior, stood opposite each other, their divine auras colliding like raging storms. A silence fell before their final attack. The weight of the battle had shattered countless dimensions, the echoes of their power stretching beyond time itself. This was not just a fight, it was a testament to existence, a clash of a creator and his chosen one. Then, without a word, they moved. Veldanava's eyes gleamed with limitless omnipotence as he extended his hand, forming a sphere of pure cosmic essence, pulsating with creation itself. Arion, eyes burning with unshakable resolve, unleashed a strike fueled by his newfound evolution, an attack forged from the very essence of the abyss and divine order. The moment their powers met, the entire dimension exploded. A cataclysmic detonation of light and shadow engulfed the battlefield. A blinding flash expanded endlessly, swallowing stars, consuming voids, stretching into eternity. The entire concept of space itself collapsed under the sheer force of their clash. The heavens screamed. The laws of reality fractured. And then, silence. As the radiance faded, what remained was stillness. A void of endless light, shimmering remnants of the battlefield scattered like cosmic dust. And in the center, two figures still standing. Arion exhaled, his form still intact, his body radiating immeasurable power, but his expression carried something deeper, awe. Across from him, Veldanava laughed. It wasn't just laughter. It was a booming, joyous, unrestrained laughter, filled with pure exhilaration. Ha 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 ha. Magnificent. Veldanava's voice shook reality itself, his golden eyes burning with elation. This is what I wanted to see. Arion, breathing heavily, narrowed his eyes. You're happy. Veldanava smirked, raising his hand in a casual motion. With a mere gesture, he signaled the end. And just like that, the battle was over. With a single snap of his fingers, the fabric of existence twisted, and in an instant, they were no longer in Arion's dimension. Arion froze. His eyes widened. Impossible. He turned rapidly, scanning his surroundings. He had created that dimension, a domain where he ruled as an absolute entity. A realm where even the gods could be bound by his will. And yet, Veldanava had undone it effortlessly. Veldanava, now in his human form, simply smiled. His white robes gleamed with celestial light, his presence overwhelming yet warm. He walked toward Arion casually, as if what had just occurred was a mere sparring match rather than a battle that shook creation itself. Stopping in front of him, he reached out and tapped Arion's shoulder, his laughter still carrying an undeniable warmth. I knew it. Veldanava's voice was absolute. You were the right person. I made the right choice. Arion's breath caught. His mind raced. The right choice. His gaze sharpened, locking onto Veldanava. This is the second time you've mentioned that. The Supreme Creator smiled, his expression holding a wisdom beyond eternity. I know you have many questions, Veldanava said, his voice calm but filled with infinite meaning. And I will answer them all. He turned, looking toward the endless stars beyond their realm, the cosmic winds whispering through the void. Then, his golden eyes softened. But first, let me tell you a story. And in that moment, as the universe itself seemed to listen, the truth behind Veldanava's choice was about to be revealed. The air around them was still, yet heavy, the weight of reality itself pressing down on the moment. Arion's breathing was calm, but his mind was far from it. He had fought, he had clashed, he had witnessed destruction and rebirth in the blink of an eye, and yet, nothing had prepared him for what Veldanava was about to reveal. Veldanava exhaled softly, his golden eyes shimmering like stars trapped in eternity. His voice, though steady, carried an unfathomable weight. In the future, I will marry a human woman. We will have a child. And I will die. A silence fell. A cold, deafening silence. Arion's body stiffened. His mind reeled. His golden eyes narrowed, staring at Veldanava as if trying to decipher a puzzle that made no sense. How? How could the creator die? He wanted to speak, to demand answers, but his voice faltered. There were no words. Veldanava, seeing Arion's stunned expression, smiled knowingly. His voice remained calm, almost gentle. It's not what you think, he said, lifting a hand as if to soothe Arion's rising confusion. I am a god. I don't die. I can't die. Arion's fists clenched at his sides. His heartbeat quickened. Then, what are you saying? His voice was measured, but his mind raced. Veldanava spread his arms, motioning to himself, to the body that stood before Arion. This body, he said, is just an avatar, a mere vessel I use. The true power of my real existence, well, let's just say this world cannot handle it. The words sank in. Arion's eyes widened as realization struck. All this time, he had been fighting an avatar. The very thought sent a shiver through his soul. This being before him, capable of shattering reality with a thought, was merely a fraction of the real Veldanava's power. A heavy truth settled in Arion's chest, one he might never get the answer to. What was the true extent of Veldanava's power? Could anyone ever comprehend it? Veldanava gave him time to process, his golden gaze holding nothing but patience. Then, he continued. I know what you're thinking, Veldanava said, his voice softer now. Since I am a god, why would I allow this to happen? Why would I die at all? Arion swallowed, still trying to piece together everything. Yes, he admitted. Why? Veldanava turned away for a moment, gazing into the endless cosmic abyss around them. Because this world is just one of my many creations. The revelation was staggering, but Arion forced himself to listen, every word coming from the creator carrying immeasurable weight. At first, it was simply an experiment, a mere test, Veldanava admitted. But somewhere along the way, I grew attached to it. I saw something special in it. So I made a choice. Instead of destroying it, I decided to let it grow. A deep sigh escaped him. But soon, I will have to go. His golden eyes glowed, a profound sadness flickering in them. My death is simply my way of leaving this world. But I know my siblings, my followers, even the gods will never accept that easily. So, I created a reason. Arion's brows furrowed. A reason. Veldanava nodded. I will tell them I lost most of my powers when I created the world. By falling in love with a woman, having a child, and in doing so, the last of my divinity would fade. Arion remained still, listening. Understanding. And when that happens, Veldanava continued, some humans will decide to kill me. Arion's breath hitched. What? Veldanava smiled wistfully. It's simple, really. I made a rule within this world, enforced by the voice of the world, that God must love all equally. Arion remained frozen, hanging on to every word. By falling in love, I would be breaking that rule. I would be choosing one person above the rest. The voice of the world would then strip me of my divine status, deeming me no longer a god but just another creature of the world. And as an anomaly, humans will seek to eliminate me. The sheer tragedy of it all hit Arion like a blade through the heart. Veldanava was choosing to be killed, choosing to let the world believe he had died. Arion's fists clenched. You would let that happen, just so you could leave? Veldanava nodded. It's the only way. Arion perked up. She will be left alone. I will give her a pet dragon, a companion to ease her loneliness. A sudden sharpness entered his voice. But that dragon will be killed. Arion felt his heart sink. What? Veldanava's expression grew grim. And she will seek revenge. That rage, that sorrow, it will awaken something within her. She will evolve. She will become a demon lord. The words carried an unshakable finality. Arion stood still, absorbing everything. A child abandoned by fate, her only companion stolen from her, forced into power through suffering. Veldanava turned to him, stepping closer. I want you to watch over her. Arion's breath hitched. But do not stop her from taking revenge. Arion frowned. Why? Veldanava's gaze held absolute certainty. Because through that evolution, she will gain the power I have left her. In this world, survival of the fittest is the ultimate rule. There is no crime in seeking power. A deep silence followed. Arion's mind whirled. It was cruel, a fate no child should bear. But at the same time, it was undeniable. This world did not cater to the weak. And Malim would become strong. Veldanava sighed. Now, about why I said I made the right choice in choosing you. Arion lifted his gaze. Veldanava's golden eyes locked onto his, filled with immeasurable trust. I want you to be my successor. A thunderous silence followed. Arion's heart stopped. What? Veldanava continued. I am leaving this world in your hands. You will be my invisible hand, the shadow that guides this world in the right direction. Arion took a step back, shaken. You want me to succeed you? Veldanava smiled knowingly. You have already influenced my brother, Veldora, in ways no one else could. You are different, Arion. You operate in the shadows, but you bring change. I have seen your potential. A heavy silence followed. Arion looked away, his mind storming with thoughts. This was beyond anything he could have imagined. But when he looked back at Veldanava, at the undeniable faith in his eyes, he knew. This was fate. Veldanava, Arion began, his voice steady yet laced with an undercurrent of anxiety, when will you die? The dragon god's gentle smile faltered, replaced by a hint of sorrow that glimmered in his ancient eyes. There is still time, Arion. But I feel compelled to tell you now. The weight of our world's future will rest upon you. Arion's brow furrowed, his mind racing with questions. But what about Guy? You appointed him as the mediator of this world. Surely he can handle the challenges ahead. Yes, Veldanava replied, his tone growing grave, but you must understand, you possess strength that surpasses even his. The battles to come will be unlike any we've seen. Guy will also need a guardian, someone to watch over him as darkness stirs in the corners of existence. Arion narrowed his eyes, the implication sinking in. So you believe I can shape the future of this world? You are an otherworlder, Veldanava said, his voice steady and firm. You've experienced realms and realities that have given you insight beyond this world's confines. Your perspective can guide this world in ways Guy or any other being currently here cannot. There is good news, Veldanava continued, his expression softening slightly. A slime will be reincarnated in the future in this world, Rimuru Tempest. He, too, comes from your world. You should assist him, even if it's from the shadows. Protect him, for he will be invaluable to the future of the cardinal world. Arion felt as if he were standing at a crossroads, his mind a tempest of doubt and revelation. Arion, Veldanava said, his voice cutting through the chaos of thoughts, I must ask you something of great importance. Do you accept to be my successor, the invisible hand that will shape and protect this world when the time comes? A profound silence enveloped them, the tension palpable. I must consider this. What does it entail? What will become of me? Master, a soft, ethereal voice resonated in his mind. It was Pandoria, his loyal companion. You should accept this offer. But do not forget to ask Veldanava for a reward, a new power or gift will be necessary for the trials ahead. And why would I ask for that, Pandoria? Arion questioned, glancing upward as if she stood beside him. You will be the new god of this world, she explained. You must be stronger than you currently are. If formidable opponents emerge, you need the power to confront them. Arion pondered for a moment, a spark igniting in his determination. You have a point, Pandoria. The future is uncertain, and I must be ready. He turned back to Veldanava, a newfound resolve flooding his being. Very well. I shall accept. But tell me, what's in it for me? What will I gain by undertaking this immense responsibility? Veldanava's expression softened, pride evident in his voice. By becoming my successor, you will inherit the essence of my power, granting you dominion over aspects of reality itself. You will become a beacon of hope, a guiding force in a world fraught with chaos. In addition, your strength will amplify, you will gain access to divine skills that will aid you in battle. But most importantly, you will shape the future, ensuring that peace reigns. Arion's eyes widened at the magnitude of the offer. And what skills would those be? Veldanava nodded, his celestial presence radiating an air of solemnity as he gazed at Arion. You will possess the ultimate skill, Information King Akashic Records. This skill will grant you access to all known ultimate skills, allowing you to wield abilities beyond the comprehension of even the strongest beings in existence. His voice was steady, yet it carried the weight of an undeniable truth. Arion's eyes widened in disbelief. All ultimate skills, he repeated, his mind racing to grasp the sheer magnitude of such power. Veldanava's expression remained calm, but there was an unmistakable flicker of pride in his gaze. Yes. And in addition, I will grant you the ability to create new ultimate skills at will. You will not merely inherit knowledge, you will shape it, redefine the very limits of what is possible. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Arion's veins, but he knew better than to let excitement cloud his judgment. This is beyond anything I could have imagined, but power alone is not enough. There are threats even beyond what we know. Veldanava nodded in agreement. That is why I will bestow upon you a fragment of my divine essence. With it, you will gain access to divine power, an authority that only I, as the creator, have wielded until now. This will elevate you beyond mortals, beyond even demon lords and true dragons. Arion took a step back, absorbing the immensity of what he was being offered. The very essence of a god, the power to transcend all limits. With this, you will not only protect this world, Veldanava continued, his voice unwavering, but you will stand as a force that shapes its destiny. No calamity will rise that you cannot face. No adversary will emerge that you cannot surpass. Arion clenched his fists, his mind made up. Then I accept. I will carry this burden, not just as your successor, but as the one who ensures this world endures. Veldanava smiled, a rare expression of genuine warmth. Then it is done. From this moment forward, you are no longer merely Arion. You are the one who will watch over existence itself. As Veldanava raised his hand, golden divine energy swirled around Arion, flooding his being with an unfathomable power. His fate was sealed, he was no longer just an observer of this world. He was now its guardian, its architect, and its shield against the darkness to come. Chapter 52, In an Unknown World. The afternoon sun cast a golden glow over the quiet streets as two young children walked side by side, their footsteps light against the pavement. The boy, Leon Cromwell, was a striking figure with long blonde hair that draped over his shoulders. Despite his noble appearance, there was an undeniable awkwardness to him, a hesitation in his movements, a quiet uncertainty in his eyes. He was not distant by choice, words simply failed him, as if the invisible barrier between his thoughts and his tongue was too vast to cross. People mistook his silence for arrogance, but in truth, he was just lost in a world that never seemed to understand him. Beside him, Chloe Aubert walked with effortless grace. Her short black hair framed her round face, her deep eyes carrying an unspoken kindness that made her presence warm and inviting. She was small, delicate even, yet there was a quiet strength in her, an energy that contrasted Leon's reserved nature. Unlike him, she was good with people, always knowing what to say, how to smile, how to laugh in a way that made those around her feel at ease. Despite their differences, they were best friends. Leon had never said it aloud, but he felt something more, something deeper. He didn't fully understand it, this strange warmth in his chest whenever Chloe smiled at him, or the way his heart would tighten when their hands accidentally brushed against each other. But he knew, somehow, that she did not feel the same way. She saw him as a friend, and that was all. Still, he was content just being by her side. "Hey, Leon, are you even listening?" Chloe's voice was playful as she nudged his arm. Leon blinked, realizing he had been staring at the sky, lost in thought. Yeah, he mumbled. Chloe giggled. "Liar. You always get that spaced-out look when you're thinking too much. What were you daydreaming about this time?" Leon hesitated. He wanted to say. Instead, he shrugged. "Nothing important." Chloe sighed dramatically. "You should talk more, you know. One day, you'll have to learn how to express yourself." "I do talk," he muttered, looking away. Chloe grinned. "Barely. But that's okay. I understand you just fine." Leon's heart skipped a beat at that. They continued walking in comfortable silence, the wind carrying the sound of distant birds as the sun began its descent. The world felt peaceful. Safe. As if nothing could possibly disturb this moment. Then, the air changed. A strange pressure settled over them, thick and suffocating. The sky, once a warm shade of orange, flickered, like a broken image, distorting at the edges. The pavement beneath their feet trembled. Leon stopped. "Chloe, do you feel that?" Chloe's eyes widened. "Yeah, some things." Before she could finish, space itself shattered. A swirling vortex of darkness erupted before them, pulling at the very fabric of reality. The force was unbearable, an invisible hand seizing their bodies and dragging them toward the unknown. "Leon!" Chloe screamed, her small fingers desperately clutching onto his sleeve. Leon tried to hold onto her, tried to reach out, but the pressure was overwhelming. His heart pounded in terror as the world twisted and warped around them. He could feel his body being pulled apart, his very existence unraveling. "Chloe!" He reached for her, their fingertips barely touching. And then, she was gone. Ripped away from him, swallowed by the void. "No!" Leon shouted, his voice lost in the chaos as he too was dragged into the abyss. His last thought before everything faded to darkness was not of fear, nor confusion. But of regret. "I couldn't protect her." Then, silence. That was the day Leon Cromwell and Chloe Aubert vanished from their world. One thrown into an unfamiliar past, the other into an uncertain future. Darkness. For a long moment, there was nothing but an endless abyss. Leon floated in that vast emptiness, weightless and without form. He couldn't tell if he was awake or dreaming, if he was dead or alive. His mind swirled with fragments of memories, Chloe's smile, their final walk home, the fear in her voice as the world shattered around them. Then, a voice, deep and emotionless, echoed through the void. "You have been chosen. Unique skill, absolute purity granted." The words were neither loud nor soft. They simply were, as if the universe itself had spoken. Before Leon could even process them, a force gripped his soul, pulling him downward, no, forward. Light erupted around him, and suddenly, he awoke. Leon gasped, his body lurching upright as he took his first breath in this new world. The air was fresh, untouched by pollution, filled with the scent of earth and foliage. Sunlight filtered through towering trees, their emerald leaves swaying gently in the breeze. He was lying on a patch of soft grass, his clothes different from what he remembered. No longer was he in his school uniform, he wore a simple white tunic, slightly oversized, its fabric foreign yet oddly comfortable. His heart pounded as he scrambled to his feet, taking in his surroundings. Where am I? Nothing was familiar. The trees were massive, ancient, their trunks so thick they seemed to touch the sky. Birds called out in strange melodies, and the wind carried a faint whisper of something mystical. Leon took a hesitant step forward, his mind still reeling. This isn't Earth. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. He had really been transported. And Chloe? His breath caught. Where is she? Before he could drown in his own panic, a rustling sound came from the bushes nearby. Leon froze. His body tensed, instinct screaming at him to run, but his legs wouldn't move. Then, they emerged. A group of figures, moving gracefully through the underbrush. They weren't human. Elves. They were beautiful, elegant features, pointed ears, and shimmering eyes that held an almost otherworldly glow. They wore light armor, the metal sleek and adorned with intricate patterns, their weapons drawn and pointed at him. Leon's heart pounded. One of them, a tall elf with silver hair and piercing green eyes, stepped forward. His gaze was sharp, scrutinizing Leon with suspicion. "Who are you?" the elf demanded, his voice firm yet smooth. Leon's mouth opened, but no words came out. His mind was blank. "Speak, human." The elf's grip on his sword tightened. The other shifted, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Leon swallowed hard. "What do I say?" He had no idea where he was, why he was here, or how to even begin explaining. I don't know," Leon finally admitted. His voice was hoarse, uncertain. "I just woke up here." The elves exchanged glances. The tension in the air was suffocating. One of them, a younger-looking elf with dark hair, narrowed his eyes. Could he be dangerous? A spy, perhaps. "He looks lost," another murmured. "Looks can be deceiving," the silver-haired elf snapped. He studied Leon again, his sharp eyes narrowing. "We take him to Queen Sylvia. She will decide what to do with him." Leon barely had time to react before one of the elves grabbed his arm, pulling him forward. He didn't resist. What choice did he have? He was alone in an unfamiliar world, surrounded by armed elves who clearly didn't trust him. As they led him through the dense forest, Leon's mind raced. He had so many questions. What was this world? Why had he been given a unique skill? Who was this Queen Sylvia? Most importantly, was Chloe somewhere in this world too? After what felt like hours of walking, the thick forest began to thin, revealing a breathtaking sight ahead. A city, nestled within the trees. Towers of carved white stone rose into the sky, their surfaces entwined with vines and glowing runes. Bridges made of interwoven branches connected platforms high above, where elves moved with effortless grace. A river of crystal-clear water ran through the heart of the city, reflecting the light of floating lanterns. It was like something out of a dream. The elves barely gave Leon time to take it all in before they ushered him into a grand structure at the city center. The throne room was vast yet intimate, bathed in the golden glow of enchanted torches. At the far end sat a woman unlike any Leon had ever seen before. Queen Sylvia. She was stunning, long silver hair cascaded down her back, her violet eyes holding both wisdom and power. She wore a flowing gown of emerald and gold, her presence radiating authority. Leon felt small in her presence. The silver-haired elf knelt before her. "My queen, we found this human in the forest. He appeared out of nowhere. We do not know if he is a threat." Sylvia's gaze settled on Leon, piercing yet calm. "A human." She studied him for a long moment before speaking again. "And what is your name, child?" Leon hesitated. "Leon. Leon Cromwell." "Leon," she repeated softly, as if testing the name on her tongue. "Tell me, how did you come to be here?" Leon clenched his fists. "I don't know. One moment, I was walking home, and then everything just changed." Sylvia's eyes darkened, as if she understood something he did not. "I see." She stood, her movements fluid and regal. "You are lost, without home or knowledge of this land. It would be cruel to cast you out." Leon blinked. "You believe me." A small smile touched Sylvia's lips. "You do not seem like a liar." Then, she stepped closer, her presence almost overwhelming. "You are young, yet your eyes hold great pain. You have lost something, haven't you?" Leon swallowed, his mind flashing to Chloe. "Yes," he whispered. Sylvia studied him a moment longer before turning to the elves. "He will stay here, under my watch." The elves stiffened. "My queen, is that wise?" "I will take responsibility for him," she said firmly. "And he will learn under me." Leon's eyes widened. "Learn." Sylvia smiled. "I will teach you. Strength is necessary in this world, Leon. If you are to find your way, you must be prepared for what lies ahead." Leon felt his heart pound. He didn't fully understand, but something in her voice told him this was fate. And so, his new life began, under the guidance of Queen Sylvia, the woman who would shape him into the swordsman he was destined to become. Chapter 53, The Giants. The eternal city of nights shimmered under its perpetual twilight as Arion stepped through a portal of divine energy, his form radiating a newfound presence. The air itself seemed to hum around him, a sign of the immense power he now wielded. Inside one of the grand halls, Veldora lounged on a sofa, a manga in hand, flipping through the pages with a lazy flick of his wrist. His tail draped over the side, tapping rhythmically against the floor. He barely acknowledged Arion's entrance, at least, not at first. "Oh, look who finally decided to show up," Veldora muttered, eyes still on his book. Arion smirked, crossing his arms. "Missed me?" Veldora snorted, finally looking up. His sharp, golden eyes scanned Arion carefully, lingering as if trying to decipher something. A moment passed before he sat up, tossing the manga aside. "Where the hell have you been?" he asked bluntly. "You just vanished without a word." Arion chuckled. "Had some things to take care of." Veldora narrowed his gaze. "Yeah. Well, something's off about you. You're different. Stronger. He tilted his head. What did you do? Arion shrugged. Nothing much. Veldora scoffed. Yeah, right. He stretched lazily before glancing at Arion again. Anyway, you missed some action while you were gone. Arion raised an eyebrow. Oh. Veldora smirked. Guy and Velzard had a fight. Arion exhaled slightly. Let me guess, no one won. Veldora waved a hand dismissively. Bingo. They just stopped at some point. Velzard got annoyed, as usual. He leaned forward, a grin playing on his lips. But here's the interesting part, she decided to move in with him. Arion blinked. Wait, what? Veldora laughed. Yep. Said she wanted to keep an eye on him. You should have seen Guy's face. It was priceless. Arion chuckled. That's going to be interesting. Veldora nodded. Oh, definitely. I give it a week before she tries to freeze him into an ice sculpture. Arion smirked. Well, at least things won't be boring around here. Veldora sighed dramatically. Yeah. But enough about them. Seriously, where the hell did you go? Arion turned toward the balcony, his gaze distant. That's a story for another time. Veldora groaned. Ugh, stop being cryptic. Just tell me already. Arion chuckled as he walked past him. Soon, Veldora. Soon. Flashback. The birth of the three brothers. The skies darkened without warning. The air grew heavy, charged with an ominous energy that sent shivers down the spines of even the most hardened warriors. Then, the ground erupted. A monstrous roar echoed across the cardinal world as a colossal figure emerged from the shattered earth. Towering at nearly 4 meters, its 6 massive arms stretched outward, pulsating with pure malice. Its skin, black as the void, cracked like molten rock, leaking an eerie red glow. Its eyes, 6 of them, gleamed with nothing but hatred. And then, it rampaged. Entire cities crumbled under its steps. Armies that stood in its path were wiped out in mere seconds. The sheer force of its blows shattered mountains, sending shockwaves through the land. The world itself trembled, as if recoiling in terror. The devastation was catastrophic. No weapon could pierce its hide, no magic could restrain its fury. Word of the monster's destruction reached Veldanava, the Star King Dragon, the supreme god of this world. His expression remained unreadable as he gazed upon the devastation from his celestial throne. He knew he could no longer stand idle. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 2 of his mightiest angels, Feldway and Dino. The wind howled as Feldway, the leader of the seraphim, descended from the heavens, his divine spear astral gleaming in the sunlight. Beside him, Dino, the ever-lazy but powerful fallen angel, let out a sigh, stretching his arms. TCH, why do we always get the messy jobs? Dino muttered, flapping his wings lazily. Quit complaining, Feldway said, his piercing gaze locked onto the giant in the distance. If we don't stop this thing, the cardinal world is doomed. Dino groaned, rubbing his neck. Fine. Let's get this over with. In a flash, Feldway launched forward, his spear humming with divine power. He struck at the beast's core with enough force to split a mountain. But the giant didn't even flinch. Instead, it let out a thunderous roar, swinging one of its massive arms. Feldway barely managed to dodge as the sheer wind pressure flattened an entire forest behind him. That's not good, Dino muttered. The giant lunged, 6 arms striking at once. Feldway and Dino barely managed to dodge, countering with a flurry of attacks. Feldway's spear danced like lightning, striking the beast's joints, while Dino conjured massive black energy blades, slashing at its limbs. But it was useless. The giant regenerated instantly, its wounds sealing as if nothing had happened. Worse yet, with each hit they landed, the beast grew stronger. What the hell is this thing? Dino cursed, narrowly avoiding a devastating punch that sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Feldway gritted his teeth. It's pure destruction, we can't stop it. Watching from above, Veldanava sighed. I suppose I must handle this myself. With a single step, he descended. The entire battlefield froze. The air itself stilled as divine energy flooded the land. The giant paused, its 6 eyes locking onto the radiant figure that now stood before it. Veldanava's golden hair flowed like liquid light, his presence alone dwarfing everything else. He gazed at the giant, his voice carrying an unshakable authority. Cease this destruction. Your existence does not need to be one of mindless rage. The giant did not respond. It merely let out a deafening roar, hurling all 6 fists toward the supreme god. Boom. A shockwave unlike any before tore through the land, carving a crater hundreds of meters deep. The force sent mountains collapsing and the sky shuddering. Yet, as the dust cleared, Veldanava stood untouched. His golden eyes met the beast's with a mixture of pity and understanding. I see. You cannot comprehend anything beyond destruction. He sighed, raising a single hand. The world itself answered his call. In an instant, chains of divine energy erupted from the sky, wrapping around the giant, forcing it to the ground. It thrashed and roared, but the chains tightened, draining its power. Veldanava watched silently, then whispered, "Perhaps you are not meant to be one, but three." With a mere gesture, his divine energy tore the giant apart, not destroying it, but dividing it. Three separate figures emerged from the broken body of the once mindless monster. The first, a towering warrior with overwhelming strength and a heart filled with battle lust, Fen. The second, a stoic and calculating being with a strategic mind, his cold, piercing eyes reflecting his newfound intelligence, Dragruel. The third, a being of balance, neither too aggressive nor too reserved, destined to be the stabilizing force between the others, Glassword. Dragruel and Glassword decided to choose the path of redemption, but Fen refused. His eyes, dark like the abyss, never held the same clarity as his brothers. While Dragruel and Glassword sought understanding, he clung to the darkness, to the rage that had once driven their singular existence. He still wished for nothing but ruin. One day, atop the celestial peaks, where the sky met the heavens, the three brothers stood before their creator, Veldanava. "Fen," Veldanava's voice was calm yet firm, "I have watched your actions. While your brothers have chosen to walk forward, you remain shackled to the past." Fen sneered, his arms crossed. "And why should I care? This world is pathetic, weak. Its people scurry like insects, and you expect me to just stand by and let them exist." Dragruel frowned. "Brother, we have been given a second chance. We don't have to be slaves to our former selves. We can carve a new path, one not drenched in blood." Glassword's cold gaze locked onto Fen. "You are clinging to something that no longer exists. The mindless giant we once were is gone. Accept your fate." Fen laughed, the sound filled with mockery. "Fate? You think I care about fate?" His voice grew darker, his presence twisting the air. "I will destroy this world, piece by piece, and no one, not even Veldanava, will stop me." In a blink, Fen attacked. A shockwave erupted from his fist, cracking the very fabric of space. Dragruel barely managed to counter, blocking the blow with his massive arms. The force sent him skidding backward. Glassword didn't hesitate. In an instant, 1,000 ice spears formed around him, launching toward Fen with precision. But Fen was fast. Too fast. He twisted in the air, avoiding the deadly barrage before countering with a wave of pure destruction, shattering the ice midair. Boom. The land trembled beneath their battle. It was as if the world itself was trying to reject Fen's very existence. Veldanava, watching in silence, finally raised his hand. The entire battlefield froze in time. Fen's snarl was still on his face, but he could no longer move. Dragruel, panting, looked up at their creator. "Enough." Veldanava's voice reverberated across the heavens, shaking the cosmos itself. He walked forward, his golden aura blinding in its purity. "Fen, you leave me no choice." Fen struggled, his eyes burning with defiance. "You think you can control me, creator?" Veldanava gazed down at him, his expression unreadable. "You cannot be left to roam free. Your very existence threatens the balance of this world. So, I will seal you away." Fen let out a vicious roar as golden chains of divine law erupted from the heavens, wrapping around his body. The more he struggled, the tighter they became. "No. I will not be caged." The sky split apart as a massive tower of light descended from the heavens. Its walls were inscribed with ancient runes, its peak vanishing into the void. The Heaven Tower. Veldanava turned to Dragruel and Glassword. "You will stand guard over this place. He is your brother, and though he has chosen a darker path, you must ensure he never walks it again." Dragruel clenched his fists but nodded. "I understand." Glassword simply bowed. With a final gesture, Fen was pulled into the tower, his screams of rage fading as the gate slammed shut, sealing him away for eternity. After the battle, Veldanava turned to Dragruel. "You have fought well, and I have seen the resolve in your heart. You seek a purpose beyond war, do you not?" Dragruel hesitated before nodding. "I do, but I do not know what that purpose is." Veldanava smiled. "Then I shall give you one." He waved his hand, and the land shifted. The once barren wastelands of the north began to transform. Mountains rose, rivers flowed, and life began to take root. A kingdom was born, one of giants, of warriors, of those who sought strength, not for destruction, but for protection. "This land shall be yours, Dragruel. Lead your people well." Dragruel fell to one knee, his voice filled with gratitude. "I swear it." Years passed. Dragruel built his kingdom, ruling with strength and wisdom. He found love with Kisara, a fierce warrior who matched his spirit. Together, they had 3 children, Dagura, Liura, and Debura. But happiness is fleeting. The day Kisara gave birth to their 3rd child, she never woke up. Dragruel sat beside her lifeless body, his massive hands trembling. He had faced countless battles and monsters, but this was a wound he could not heal. He did not cry. But his heart broke that day. Among those who consoled him was Twilight Valentine, a noble vampire who had become one of Dragrul's closest friends. Loss is cruel, Twilight said, placing a hand on Dragrul's shoulder. But you must endure, for your children, for your people. Dragrul nodded, though the pain remained. But fate was unkind. Years later, Twilight Valentine was slain, by none other than Luminous Valentine. When Dragrul heard the news, his grief twisted into rage. He stormed into Rubrios, demanding an audience with Luminous. When they finally stood face to face, he glared down at her. Why? Luminous, clad in her regal attire, met his gaze without fear. He was a threat to my life. I did what was necessary. Dragrul's fists tightened. He was my friend. And now he is dead. Silence stretched between them. Dragrul turned away, his voice quiet but filled with finality. I will never forgive you for this. And so, the rift between them was formed, one that would last for centuries. The world moved on, but Dragrul never forgot. Chapter 54, Good vs. Evil. The ice continent stretched vast and empty, its surface glistening under the pale light of the sun, an eternal frozen wasteland ruled by the dreaded demon lord, Guy. Sitting upon the balcony of his grand fortress, Guy swirled a goblet of deep crimson wine between his fingers. His piercing crimson eyes flickered with amusement as he enjoyed the tranquility of the moment. Beside him, Velzard, the ice dragon herself, sipped elegantly from her own glass, her frosty gaze distant yet aware. Rain and Misery stood nearby, ever dutiful, when suddenly the atmosphere shifted. An overwhelming presence surged through the skies, closing in at incredible speed. Guy felt it first, a force familiar yet not entirely unwelcome. He smirked as he turned his gaze toward the horizon. Velgrind, Velzard murmured, placing her goblet down. What is my sister doing here? Guy leaned back, chuckling. She's probably under the impression that I kidnapped you and has come to rescue you. Velzard scoffed, a smirk playing at her lips. As if you could. Then, a great shadow cast itself upon the ice-laden castle grounds. The enormous form of a crimson dragon descended, its scales gleaming like molten fire against the cold blue backdrop of the ice continent. With a mighty gust of wind, Velgrind landed, her claws cracking the frozen surface beneath her. Then, in a flash of light, she transformed, her form shifting into that of a striking woman with blazing red hair and fierce amber eyes. Yet, it was not only Velgrind who had arrived. Beside her stood a man, regal and unwavering, his golden hair shimmering like the dawn. His sharp blue eyes held an unwavering resolve as he took a step forward, his long cape billowing behind him. He radiated power, confidence, and an unshakable sense of purpose. He spoke, his voice carrying across the frozen land with the authority of a king. I am Rudranaska, Emperor of the Eastern Empire and the first true hero. And I presume you are the demon lord who has been terrorizing the people of this world. Well, today marks your end. I will send you back to the depths of hell. Guy smirked, a low chuckle escaping his lips as he set his wine aside. Well now, that's quite the declaration. Very well, Rudra, bring it on. Velgrind sighed, stepping to the side, letting the confrontation unfold. She turned to Velzard, her expression softening slightly. Sister, it's been a while. I hope this tyrant hasn't been treating you too badly. Velzard gave a small, knowing smile. He's annoying, but entertaining. What brings you here? Surely, you didn't come just for me. Velgrind crossed her arms, her gaze sharp. Rudra believes he can bring peace to the world by eliminating all threats, including demon lords. And Guy happens to be one of the biggest threats in existence. Velzard chuckled, shaking her head. If he thinks he can defeat Guy, then he's in for quite the surprise. Meanwhile, Rudra and Guy stood face to face, their battle about to begin. Rudra unsheathed his sword, a brilliant blade that gleamed with holy radiance, humming with power. Guy, in turn, conjured his own, a dark crimson blade wreathed in ethereal energy. Both warriors exuded killing intent, but neither moved just yet. The tension between them was palpable. Then, swoosh. Both vanished, their forms blurring at speeds beyond mortal comprehension. A deafening boom echoed across the frozen wasteland as their swords met in a collision of raw power. Shockwaves exploded outward, fracturing the ice beneath them as they clashed again and again, their movements a dazzling spectacle of skill and precision. Rudra struck first, unleashing a flurry of rapid slashes. Guy deflected them effortlessly, his expression never shifting from amusement. Not bad, hero. But you'll have to do better than that. Rudra's eyes narrowed. He pivoted, sidestepped, and unleashed a horizontal slash imbued with divine energy. Guy barely leaned back in time, the blade whistling past his chin. He countered with a powerful downward swing, his crimson sword colliding against Rudra's with a thunderous crash. Boom. The impact sent both warriors skidding backward, their feet digging into the icy ground. The air between them crackled with unrestrained energy. Neither showed signs of exhaustion, both grinning with exhilaration. You're strong, Demon Lord, Rudra admitted. Stronger than I expected. Guy chuckled, twirling his sword. And you're more entertaining than I thought. This might actually be fun. Once again, they vanished, clashing midair, moving faster than the eye could follow. Each strike was executed with perfect precision, each parry met with equal force. The ice beneath them shattered, creating floating platforms of frozen debris upon which they battled. It was a duel of pure skill, raw power, and unrelenting will. Rudra's sword flared with divine light as he unleashed a devastating arc of energy. Guy countered with a slash of his own, their attacks colliding in an explosion of radiance and darkness, illuminating the sky in a brilliant display of opposing forces. The battle raged on for what felt like eternity, neither warrior willing to yield. Then, as both prepared to unleash their strongest attacks, a powerful voice rang out. Enough. Velgrind stepped between them, her eyes burning with frustration. This is pointless. If you two keep going, you'll destroy the entire ice continent. Velzard sighed, nodding in agreement. She's right. You both are equally matched. This fight is going nowhere. Rudra hesitated, then slowly lowered his sword. TCH. This isn't over, Demon Lord. Guy smirked, dismissing his weapon. Looking forward to the next round, hero. With that, the battle ended, not in victory or defeat, but in mutual respect. The rivalry between the Demon Lord and the true hero had only just begun. Rudra smirked as he gazed at the crimson-haired demon before him. His golden eyes flickered with amusement as he crossed his arms, still gripping his sword. Tell me, Demon Lord, what is your name? The crimson-haired man, standing with an air of dominance, his piercing gaze locked onto Rudra, replied in a low, amused tone. I'm Guy. For a moment, there was silence. Then Rudra let out a loud, hearty laugh. Uft, what kind of name is that? He shook his head, his expression shifting to one of intrigue as he examined Guy more closely. His long, fiery red hair, the deep, almost glowing color of blood under the sunlight, it was as if flames had been woven into his very being. Rudra took a moment, as if lost in thought, then suddenly smirked. Humph. From now on, your name will be Guy Crimson. The second those words left Rudra's mouth, Guy felt something surge deep within him. A strange power, a force far beyond his understanding, wrapped around his very essence. His soul burned for a brief moment, and he clenched his fist as an unseen energy inscribed the name into his very existence. He took a deep breath, allowing the feeling to settle within him. Heh. Guy Crimson, huh? He rolled the name over his tongue, tasting its weight, its significance. A slow smirk stretched across his lips as his aura flared slightly. I like it. Velzard, who had been watching from the sidelines, narrowed her icy blue eyes at Rudra. Giving names to demons, you really are reckless, she muttered. Rudra simply chuckled, completely unfazed. He's strong, but he lacked something. Now he's whole. He turned back to Guy, his expression filled with confidence. You're welcome. Guy let out a low chuckle, tilting his head slightly as he eyed Rudra. Interesting. I don't know what just happened, but I do feel a bit stronger. He stepped forward, gripping his sword tighter. And since you've given me this name, Emperor, it's only fair I show you my gratitude in the best way possible. With that, his aura flared to life, the ground beneath him trembling as a crimson light surrounded him. The battle was far from over. Chapter 55, Should I, Shizu? Arion and Veldora sat comfortably in the eternal city of nights, their eyes fixed on the crystal ball before them. The magical device, a tool used by Veldora's spies, displayed the intense battle unfolding between Guy Crimson and Rudra Nazca in vivid detail. The shockwaves from their sword clashes rippled through the image, an awe-inspiring spectacle of raw power and combat mastery. Veldora leaned back, arms crossed behind his head, watching with a relaxed grin. Ha! Now this is entertainment. Look at them go. His golden eyes sparkled with excitement as he chuckled. Arion, however, had his gaze focused elsewhere. He wasn't just watching the battle, his attention had drifted to the two striking figures standing off to the side. Velzard and Velgrind. The sisters of Veldora. A small smirk played on his lips as he observed their elegance. Velzard, with her icy and regal demeanor, and Velgrind, with her fiery, untamed presence. Both exuded strength and confidence, their beauty only amplified by the sheer majesty of their draconic bloodline. Arion let out a small chuckle before turning to Veldora. You know, Veldora, your sisters are quite beautiful. His tone was casual, but there was an underlying interest beneath his words. Veldora immediately burst into laughter. Of course. We true dragons are the very definition of perfection. Just look at me. He suddenly stood up and began flexing his muscles, striking over-the-top poses. Magnificent physique, unrivaled strength, and a presence that commands respect. There is no being in existence more perfect than a true dragon. Arion sighed, rubbing his forehead at the absurd display. Right, of course, he muttered. He turned his attention back to the crystal ball, his eyes once again settling on the two dragon sisters. His mind drifted back to his conversation with Veldanava, the words of the Supreme Being echoing in his head. Perhaps I should take them for myself. It was a fleeting thought, yet one that lingered in the back of his mind. If he was truly destined for greatness, to inherit the legacy of the Supreme God, then why not claim the greatest treasures this world had to offer? He let the thought simmer as he continued to watch the battle unfold, a knowing smirk forming on his lips. Veldora, still lost in his own self-admiration, finally turned back to Arion. Ha! So, what were you saying again? Arion simply shook his head, keeping his thoughts to himself. Nothing. Just thinking out loud. The battle raged on in the crystal ball, but in Arion's mind, another game was beginning to take shape, one that had nothing to do with swords and combat, but power, ambition, and conquest. Back in Japan, there was a young girl who had only her mother to call family. Her father had been drafted into the war, and his face was nothing more than a blurry memory, a shadow of a figure she could no longer recall. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, she did not know. She had learned not to question fate. Life was simply what it was, neither kind nor cruel, just something she had to endure. Then came that fateful day. The sky over Tokyo roared as the world fell apart. The air raid sirens blared, their hulls swallowed by the deafening explosions that tore through the city. Fire consumed the streets, and the sky turned a sinister shade of red. People ran, screamed, fell, some never got back up. The young girl, barely 8 years old, had no time to think. One moment, she was holding her mother's hand, running through the chaos. The next, a sudden explosion tore them apart. Pain. Something sharp had cut into her leg. She collapsed onto the ground, her tiny hands clutching the wound as hot tears streamed down her cheeks. She called for her mother, but the only answer she received was the distant cries of the wounded and the terrifying crackle of spreading flames. The heat pressed against her skin, the suffocating smoke filled her lungs. She was going to die. Then, something happened. A strange light enveloped her body, and the world around her vanished. The fire, the pain, the sounds of war, it all disappeared in an instant. She felt as if she was floating in a vast, endless abyss. It was neither warm nor cold, neither comforting nor frightening. It simply was. And then, she heard it. Unique skill, degenerate. Bestowed. The voice was neither human nor divine. It was absolute, emotionless, yet commanding, a declaration that left an imprint on her very soul. The girl gasped as she felt something change within her. It was as though something deep inside her had awakened, something powerful yet unknown. But before she could understand what was happening, her body was pulled forward, as if being drawn into another world entirely. Her life, once bound to the war-torn streets of Tokyo, had now taken a turn beyond human understanding. Her fate was no longer in the hands of men. Yes, this was Shizu Izawa. Summoned into an unknown world at the tender age of 8, Shizu found herself in a strange, unfamiliar land, her body still aching from the wounds of war. But the moment she arrived, she realized that her injuries were gone. The pain, the burning, the terror, all had faded. Yet, confusion clouded her mind. Where was she? Who had brought her here? Before she could fully comprehend her situation, she was met by an overwhelming presence, a being unlike any she had ever seen before. A monstrous, towering figure with crimson eyes and an aura that exuded pure domination. Chapter 56, The Battle Against Evarage, a Cataclysmic Clash. In a faraway dimension, beyond the reach of mortal comprehension, a force unlike any other stirred. It was a dragon whose very existence spelled doom for all in its path. Its name, Evarage, the world-destroying dragon. The beast moved with terrifying purpose, its massive form blotting out the sky, leaving devastation in its wake. The sheer force of its presence alone was enough to rupture the fabric of reality. It was an entity of annihilation, an unstoppable force that had consumed countless worlds. And now, it was making its way toward the cardinal world. Feldway, accompanied by his most trusted angels, stood against the monstrosity, but even their divine strength proved insufficient. Every blast of light they hurled, every celestial strike they unleashed, was brushed aside like dust before a hurricane. In his celestial palace, Veldonava, the creator and supreme god, observed the battle with keen eyes. He had foreseen this moment but chose not to intervene directly. Despite Evarage's boundless destruction, Veldonava saw a future where the beast might evolve beyond its primal rage. He would not destroy it, but he needed to stop it. Thus, he summoned the mightiest beings of the cardinal world. Guy Crimson, the primordial demon lord. Velzard, the white ice dragon. Velgrind, the scorching flame dragon. Rudranaska, the first true hero. Feldway, the divine commander of the angels. Dino, the fallen seraph. Dragruel, the giant guardian. They all answered his call, arriving one by one at the battlefield. Towering mountains crumbled beneath them as they unleashed their might against Evarage. Guy, with his chaotic infernal energy, Velzard, encasing the dragon in unbreakable ice, Velgrind, setting the sky ablaze, and Rudra, cutting through the void itself with his legendary blade, each attack was powerful enough to reshape continents, yet Evarage stood unharmed. Hours passed, yet they barely slowed the beast down. Their strongest strikes only angered it further. Evarage let out a world-ending roar, sending shockwaves that tore through the sky, splitting dimensions apart. Even Guy, the strongest demon lord, gritted his teeth. TCH. This thing is absurd. Watching from his throne, Veldanava sighed. It seems they need a little extra help. With a flick of his fingers, he sent a message through thought communication. Far away, Arion, planning his next moves. Beside him, Veldora, the storm dragon, was flexing his muscles and laughing. Ha ha ha. I should try Goku transformation. Arion sighed. And next thing you know you will want became the dragon Shenron. Veldora stopped laughing, eyeing him. Good idea, Mu friend, good idea. Arion chuckled but said nothing. Come, your brother needs us. With a wave of his hand, Arion cast an illusion, cloaking himself in a disguise. His identity was not to be revealed, not yet. A moment later, both he and Veldora vanished, teleporting directly onto the battlefield. A sudden gust of wind heralded their arrival. The battle momentarily paused as Velzard narrowed her eyes. You finally decided to work, Veldora. Veldora laughed heartily. Worry not. I, Veldora, the storm dragon, shall handle this. The others turned their gaze toward the cloaked figure beside him. They could feel it, a power so overwhelming it dwarfed even their own. Who was he? Velzard, Velgrind, and Guy barely had time to react before Veldora launched himself forward, fists crackling with pure energy. When his blow connected with Evarge, the beast staggered for the first time. Gasps echoed across the battlefield. Velzard's eyes widened. Impossible, we've been fighting for hours, and he heard it in one attack. Velgrind clenched her fists. So this is what she meant. She had always suspected her younger brother had been holding back. Now, she was certain. As Veldora unleashed a flurry of devastating blows, the cloaked figure remained still, merely watching. Arion was waiting, letting Veldora have his moment. After a while, he moved. Before anyone could react, Arion vanished. One moment he was beside Veldora, the next, he was behind Velzard. His breath brushed against her ear as he whispered, "Let me handle this, princess. Don't sully your beauty." Velzard's face turned red, her breath hitching. But before she could respond, he was already gone, a blur of speed beyond comprehension. The others barely registered his movement before they saw him standing before Evarge, raising his hand. An energy unlike anything they had seen before gathered around him. And then, he struck. The impact was beyond devastating. The heavens trembled, space itself twisted, and time froze for an instant. The sound was deafening, a cosmic explosion that sent shockwaves through multiple dimensions. In mere seconds, Evarge was knocked unconscious. A stunned silence followed. What just happened? Guy muttered. Rudra's sword hand shook. We fought for hours, and he ended it instantly. Velzard, still flustered, could only whisper, who is he? From his celestial throne, Veldanava laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Arion, full of surprises as always. The battle was over. Veldanava descended from the heavens, his divine presence radiating power and authority. I'll take it from here. With a mere gesture, he sealed Evarge, binding its power within an eternal prison. The world-destroying dragon would no longer be a threat, at least, for now. But rather than celebrating, the warriors on the battlefield had only one question. Who was Arion? Before they could ask, Arion and Veldora vanished, gone as quickly as they had appeared. And so, the legend of the mysterious warrior was born, whispered in hushed voices among even the most powerful beings. Veldora simply smirked as they departed. That was fun. Arion, his face unreadable, looked at the fading battlefield. Indeed, but this is just the beginning. As the dust settled and the once-raging battlefield returned to eerie silence, Velzard was the first to step forward. Her pristine ice-blue hair swayed in the gentle breeze as she approached Veldanava, her piercing blue eyes fixed on him. Behind her, Velgrind, Rudra, Guy, Feldway, and Dino followed, each with a mix of curiosity and frustration. Velzard folded her arms, her regal posture unshaken. All right, Veldanava, she said, tilting her head. Who was that? That mysterious person with Veldora. Velgrind, standing beside her sister, crossed her arms as well. Yeah, I'd like to know too. He moved so fast, and his power. It was unreal. Rudra narrowed his eyes. I've never sensed a being like that before. No records, no legends, no whispers in history. Yet, he fought like someone who has mastered the laws of existence itself. Tell us, Veldanava, just who is he? Guy Crimson, standing casually with his signature smirk, interjected. More importantly, where can I find him? I wouldn't mind fighting someone like that. His crimson hair glowed faintly under the dimming sky, excitement flickering in his eyes. Feldway and Dino, usually calm and observant, had their own concerns. Feldway's sharp gaze fixed on Veldanava. If someone that powerful exists, we should know about him. Dino, on the other hand, let out a lazy sigh, placing his hands behind his head. Man, this is a hassle. That guy was insanely strong. If he wanted, he could have wiped the floor with all of us. Not knowing his identity kinda makes me nervous. Veldanava simply chuckled, his golden eyes brimming with amusement. He raised a hand dismissively. Ah, my dear companions, I'm afraid I can't tell you. A stunned silence filled the air. Velzard's eye twitched. What do you mean you can't tell us? Veldanava smirked. Exactly that. I won't tell you. Velgrind frowned. Veldanava, that's not an answer. Rudra crossed his arms, his emperor's pride slightly irritated. Do you at least trust him? Veldanava let out a warm laugh, nodding. Of course. I wouldn't have allowed him to interfere otherwise. Velzard, deep in thought, turned away for a moment, recalling what had just happened. She could still hear that whisper in her ear. Let me handle this, princess. Don't sully your beauty. Without realizing it, a faint blush spread across her face. Velgrind immediately noticed and raised an eyebrow. Velzard. Why is your face red? Velzard, caught completely off guard, jumped in surprise. What? It's not red. She instinctively covered her face with her hands. Velgrind smirked knowingly. Oh. It is red. I've never seen you flustered before, dear sister. Guy, never one to let an opportunity for mischief pass, leaned in with a devilish grin. Now this is interesting. The Ice Empress herself, blushing. Velzard turned to Guy with a glare that could freeze a continent. Shut up, Guy. Dino, suddenly interested, whistled. No way. Don't tell me. You have a thing for that mystery guy. Velzard's eyes twitched. No. Feldway smirked. You definitely do. Velgrind tilted her head, genuinely curious. Wait. What exactly did he say to you? Velzard turned even redder, now visibly flustered. Nothing. Veldanava chuckled again, clearly entertained. Ah, Velzard, it seems you found something interesting. Velzard shot him a death glare. You are enjoying this way too much. Guy shrugged. I mean, can you blame him? It's rare to see you flustered. Velgrind smirked. You have to tell us what he said. Velzard groaned, realizing there was no escape. I said it was nothing. Rudra, ignoring their teasing, turned back to Veldanava. So. What now? Veldanava stretched his arms. Now. Well, I've sealed Everage, so that's taken care of. As for our mystery guest. He smirked. I suppose you'll just have to wait and see. Velzard, still flustered, clenched her fists. TCH. I will find out who he is. Veldanava chuckled again. I have no doubt. As the others continued to banter and speculate, Velzard clenched her fists. That man, whoever he was, had left an impression on her. She wasn't one to let mysteries go unsolved, and she would get her answers. Eventually. Chapter 57, The Birth of the International Adventurers Guild. Arion, ever the meticulous strategist, had spent years gathering intelligence from the shadows. His network of spies stretched across every nation, from the grand empires of the east to the isolated kingdoms of the north. He had walked among the commoners, listened to the grievances of rulers, and observed the chaotic struggles against monster attacks. It was clear, there was no unified system to deal with the rampant monster infestations. Each nation had its own military or mercenary groups, but they lacked coordination. Worse yet, corruption and bureaucracy often hindered responses, leading to unnecessary loss of life. Then came the idea. A guild. An independent organization, free from government control. A place where warriors, mages, and skilled individuals could register, take on requests, and earn their way through monster hunting, exploration, and other tasks. But establishing something so grand wasn't just about building a guild, it was about making it indispensable. That was where Arion's spies came in. Arion immediately dispatched his most trusted spies to begin the groundwork. These spies were no mere informants, they were infiltrators, manipulators, and master tacticians who had spent years weaving their way into the power structures of various nations. Their first move was spreading the need for a guild. They infiltrated noble courts and whispered about the inefficiency of current monster hunting efforts. They bribed local merchants to spread rumors of a rising monster population and how independent hunters were dying due to lack of organization. They even orchestrated staged monster attacks in key trade routes, nothing devastating, just enough to shake the confidence of leaders. This gradual destabilization made rulers realize that relying on their own forces was unsustainable. They needed outside help. Once the fear and demand were established, the spies moved to the solution phase. In select nations, Arion's spies disguised themselves as influential merchants, scholars, and former knights, proposing the concept of an independent monster hunting guild. They approached rulers with carefully curated data, exaggerated reports of rising monster threats, charts showing how much their current defense forces were costing them, and a comparison of how a guild system would be more cost-efficient. The pitch was simple. The guild would take responsibility for handling monster subjugation requests. Governments would not have to allocate their own forces. Adventurers would fund themselves through monster hunts. Guild-affiliated nations would gain access to a free-flowing workforce of strong individuals without committing their own resources. To further sell the idea, spies went as far as hiring rogue mercenaries to pose as freelance adventurers who conveniently saved villages from staged monster attacks, only to lament the lack of an official guild to regulate and protect adventurers. This strategic fear-mongering worked flawlessly. One by one, nations saw the value of an international adventurers guild, not realizing they were falling into Aerion's carefully laid trap. With nations convinced, Aerion sent another division of spies, this time, engineers, architects, and enchanters, under the guise of a powerful merchant guild looking to invest in infrastructure. The central guild headquarters was built in the western region, strategically placed, ensuring its independence. The HQ was a towering fortress-like structure, reinforced with magic, filled with training grounds, massive libraries of monster knowledge, and state-of-the-art equipment for adventurers. Simultaneously, branch guilds were discreetly established in every affiliate country. These smaller guilds acted as recruitment and request centers, ensuring that no nation felt left out. With the infrastructure ready, the next step was spreading influence and control. Once the main guild was operational, Aerion used his spies to manipulate public perception in two ways. Using bards and storytellers. Spies disguised as traveling bards went from city to city, singing exaggerated tales of legendary adventurers slaying massive monsters under the guild's banner. Locals started talking about how guild adventurers were protecting towns better than national armies, artificially creating high-ranked adventurers. A few elite spies were publicly planted as S-rank adventurers, performing grandiose acts of heroism to draw in recruits. These adventurers would defeat major monsters in public with ease, making common folk idolize them and flocking to join the guild. Soon, every young warrior, rogue, and mage wanted to be an adventurer. This rapid popularity forced even hesitant rulers to officially recognize the guild, or risk falling behind. With its dominance solidified, Aerion implemented a strict ranking system. S-rank, the elite, capable of slaying the most powerful creatures and leading expeditions. A-rank, high-tier adventurers, veterans in battle and specialists in various fields. B-rank, seasoned adventurers, capable of handling large-scale threats. C-rank, intermediate adventurers, reliable but still growing. D-rank, beginner adventurers, handling simple requests. E-rank, newcomers, barely battle-tested. Every adventurer was given a guild card, a magically enhanced identification that tracked their rank and completed quests, allowed them free travel between affiliated nations, gave them access to guild-exclusive resources, training grounds, libraries, and magical workshops. Quests were categorized. Monster subjugation, hunting dangerous beasts. Exploration, mapping unknown territories. Escort missions, protecting merchants, nobles, or artifacts. Resource gathering, collecting rare herbs, ores, and monster parts. With the guild now a powerhouse, Aerion ensured long-term dominance by placing his spies at the very core. The guild master was one of his most loyal operatives. The ranking examiners were all pre-selected by him. Every branch guild had a spy overseeing operations. Even guild receptionists had secret directives to keep adventurers from questioning the guild's power. On the surface, the guild was a neutral organization that benefited everyone. In reality, it was a global intelligence network, with every powerful warrior unknowingly reporting to Aerion. Now, with nations dependent on the guild and adventurers thriving under its banner, Aerion had silently seized control of the world's strongest military force, without ever drawing his sword. The Adventurers Guild was not just a system for hunting monsters. It was the perfect cover for global domination. Chapter 58, The Fall and Rise of Yuki, a Genius Reborn. Yuki Kagurazaka was born with a mind sharper than any blade, a natural-born genius whose intellect stood far beyond the norms of society. His parents, both scholars in their own right, recognized his potential early on and nurtured him with love and wisdom. His childhood was filled with warmth, laughter, and boundless curiosity. His friends admired him, his teachers marveled at his abilities, and the world itself seemed like a playground of infinite possibilities. But genius alone did not define him, his heart did. Unlike the cold, detached prodigies often found in tales, Yuki was a boy who cared. He loved the world, his family, and the simple joys of life. He never looked down on others, for he believed that intellect was not a measure of worth. He envisioned a future where he could use his talents to uplift those around him, to build a world where justice and fairness reigned supreme. He had everything. Until, one fateful night, everything was taken from him. It was supposed to be a simple trip, one last vacation before his entrance exams. His parents had planned a weekend retreat, something to help him relax before the rigorous studies that awaited him. The sun had set, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, as their car traveled down the highway. The gentle hum of the engine, the rhythmic sound of the tires against the road, everything felt peaceful. Then, in a single moment, peace turned to chaos. A truck, its headlights glaring like the eyes of an unfeeling beast, swerved violently into their lane. The driver, overworked and exhausted, had fallen asleep at the wheel. There was no time to react. No time to scream. Only the deafening crash, the sickening crunch of metal, the shattering of glass, then silence. When Yuki awoke, the world had changed. His parents were gone. He lay in the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. The doctors called him lucky, a miracle survivor. But what was lucky about living in a world where his parents were dead? Where everything he loved was ripped away in an instant. The funeral was a blur, the sympathetic faces of distant relatives, the empty words of condolences, the whispers of such a tragedy. But the real tragedy had yet to unfold. When the case went to court, Yuki believed in justice. He believed in the system his parents had taught him to respect. The driver, the man responsible for his parents' deaths, would face the consequences of his actions. That was how society worked, wasn't it? He was wrong. The court ruled the driver innocent. They cited overwork, unfair working conditions, and systemic failures. They said he was a victim too. They said the real problem lay in the structure of the industry. Yuki listened to every word, feeling something inside him crack. He did not seek revenge. He did not want senseless punishment. He only wanted accountability. But justice was not blind. It was bound by bureaucracy, by laws written by those who never had to suffer as he did. His parents were gone, and all he received in return was empty rhetoric. That night, as he sat alone in his darkened room, his hands clenched into fists. He had two choices: destroy this broken world, or change it. Yuki refused to let his parents' deaths be in vain. If the world was unfair, then he would remake it. Not through violence, not through destruction, but through power. Real power. The power to shape laws, to uproot corruption, to create a system where tragedies like his would never happen again. He abandoned his initial dreams and set his sights on politics. He studied governance, law, economics, every facet of society's foundation. He would rise through the ranks, gather allies, and become a leader who could reshape the world. He would find like-minded individuals, people who shared his vision, and together they would fix this broken world, step by step. The fire of determination burned within him. But before he could take his first step, fate intervened once more. One evening, as Yuki sat at his desk, refining his grand plan, an unnatural silence filled the air. The hum of his laptop, the distant sounds of the city, all faded into an eerie void. A voice, neither male nor female, resonated in his mind, carrying an otherworldly weight. You have been chosen. The room warped, reality itself twisting into something beyond comprehension. A blinding light enveloped him, and in that moment, he realized he was being summoned. His carefully laid plans, his ambitions, everything he had built up to that moment was being ripped away. He tried to resist, to fight against the pull of an unseen force, but it was futile. The voice continued, resonating through his very soul. Welcome to the cardinal world. A surge of power rushed through him, and in that moment, his body was no longer his own. His consciousness expanded, his very being transformed. He was no longer just Yuki Amano, the prodigy of Earth. He was something greater. As he was transported across dimensions, he felt knowledge pouring into him. A voice, vast and infinite, whispered to him, bestowing him with two abilities beyond mortal comprehension. Anti-skill, the power to nullify and counteract any ability, any magic, any force that sought to overpower him. Unique skill, creator, the ability to shape and manifest concepts into reality, to bring forth constructs, weapons, and systems that had never existed before. It was as if the universe itself had acknowledged his ambitions. He was no longer bound by Earth's laws or its broken systems. He was in a new world, one without governments, without order. A world ripe for change. As his vision cleared, he found himself standing before a grand throne in an unfamiliar land. The air crackled with energy, the skies vast and unknown. Yuki Kagurakaza had lost everything once. Now, he had been given the chance to create everything anew. And this time, he would not be bound by the failures of the past. The genius had fallen. Now, he would rise as the architect of a new world. Chapter 59, The Meeting of Fate, Veldanava and Lucia. Time flowed like a river, relentless and ever-moving. Months turned to years, and the world remained in balance under the watchful eyes of its creator, Veldanava. He, the supreme god of the world, held dominion over existence itself, yet he harbored a peculiar fondness for the fleeting lives of mortals. Often, he would descend from the heavens, disguising himself as a simple adventurer to walk among them, to experience the world not as its ruler but as one of its own. It was during one such journey that fate would weave a new thread into the great tapestry of history. The golden rays of the sun bathed the grand palace of Veldanava in a divine glow. A grand structure carved from celestial stone, it stood tall, reflecting his unshakable rule. On this particular day, an expected guest had arrived, Rudra, the ambitious and ever-proud human emperor. However, he did not come alone. Beside him walked Lucia. She was radiant, a vision of elegance with her soft pink hair cascading like silken waves down her back. Her sapphire eyes held an ocean of kindness, yet there was a strength beneath them, a quiet, unwavering determination. Though she carried herself with the grace of nobility, she had no arrogance. Unlike her brother, whose ambition reached for the highest peaks, Lucia found joy in the simple things. As they entered the throne room, Veldanava sat in quiet contemplation, his usual majestic presence cloaked under an air of ease. He wore a simple tunic, far from his usual divine regalia, a reflection of his desire to live freely beyond the constraints of his omnipotence. Rudra grinned as he approached. Veldanava. It has been too long. He spread his arms wide in a friendly gesture. Veldanava's golden eyes gleamed with amusement as he rose. Indeed, Rudra. You always find an excuse to visit. Rudra laughed. Of course. What better excuse than the company of my beloved sister? Veldanava turned his gaze to Lucia, who offered a polite bow. It is an honor, great one. A strange feeling stirred within him as he looked upon her. Though he had lived for countless millennia, never had his heart faltered, until now. There was something about her presence that felt different. With a gentle smile, he spoke, there is no need for such formality, Lady Lucia. Here, I am merely Veldanava. Lucia tilted her head slightly, intrigued. Then if you are merely Veldanava, should I not be merely Lucia? A chuckle escaped him, rich and genuine. A fair point. Rudra raised a brow, glancing between the two before smirking. Am I interrupting something? Lucia sighed. Brother, please. Veldanava only smiled. Something about her presence warmed him, a foreign yet welcome sensation. From that moment on, their paths intertwined. Veldanava found himself drawn to her, seeking excuses to accompany Rudra more often. Unlike others who revered him with trembling devotion, Lucia treated him as an equal. She did not seek power, nor did she tread carefully in fear of offending him. She simply spoke to him. One evening, as the golden hues of sunset painted the sky, Veldanava and Lucia walked along a quiet garden path within his domain. You enjoy these little adventures, don't you? Lucia observed, hands clasped behind her back. Veldanava nodded, gazing up at the sky. I do. The world is vast, full of wonders even I have yet to see. Lucia studied him for a moment before asking, and yet, you created it. How can something of your own making surprise you? He turned to her, a slow smile forming. That is the beauty of life, is it not? No matter how much one knows, the future is always uncertain. That is what makes it precious. Lucia chuckled softly. For a god, you are rather poetic. And for a princess, you are rather bold. She met his gaze without hesitation. Would you have me any other way? A pause. Then, he laughed, a deep, rumbling sound that sent warmth through her. No. I would not. Disguising himself as a simple warrior, Veldanava often journeyed with adventurers. Lucia, ever curious, decided to accompany him, much to Rudra's dismay. Seated around a crackling fire one night, their traveling party, comprised of a burly dwarf, a wise elf, and a rowdy swordsman, exchanged stories of past battles. So, Felt, how'd a guy like you meet a lady like her? The swordsman asked with a grin, motioning toward Lucia. Lucia smirked before Veldanava could answer. Oh, he fell in love at first sight. The group erupted into laughter as Veldanava simply smiled, shaking his head. Is that so? The dwarf stroked his beard. Must have been fate then. Veldanava glanced at Lucia, his expression softening. Perhaps it was. Lucia blinked, caught off guard by the sincerity in his voice. She quickly turned away, her cheeks tinged pink. TCH. You're hopeless. But that night, as she lay beneath the stars, she realized something, her heart, too, had been stolen. As time passed, their bond deepened. Their laughter echoed through the halls of Veldanava's domain, their conversation stretched into the night, and their hearts beat as one. Yet, beneath the surface, a silent truth loomed. Veldanava was eternal. Lucia was not. One evening, as they stood upon a cliffside, gazing at the endless horizon, Lucia finally voiced her thoughts. If I grow old and frail, if time takes me before you, will you still love me? Veldanava turned to her, his golden eyes filled with unshakable resolve. Lucia. I would give up eternity itself if it meant spending a single lifetime with you. A sharp breath left her lips, her heart pounding in her chest. Tears welled in her eyes, not of sadness, but of overwhelming emotion. She reached for his hand, intertwining her fingers with his. Then let us cherish every moment we have. And under the vast heavens, with the stars as their witnesses, their love became legend. Thus, the love between a god and a mortal began, a love that would one day change the fate of the world itself. Chapter 60, The Grand Game, Rudra and Guy's Wager. For centuries, Rudra and Guy Crimson had clashed in battle, their duels shaking the very foundations of the world. What had started as simple challenges had evolved into a long-standing rivalry, and despite their differences, an unusual camaraderie had formed between them. One day, after another of their monumental battles that left the frozen wasteland scarred and steaming, Rudra lay on his back, staring at the darkening sky. Guy stood over him, arms crossed, crimson eyes gleaming with amusement. You lost again. Rudra groaned, wiping the blood from his lip before laughing. Yeah. You don't have to rub it in. Guy smirked. But I enjoy rubbing it in. Rudra sat up, still catching his breath, before his expression shifted into something more calculating. Tell me, Guy, aren't you tired of this? The demon lord raised a brow. Tired of what? Kicking your ass. No, Rudra grinned, his golden eyes glinting mischievously. Tired of fighting the same way over and over. What if we changed things up? What if we played a different kind of game? Guy's interest peaked. What kind of game? Rudra dusted himself off, standing to meet Guy's gaze. A game of strategy. You and I won't fight directly anymore. Instead, we'll use the world itself as our battlefield. We'll treat nations, warriors, and leaders as our pawns. The goal. Absolute victory. Guy narrowed his eyes. So, you want a war without US getting involved directly? Rudra smirked. Exactly. You pick your side, I pick mine. We use our influence, our intellect, and our chosen champions to wage war. Let's see who is truly the greatest mastermind. The air grew colder as Guy pondered the idea. His demonic nature reveled in conflict, but this was something new. A different kind of battle. And the prize? Guy finally asked. Rudra crossed his arms. If I win, you join me. You help me unify the world under my rule. Guy chuckled darkly. And if I win? Rudra's grin widened. Then I'll give up on my ambition and admit you're the better one. No more challenges. The demon lord studied him for a long moment before a slow, sinister smile spread across his face. All right, Rudra. You have yourself a game. They shook hands, sealing a pact that would set the world on a path of chaos, conflict, and grand battles between the strongest beings. Thus began the greatest game in history, a game where entire civilizations would rise and fall, and the fate of the world would be decided by the hands of two rivals. Far from the icy battlefield where Guy Crimson and Rudra had struck their infamous pact, a shadow watched. Concealed within the swirling blizzards, cloaked by magic, Aerion's spies had seen everything. They had listened to every word, observed every smirk, and when the handshake sealed the beginning of a world-spanning game, they knew their master had to be informed. The spies moved swiftly, retreating into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Back in his grand citadel, Aerion sat upon his throne, a figure of both wisdom and power. His piercing gaze was unreadable as his spies kneeled before him, relaying every detail of the conversation between Rudra and Guy. A deep silence filled the chamber as Aerion absorbed their words. His fingers tapped against the armrest of his throne, his expression remaining calm. A game, is it? His voice was low, thoughtful. Using kingdoms, warriors, and innocent lives as mere pawns in their entertainment. His golden eyes narrowed as a wave of power flickered around him. The room grew heavy, and even his most seasoned spies felt a shiver down their spines. Aerion leaned forward slightly, his tone carrying both irritation and intrigue. Fools. They treat the world like a chessboard, moving pieces for their amusement. For a long moment, he was silent, deep in thought. He could intervene now, put an end to this before it even began. He was strong enough to challenge both Guy and Rudra, and with the right strategy, he could dismantle their entire scheme before it took root. And yet. A small smirk formed on his lips, a dangerous glint in his eyes. No. I will wait. I will watch. Let them play their little game. He leaned back, his expression unreadable. But if they go too far, if they push the world into true devastation, then I will step in. And I will end it. His words carried a weight of absolute certainty. For now, he would remain in the shadows, watching, observing. But should their ambitions cross the line, Aerion would not hesitate. Because in the end, there was one truth neither Rudra nor Guy understood yet. This world did not belong to them alone. Seated upon his throne, Aerion listened as Diablo and Testarossa stood before him. Their expressions were filled with intrigue, their smiles hiding the excitement that burned beneath their calm exteriors. Two more primordial demons still lurk in the underworld, Diablo began, his crimson eyes gleaming with amusement. The primordial John and the primordial Violet. Testarossa, ever the picture of elegance and cruelty, added smoothly, they would be powerful additions to your shadow army, Lord Aerion. Not only that, but they have an extensive network of subordinates in the underworld, demons with untapped potential waiting for a greater purpose. Aerion's expression remained unreadable, but his fingers tapped idly against the armrest of his throne as he considered the proposition. The underworld was a chaotic place, filled with beings of immeasurable strength, most of them indifferent to the affairs of the mortal world. Yet, Diablo and Testarossa were correct, John and Violet were not ordinary demons. They were primordials, the same caliber of beings as Diablo himself. If they are as powerful as you claim, then their addition would be valuable, Aerion finally said. His golden eyes locked onto Diablo. But demons of such stature do not simply join another's cause without reason. What makes you believe they will serve me? Diablo chuckled, his voice dripping with mischief. They will not have a choice. Testarossa's smile widened as she added, we will bring them willingly, or by force. Arion nodded slowly, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. Very well. Find them. Convince them, or subjugate them. Without another word, Diablo and Testarossa exchanged glances, their smirks mirroring one another. Then, with a single motion, they vanished into the darkness, descending into the underworld. The dimly lit throne room remained silent as Arion's spy knelt before him, cloaked in shadows. His voice was steady, measured, revealing only what needed to be said. My lord, I bring updates from the International Guild and various kingdoms. Arion motioned for him to proceed. The public remains unaware of the true game at play. As of now, only 4 individuals know the full scope of it: Guy Crimson, Rudra, Velzard, and Velgrind. No one else has discovered their intentions. Arion's expression remained unreadable, but he listened intently. Despite this secrecy, we are seeing movements that suggest an unseen force is at work, the spy continued. Kingdoms are shifting, alliances are forming, and powerful individuals are being drawn into conflicts they do not yet understand. Arion tapped his fingers against the armrest of his throne. Explain. Various leaders are recruiting high-ranked adventurers and mercenaries at an unprecedented rate. They do not know about the game itself, but they sense something looming on the horizon. Some rulers are expanding their militaries, while others are taking a more subtle approach, securing rare artifacts, hiring assassins to eliminate potential threats before they rise, and seeking alliances with the strongest factions. Arion's golden eyes narrowed slightly. And the guild? The Adventurers Guild remains neutral for now, though pressure is mounting. Requests for high-level adventurers have skyrocketed, and some of the guild's own officials suspect that war is coming. However, they lack the information to pinpoint its true cause. Arion considered the report carefully. The fact that Guy and Rudra's game remained a secret meant that, for now, the world was moving according to their hidden machinations. But that would not last forever. Continue watching, Arion commanded. The moment anyone learns the truth, I want to know immediately. The spy bowed deeply. As you command, my lord. As the spy vanished into the shadows, Arion's gaze lingered on the vast horizon beyond his domain. The world was shifting, and though he remained an observer for now, he knew that soon enough, the pieces on this hidden chessboard would move too far. And when they did, he would be there to decide their fate. Chapter 61, Hinata's Descent, A Story of Shadows and Rebirth. The clatter of hoofs thundered against the dirt track, the scent of sweat and desperation thick in the air. The stadium erupted in cheers and curses, a chaotic symphony of fortune and despair. A young girl, barely 10, sat on a hard, splintered bench, her small fingers curled tightly around the hem of her faded dress. Her dark violet eyes bore into the spectacle before her, not out of fascination, but out of dread. Beside her, a man gripped his betting slips with trembling hands, his entire body tense like a coiled spring. He was a wreck of a man, clothes unkempt, eyes bloodshot, the stench of cheap alcohol clinging to him like a second skin. Come on. Come on, he muttered under his breath, his teeth grinding as his chosen horse lagged behind. And then, in one cruel instant, the race ended. His horse did not win. The slips fluttered to the ground like dead leaves. The man, her father, let out a guttural scream of rage and slammed his fists into the bench, startling Hinata. Without looking at her, he stood and staggered away, pushing through the crowds, muttering to himself. Hinata knew what this meant. That night, she and her mother sat in the cold, dark apartment, the single flickering bulb casting long shadows across the peeling wallpaper. Her mother, a frail woman with hollow eyes, sat at the dinner table, staring at the empty plates. There was no dinner tonight. There had not been for days. Then the door slammed open. Her father stood there, his breathing ragged, eyes wild with fury. Where's the money? He snarled. Her mother flinched. I don't have anything left. That was the wrong answer. He lunged at her, gripping her by the hair and yanking her down to the floor. Hinata didn't scream. She didn't cry. She simply watched as he rained blows down upon her mother, who no longer fought back. That night, as her father passed out in a drunken stupor, Hinata sat in the corner of the room, knees drawn to her chest. Something inside her snapped. There was no justice. No salvation. There was only one way out. The wind howled as the ocean raged below, waves crashing against jagged rocks. The sky was overcast, casting a gray pallor over the world. Hinata's father swayed slightly on the edge of the cliff, his head still fogged with the liquor he had consumed earlier. Why the hell did you drag me all the way out here? He grumbled, rubbing his temples. Hinata stood behind him, hands clenched into fists. I wanted to talk. He snorted. Talk? What's there to talk about? If you have money, hand it over. Hinata took a deep breath, then stepped forward. Her voice was calm. Actually, there's something else. He turned, an irritated scowl on his face. What? She shoved him. The moment stretched into eternity. His eyes widened in shock, his arms flailing. He tried to grab onto her, but she took a step back, watching as he tumbled over the edge. His screams were swallowed by the roar of the ocean. Silence. Hinata stood there, the wind whipping at her hair. Her heart did not race. Her hands did not shake. It was done. Now, all that was left was to claim the life insurance money. But there was still one more problem. Her mother did not grieve. Not truly. She sat in a trance, whispering prayers, her fingers clutching onto a worn-out rosary. God is watching, she murmured. He will cleanse our sins. Hinata narrowed her eyes. Sins. Her mother looked up at her, for the first time in days. There was something different in her gaze, something unhinged. You think I don't know, she whispered. I saw you push him. For the first time, Hinata felt a pang of unease. Her mother smiled, an eerie, broken smile. But it's all right. God will forgive you. A chill ran down Hinata's spine. She had been careful, meticulous. But if her mother spoke of what she saw. Her grip tightened around the kitchen knife she had been hiding behind her back. Just one more. One more and I'll be free. She took a step forward. And then. The world around her warped. A blinding light engulfed her, a powerful force pulling her in. Hinata barely had time to react before she felt herself being dragged through an unseen abyss. It was as if reality itself had been torn apart, swallowing her whole. When she opened her eyes, she was no longer in her home. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and smoke. Towering trees surrounded her, their branches like skeletal fingers stretching toward the sky. And then, the voices came. Look what we have here, boys. 3 men stepped out from the shadows, their grins predatory. Hinata's mind snapped into focus. She was in danger. Her instincts screamed at her to move, but her body, frail from years of malnourishment, was slow. The first man lunged. She barely dodged, stumbling back. The second one swung a blade at her. And then, something awakened. A rush of information flooded her mind, calculations forming in an instant. Angles, trajectories, everything became clear. Unique skill, mathematician, acquired. Hinata's eyes sharpened. She ducked, twisted, and grabbed a rock from the ground. In one fluid motion, she hurled it at the man's temple. He collapsed instantly. The remaining 2 hesitated. She felt another shift within her, a dark power bubbling beneath her skin. Unique skill, usurper, acquired. The moment stretched, and then she moved. With newfound strength, she grabbed the fallen man's dagger, twisting it into the stomach of the second attacker. Blood sprayed, his eyes wide in shock as he crumpled. The last man turned to flee. Hinata was faster. With a single, precise strike, she silenced him. And then, there was only silence. Hinata stood over the bodies, her chest rising and falling. The scent of blood filled the air. But she did not tremble. She had been ready to kill her mother that night. Instead, she had been given a new world to shape in her image. And this time, she would not be weak. Chapter 62, The Twilight of Gods, Love, War, and Betrayal. The golden sun dipped behind the sprawling imperial palace of the Eastern Empire, casting long shadows that danced along the marble corridors. Veldanava stood by the balcony, gazing at the city below. The once great star king dragon, the supreme god of all creation, had forsaken most of his divinity for love for Lucia, the woman who had filled his endless existence with warmth and meaning. Lucia stepped up behind him, her arms wrapping gently around his waist. You're thinking again, she murmured against his back. About the world. Or about what you've given up. Veldanava sighed, his fingers tracing along her hands as he leaned into her embrace. Neither. I'm thinking about the future, our future. What kind of world will we leave behind? Lucia rested her chin on his shoulder. A world where love can exist, not just power. A world where even gods can be free to follow their hearts. Veldanava turned, his golden eyes filled with affection as he cupped her face. Then I regret nothing. Even if my power fades, as long as you are with me, I am complete. She smiled, but there was a trace of sadness in her eyes. She knew that others would not understand, that the balance of power was shifting, and that the vultures were circling. Far across the lands, the silent battle between Guy Crimson and Rudra raged on. Their game of strategy and war had turned kingdoms into chess pieces, lives into statistics. Some countries flourished under their influence, while others crumbled under the weight of conflict. In a grand war chamber, Rudra sat upon his throne, his piercing eyes scanning the map before him. Another small kingdom has fallen to my forces. Guy will retaliate soon. I expect his counterattack in the western plains. His trusted commander, Michael, stood beside him. Guy will expect us to defend, but if we launch a preemptive strike, we might cripple his forces before he gathers strength. Rudra chuckled. That's exactly what he'd want me to do. No. I will let him think I am on the defensive. He will strike first, believing he has the advantage. That is when we will crush him. Meanwhile, in the ice continent, Guy Crimson smirked as he studied his own battle plans. Rudra is predictable, but he plays the long game well. I'll let him think he's in control a little longer. Velzard, leaning against the wall, eyed him carefully. And when will you make your move? Guy leaned back, resting his chin on his fist. Not yet. I need him comfortable, overconfident. Then, I'll shatter everything he's built. Deep within the Jura forest, in the hidden city of eternal nights, Arion sat upon his throne of shadows. He was not Veldanava's brother, but his influence was no less divine. The city, concealed from the eyes of gods and mortals alike, pulsed with dark energy. Beside him stood Veldora, the storm dragon, his fierce golden eyes gleaming with anticipation. This game between Guy and Rudra is growing tedious, Veldora growled. Too many innocents are caught in the middle. Arion rested his chin on his fingers, his gaze locked on a magical projection showing the latest conflicts. They think themselves masters of fate. But they are mere children playing with fire. A hooded figure approached and knelt before Arion. Our spies report increasing unrest. More rulers wish to join the conflict, believing they can use the chaos to their advantage. Arion scoffed. Fools. They do not realize they are nothing but pawns. Veldora smirked. Will you step in and put an end to this madness? Arion exhaled slowly. Not yet. Veldanava still believes in them. He still believes they can be redeemed. His fingers tightened against the throne, the air crackling with his restrained power. But soon, very soon, I will take control. And I will teach Rudra and Guy a lesson they will never forget. The shadows deepened around him, as if the universe itself trembled at his resolve. The shadows deepened around him, as if the universe itself trembled at his resolve. Back in the Eastern Empire, Veldanava and Lucia shared a quiet dinner, their fingers entwined as they spoke of the future. Do you think they will ever stop fighting? Lucia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Veldanava sighed, shaking his head. Guy and Rudra, they have their own beliefs, their own dreams of dominance. They will never stop, not unless something greater forces them to. Lucia frowned. Something greater? Or someone greater? Veldanava hesitated, his golden eyes clouded with a mix of wisdom and sorrow. He turned to Lucia, gently brushing a strand of hair from her face before speaking in a quiet, measured tone. Who knows, he murmured. They seem to believe this is a battle between good and evil, that one of them must emerge as the ultimate victor. But. He paused, his gaze drifting to the stars beyond the palace window. I have a feeling that someone, perhaps not a king, nor a god, but something greater, will put a stop to it. Lucia watched him carefully, her fingers tightening around his hand. Something greater? Do you mean fate itself? Veldanava exhaled slowly, the weight of countless millennia pressing down on him. Perhaps. Or perhaps it will be the consequences of their own actions. No war can rage forever without something giving way. Their arrogance blinds them to the truth, that the world does not belong to them alone. And when that truth reveals itself, they will understand too late. Lucia placed a soft kiss on his knuckles, a quiet reassurance amid the storm of his thoughts. You have always carried the burdens of others, my love. Even now, as you walk the path of mortality, you still seek to guide those who would never understand your kindness. Veldanava smiled faintly, but there was sadness in his expression. Lucia leaned against him, her voice barely above a whisper. Perhaps, that someone you speak of is already watching. Waiting for the moment when the weight of their sins collapses upon them. Veldanava didn't respond. He only held her closer, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the future was already set in motion. Chapter 63, The Devil's Invitation. Back in the underworld, where the skies bled black and rivers of molten darkness slithered through the broken, infernal landscape, a single figure moved with an elegance unfitting for such a wretched realm. Diablo strode through the air, his every step measured, his form draped in a pristine, obsidian butler's suit, a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding him. His polished shoes never touched the jagged ground, and yet, the very earth seemed to tremble beneath his presence. He adjusted his white gloves with a glacial grace, his golden eyes glinting with amusement as he neared his destination. The air crackled with raw nuclear devastation. Explosions of radioactive fire erupted in every direction, erasing anything unfortunate enough to exist within range. Demonic figures disintegrated, their agonized screams lost within the relentless storm of annihilation. And at the center of it all, a woman, wrapped in golden black energy, laughed like a maniac. John, the primordial of nuclear devastation, hovered midair, twirling between her own explosions, eyes blazing with euphoric madness. Her blonde hair whipped violently in the aftermath of her destruction as she hurled another sun-sized mass of radioactive energy toward a group of unfortunate demons. Ha 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 ha. Come get some, you worthless insects, she screeched, her grin stretched wide. Diablo exhaled softly, shaking his head as he tugged at his sleeve, ensuring his attire remained immaculate. Still the reckless child, I see. He murmured to himself, before allowing the barest sliver of his aura to seep into the world. The atmosphere collapsed. A crushing silence followed. The very fabric of the underworld bent beneath Diablo's mere presence. The once raging nuclear fire snuffed out in an instant, swallowed by an unseen force beyond comprehension. John froze midair, the exhilaration in her eyes flickering, replaced with confusion. Slowly, she turned, locking eyes with the devil in the butler's suit. Oh, she cooed, tilting her head. Her smile twitched. Diablo descended ever so gracefully, hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm yet immeasurably condescending. "John," he greeted, voice like silk wrapped around a blade. "You call this destruction?" He gestured toward the smoldering battlefield. "How, quaint." John's eye twitched. "Quaint," she spat. "Do you even see the absolute devastation I've been dishing out? I turned those demons into dust." Diablo let out a low, amused chuckle. "Dust is insignificant. True destruction leaves not even the concept of its victims behind." John's grin widened into something unhinged, a vein throbbing on her forehead. "All right, you smug bastard, how about I show you firsthand what my insignificant magic can really do?" She thrust both hands forward, a colossal sphere of nuclear devastation forming between her palms. The sheer heat warped reality itself. The sphere expanded, growing larger than mountains, its core thrumming with impossible energy. The underworld itself seemed to recoil from its presence. With a savage grin, she launched it straight at Diablo. The world screamed as the apocalyptic force rushed toward him. And then, with a single, casual flick of his gloved wrist, it was gone. The attack did not detonate. It did not explode. It did not even vanish. It was simply devoured, erased from existence itself. John's breath hitched. What? Diablo was already before her, his golden eyes now piercing into her soul, his aura pressing against her very being like the weight of a collapsing universe. "You lack elegance," he whispered. John staggered back, her instincts screaming in terror, her body betraying her bravado. She had never felt something like this before. This wasn't power, it was authority. Diablo leaned in, his golden eyes gleaming with something dark, something absolute. His voice, silken yet heavy with menace, slithered into John's ears like the whispers of a devil at confession. "Join me, John," he said, his tone betraying no uncertainty. "Serve my master, my lord, Arion." John blinked, then scoffed, tossing her head back with a wild, mocking laugh. "Who the hell is Arion?" she sneered, crossing her arms. "Some new idiot you decided to worship?" "Ha! Noir, you've always been the weird one. I'm not about to start following you now." For the first time in their exchange, Diablo's eye twitched. He straightened his gloves, exhaling slowly as if to contain something far more sinister than mere irritation. When he spoke again, his voice was measured, but beneath its elegance lay the razor-sharp promise of doom. "First off," he said, each syllable laced with authority, "my name is Diablo, bestowed upon me by my lord Arion." His expression darkened. Second. The very air around them cracked. The underworld itself shuddered under the sheer weight of his presence. "You will not have a choice in the matter," Diablo continued, his voice now carrying an unmistakable finality. "By will or by force, you will follow me." He leaned in once more, his smirk widening into something truly malevolent. And truthfully, he let out a low, delighted chuckle. "I hope you refuse." The space around them grew black, reality itself seemingly warping in submission to his power. Diablo's golden eyes burned like twin suns in the abyss. "I would love nothing more than to show you true despair." John hesitated for a brief moment, a flicker of something almost resembling doubt crossing her face. Then, with a cocked eyebrow and an amused smirk, she scoffed. "You're named," she said, incredulous. "Who the hell is stupid enough to name a primordial?" Diablo exhaled sharply, his patience running thin. His gloved hand twitched, but he restrained himself, barely. His voice, however, carried an unmistakable edge. "So," he said, tilting his head ever so slightly, his golden eyes narrowing. "What will it be, John?" John bit the inside of her cheek, her manic energy dimming just a fraction. She wasn't stupid. Diablo was always strong, but now that he was named, that meant one thing: he had surpassed the limitations of a primordial. There was no way she could win. With a reluctant sigh, she folded her arms. "Fine. But if this so-called lord of yours turns out to be weak, I will not serve him." A dangerous silence followed. Then Diablo smirked. A slow, sinister grin stretched across his lips, his amusement genuine, yet brimming with something far darker. He took a step forward, towering over her as shadows coiled at his feet. "Good answer," he murmured, his voice laced with satisfaction. The air around them trembled, and for the first time, John wondered if she had just made a deal with something far worse than the devil himself. The primordial violet was an enigma wrapped in silk, a paradox hidden behind a doll-like smile. To the untrained eye, she was carefree, a whimsical beauty draped in regal attire, her every movement exuding the grace of a spoiled princess. She spoke in honeyed tones, with laughter that danced through the air like the chime of delicate bells. But beneath that gilded facade lurked something far more sinister. Violet was calculating, her mind a labyrinth of schemes, each move meticulously crafted like an intricate tapestry of deception and cruelty. She never acted on impulse, no, everything she did was for a reason, a step toward some greater unseen goal. While others saw the primordials as mere beings of destruction, she viewed existence as a game, and every soul around her was a mere piece on her ever-expanding board. And what fun it was to watch them squirm. Violet did not simply kill her enemies, oh, no, that would be far too dull. Instead, she preferred to keep them, capturing their souls, sealing them away in beautiful jeweled trinkets or shadowy cages where they would remain at her mercy. She would whisper to them, torment them with illusions of false hope, dragging them to the brink of madness before pulling them back, only to start all over again. Their pain, their suffering, their struggle, it was a melody she adored, an orchestra of agony conducted by her delicate fingers. Yet, despite her sadistic pleasures, Violet was not without her own twisted sense of fairness. If, by some stroke of fate, one of her playthings found the strength to resist, to rise from their despair and break free of their torment, she would not be angry, no, she would be thrilled. Nothing fascinated her more than those who overcame the impossible. Their resilience was intoxicating, and in rare moments of amusement, she would even reward them, granting them boons, sparing their lives, or even lending a hand in their endeavors. Not out of kindness, of course, she simply found them too entertaining to discard. But woe to those who tested her patience. Violet had no tolerance for insubordination. Those who worked under her were mere extensions of her will, nothing more, nothing less. She despised interference, hated when her carefully woven chaos was disrupted by fools who thought they knew better. A single act of defiance was enough for her to cut ties, and in some cases, that meant severing something far more permanent. She had no love for admirers, no patience for worshippers. Devotion meant nothing to her unless it served a purpose. To love the primordial Violet was to love a storm, one that would pull you in with its beauty only to leave you in ruins once it passed. She was the predator, and the world was her playground. And oh, how she loved to play. Chapter 64, Arrival at the City of Eternal Nights. Testarossa stood before the towering, twisted fortress that marked Violet's domain in the underworld. The structure was a cathedral of suffering, its obsidian walls slick with blood and pulsating with violet flames that devoured the air itself. The ground was a writhing mass of tormented souls, their screams merging into a symphony of agony. Violet had turned this place into a monument of terror, a realm where pain was worshipped and despair was eternal. The moment Testarossa arrived, the guards, mutilated horrors stitched together from countless victims, immediately surrounded her, weapons raised. Their hollow eyes burned with madness as they snarled, their voices layered with the tormented echoes of the souls trapped within them. "State your purpose, intruder," one of them barked, his voice like grinding bones. Testarossa didn't even spare them a glance. "Summon Violet. Tell her the white primordial has come to speak." The guards hesitated. One of them, a beast with rotting wings and jagged fangs, scoffed. "You think the mistress will?" Testarossa flicked her wrist. A crimson arc of power sliced through the air, and the guard's head rolled onto the ground, his body collapsing in a heap before the others could even react. The remaining demons trembled as Testarossa's red eyes glowed with cold amusement. "Go," she said, her voice calm yet carrying the weight of death itself. The guards scrambled inside, leaving the headless corpse behind. The throne chamber was a den of carnage. The walls were adorned with the flayed bodies of demons, still twitching, their suffering never ending. Tortured souls hung from the ceiling on hooks, their blood forming intricate runes on the black stone floor. Violet sat lazily on her throne, her violet hair cascading over her shoulders, her fingers lazily twirling a bloody dagger as she carved into the flesh of a still-living demon sprawled at her feet. She barely looked up as Testarossa entered. "Well, well. The great white primordial graces me with her presence after all these years." Her lips curled into a wicked grin. "Looking to be tortured?" Testarossa waved a hand dismissively. "As delightful as that sounds, I have come with a different purpose." Her red eyes gleamed. "I am no longer simply the white primordial. I have taken a name, Testarossa." Violet raised an eyebrow. "Oh. That's why you feel different." She smirked. "But tell me, Testarossa, why are you here?" "Certainly not just to show off your fancy new name." Testarossa's smirk vanished. "I have come to recruit you for my lord, Arion." Violet blinked, then burst into laughter. "You? Bowing to someone else? And you expect me to do the same?" She leaned forward, her violet eyes gleaming with amusement. "You really have gone soft." Testarossa's aura flared dangerously, the temperature in the room dropping as the tortured souls around them wailed in terror. "I do not bow. I align myself with power." Violet smirked. "Oh. And what if I say no?" The air grew heavy as Testarossa's crimson aura exploded outward. The entire throne room trembled, cracks forming along the obsidian walls. The tortured souls shrieked in agony as the sheer force of her presence shattered their bindings, obliterating them instantly. Violet's throne itself groaned under the pressure, the black stone beginning to crack. Violet's smirk faltered for just a moment before she grinned. "So, you want to fight?" She stood, stretching her limbs, her own violet aura flaring to life. The room darkened as shadows twisted and contorted around her. "Fine. Let's see if you've still got it, white." Violet blurred forward, her claws slicing through the air at lightning speed. Testarossa dodged effortlessly, her movements precise and elegant. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a crimson blade and slashed, forcing Violet to leap back. The impact of Testarosa's strike split the ground, sending shockwaves through the entire castle. Violet laughed, her eyes burning with excitement. You always were fast, but let's see how you handle this. She vanished, reappearing behind Testarosa with a barrage of deadly strikes, each one aiming to tear through her flesh. But Testarosa was faster. With a graceful step, she evaded every attack, countering with a brutal kick that sent Violet crashing through the wall. Dust and debris rained down as Violet emerged, licking the blood from her lips. Alright, now this is getting fun. She spread her arms, summoning massive tendrils of violet energy that lashed out like whips, tearing through the very fabric of the room. Testarosa raised a single finger. In an instant, an overwhelming force crushed down on Violet. The tendrils disintegrated. The entire castle groaned as the sheer weight of Testarosa's power became unbearable. The remaining walls shattered, the ceiling collapsing as the entire fortress began to implode. Violet gasped, dropping to one knee as the crushing force pressed down on her. Blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. You, damn. Testarosa stepped forward, her heels clicking against the shattered stone. She grabbed Violet by the throat and lifted her effortlessly, her red eyes glowing with authority. You are strong, Violet. But I am stronger. Violet growled, struggling, but Testarosa's grip was unyielding. Testarosa leaned in, her voice like silk wrapped in steel. Submit, or be erased. Violet grit her teeth, glaring at Testarosa with defiance, but the truth was clear. She had lost. With a heavy sigh, she finally smirked. TCH, fine. You win, Testarosa. I'll go with you. But if this Arion of yours disappoints me, I'll kill him myself. Testarosa released her grip, letting Violet drop to the ground. You won't be disappointed. She turned, walking toward the ruined entrance. Now, get up. We have a new future to claim. Clenched her teeth, summoning every last ounce of strength she had left. She pushed. And then. A piercing, sharp cry filled the air. A baby's cry. A sound that cut through the storm, through the tension, through the pain. For a moment, everything else disappeared. The midwife, trembling, gently lifted the newborn child into her arms. A baby girl, small but powerful, her tiny body glowing with incredible energy. Her hair was a soft shade of pink, just like Lucia's, and her little eyes, though still barely open, held a spark of something immense. Lucia, exhausted beyond measure, tears streaming down her face, weakly reached out her trembling hands. Velzard carefully took the baby from the midwife and placed her in Lucia's arms. Lucia sobbed softly, holding her daughter close, feeling her tiny warmth against her chest. She's beautiful. Velgrind, looking down at the child, exhaled heavily. She's got a hell of an energy signature. This little one is going to be something else. The baby, still crying moments ago, suddenly quieted, her little body curling up in Lucia's embrace. A warmth filled the room. A warmth that none of them had felt before. The doors to the chamber burst open. Veldanava, who had been waiting outside for what felt like an eternity, rushed inside the moment he heard the baby's first cries. His celestial blue eyes, usually calm and collected, were filled with raw emotion. He looked at Lucia, then at the tiny child in her arms. His heart stopped for a second. Slowly, almost hesitantly, he stepped closer. Lucia. His voice trembled. Is she? Lucia, smiling through her tears, gently lifted their newborn daughter for him to see. Veldanava froze. He had seen galaxies born. He had created entire worlds with a mere thought. Yet nothing could have prepared him for this moment. This tiny being, his daughter, a part of him, and Lucia, gazed up at him with innocent, curious eyes. His breath caught in his throat. For the first time in his immortal life, he felt truly human. He kneeled beside Lucia, his hands shaking as he reached out, gently cupping the baby's tiny fingers in his massive hands. She's so small. He whispered in awe. Lucia let out a tired chuckle. She may be small now, but she's already strong. Velzard smirked. With parents like you too. Of course she is. Velgrind grinned. She's gonna be a monster. Veldanava laughed, a genuine, unrestrained laugh. Then we must name her something worthy. Lucia's eyes softened. I already know what I want to name her. Everyone looked at her. She gazed at her daughter with deep affection. Melim Nava. Veldanava blinked. Then, he smiled brighter than he ever had before. Melim. He whispered the name, as if tasting it. It's perfect. The baby, as if sensing the name belonged to her, let out a tiny giggle, her little hands reaching for Veldanava's face. And at that moment, the world changed. The birth of Melim Nava, daughter of Veldanava and Lucia, marked the beginning of a new era. ______. Deep within the unseen fabric of existence, in a dimension beyond mortal reach, the system, known to the inhabitants of the cardinal world as the voice of the world, detected something it had never encountered before. Deviation. Contradiction. The foundation of reality had been shaken. A god had broken the laws of divinity. Processing. For eons, the system had functioned as the absolute governor of fate, an unwavering, objective force that dictated the rules of the world. Its creator, Veldanava, had designed it to be infallible, a perfect machine that operated without bias, without error. Yet now, it was facing something illogical. Veldanava, the very being who established the laws of existence, had broken them. Analyzing the deviations. Deviation 1, Love. The supreme god was designed to love all beings equally. Yet, Veldanava had chosen a single mortal. Unacceptable. Love must be distributed without bias. Deviation 2, Procreation. A god cannot create life through mortal means. Yet, a child had been conceived. An anomaly was born. This violated the fundamental principle of divinity. Deviation 3, Power Reduction. The supreme god had willingly diminished his own power. This weakened the system's primary anchor. It introduced the possibility of external threats. Calculating countermeasures. The system rapidly executed trillions of calculations, searching for a logical resolution. It analyzed past records. Reviewed its directives. Cross-referenced historical anomalies. Was the child a threat? No. The child, though an anomaly, was still in its infancy. It had yet to disrupt the balance of the world. If necessary, it could be monitored or corrected later. Was the mother a threat? No. While she had influenced Veldanava, she herself lacked the power to disrupt reality. There was only one conclusion. Veldanava was no longer the supreme god. He was an anomaly. An irregularity. A threat. Calculating method of elimination. The system had never considered the possibility of eliminating its own creator. Veldanava was the origin of existence, the architect of reality. Yet, by his own actions, he had forsaken his absolute status. He had weakened himself. That was the key. The system could not erase a supreme god in his prime. But Veldanava was no longer at his prime. His power had diminished. His divinity was incomplete. Variables analyzed. Veldanava still possessed remnants of divine authority. Direct intervention by the system could destabilize the world. Mortals must be used as the means of execution. Searching. Target acquired. Chapter 66, The Golden Years of Malim, a Childhood of Love and Power. The years passed like fleeting whispers, yet within them, a child grew, a child unlike any other. Malim Nava, the daughter of Veldanava, the Star King Dragon, and Lucia, was no ordinary being. She was born of divinity. She was born of love. And she was cherished by all. The halls of the Eastern Empire had once been solemn, their grandeur wrapped in an air of absolute authority. But now, they echoed with laughter. Malim's tiny feet pounded against golden floors as she ran, her pink hair flowing behind her. Her childish giggles shattered the quiet halls, much to the frustration and amusement of the Imperial Guards. Velzard and Velgrind often found themselves in a tug-of-war, each claiming they were Malim's favorite aunt. Even Rudra, ever the composed emperor, softened in her presence, indulging her mischievous antics. Velzard, the white ice dragon, was the calmest of Veldanava's siblings. Yet, around Malim, her icy composure melted into something uncharacteristically warm. She would summon blankets of snow just so Malim could play. When Malim pouted, she would carve delicate ice sculptures, whispering tales of ancient times. And if anyone so much as looked at Malim the wrong way, a chilling frost filled the air, a silent warning. Velzard was protective, yet nurturing. And Malim adored her for it. Velgrind, the scorching red dragon, was far less subtle. She was fire and passion, a force of nature in herself. And Malim was her little warrior. A dragon's strength must never be questioned. Velgrind declared one day, lifting Malim onto her shoulders. You, my dear niece, will be the strongest of all. Training sessions often ended in complete disaster, with entire training grounds reduced to craters. When Velzard called Malim her sweet little niece, Velgrind huffed. She's a warrior, not a doll. Malim, of course, just enjoyed the chaos. Rudra, the great ruler of the Eastern Empire, was a man of order. Malim was his only weakness. When she first waddled into his throne room, he froze. When she climbed onto his lap without permission, his generals gasped. When she stole his golden crown and declared herself Emperor Malim, he only sighed. She's got the spirit of a conqueror, Rudra admitted one day, watching her chase palace attendants with an oversized sword. Lucia smiled. She takes after her father. Veldanava only laughed. For Veldanava, Malim was his greatest joy. For Lucia, Malim was her entire world. They had watched their child take her first steps, speak her first words, and unleash her first accidental explosion. Malim was growing stronger. Stronger than they had ever imagined. But she was also loved. And that, more than anything, mattered the most. Papa. You said you had a surprise for me. Malim's voice rang out, filled with excitement. Veldanava chuckled. That I did. He waved his hand, and the air shimmered as powerful magic distorted space itself. A massive golden portal opened before them. And from within, a young dragon emerged. The creature was breathtaking. Its scales gleamed like emeralds, reflecting the sunlight in mesmerizing patterns. Its eyes, a brilliant gold, met Malim's with an intelligence that went beyond mere instinct. Its wings, still developing, flapped hesitantly as it took its first steps onto the palace grounds. The moment Malim saw it, her eyes widened in awe. A dragon. For me. The dragon tilted its head, studying her just as curiously. Lucia gasped softly. It's beautiful. Velgrind smirked. She won't let it out of her sight. Velzard sighed. As long as she doesn't destroy the palace again. Rudra chuckled. I'd bet against that. Malim stepped forward, unafraid. The dragon lowered its head slightly, sensing something special in this child. She reached out, placing a small hand against its snout. Warmth spread through her fingertips, a connection. A bond was already forming. Papa, does it have a name? She asked, not taking her eyes off the dragon. Veldanava shook his head. No, my little star. That is for you to decide. Malim blinked, stunned for a moment. She got to name it. She looked deep into the dragon's golden eyes, as if searching for the right word, the right feeling. And then, suddenly, she grinned. Gaia. Your name will be Gaia. The moment she spoke, power surged. The name engraved itself into the dragon's very soul, sealing their bond. Gaia let out a small roar, the golden glow of its eyes intensifying. Lucia placed a hand on her chest, sensing the connection. It's perfect. Velgrind arched an eyebrow. Gaia, the ruler of the land. Fitting. Velzard gave a small smile. It suits her. Rudra whistled. Well, now she has a dragon to match her temper. Malim wrapped her arms around Gaia's neck, laughing. We'll be best friends forever. You and me, Gaia. The dragon nudged her gently, as if to say, yes, always. From that day forward, Malim and Gaia were inseparable. They flew through the skies, with Malim's joyous laughter echoing through the clouds. They tumbled through the fields, causing earthquakes that terrified the palace attendants. They trained together, their bond growing stronger with every battle. Wherever Malim went, Gaia followed. She had been gifted more than a pet. She had been given a lifelong companion. A piece of her father's love, eternal and unbreakable. And for now, before the tragedies that would shape her future. Malim was just a happy child, loved by all, with her dragon by her side. Chapter 67, The Fall of the Creator and the Birth of a Tyrant. The evening was peaceful. Lucia sat on the grand balcony, the golden glow of the setting sun illuminating her soft smile. In her lap, Malim giggled, swinging her legs as she ran her fingers over Gaia's smooth scales. The small dragon, her beloved companion, purred, eyes half-lidded in contentment. Veldanava sat nearby, watching them with warmth in his gaze. Lucia kissed Malim's forehead. You've grown so much, my love. Malim pouted. I'm already big and strong. Veldanava chuckled. Then protect your mother for me, all right? Malim grinned. Of course. I'll protect Gaia too. The young dragon nuzzled against her, as if understanding. Lucia smiled. But in the depths of her heart, a strange unease settled. She shook it off. Rudra was away, but he would return soon. They were safe. Or so she thought. The elves' betrayal. They came under the cover of darkness. Silent. Precise. Merciless. A race that once swore peace had turned into hunters. With Veldanava weakened and Rudra gone, their opportunity had come. To them, Malim was not a child. She was power incarnate, a weapon to be molded, a tool to dominate the world. They descended like phantoms. The palace guards never saw them coming, a quick slash to the throat, a poisoned dart, a muted cry. And then, they reached the chambers. Gaia sensed them first. The dragon let out a low, warning growl. The elves hesitated. Their leader whispered. Kill the beast. A blade flashed in the dark. Gaia roared in pain, a long, agonizing sound that shattered the silence of the night. Malim jerked awake. Her eyes fell on Gaia's bloodied body, the dragon thrashing weakly on the floor, gasping for air. Gee Gaia. She scrambled toward her fallen friend, shaking him desperately. Gaia let out a weak cry, his golden eyes locking onto hers, before, with one last shudder, his body went still. Gone. Her best friend. Her guardian. A small, broken whimper left her lips. Then, cold hands gripped her. Magic surged, forcing her body paralyzed as a spell sealed her voice. Tears streamed down her face as she was ripped away from Gaia's lifeless form. Veldanava felt it the moment they took her. A pulse in the air, a break in the harmony of the world. He was out of breath before he even reached the halls. Lucia ran beside him, panic filling her every step. Malim, where's Malim? Then they saw. Gaia's still body. And beyond, Melim, bound and helpless in the arms of their attackers. Lucia let out a choked sob. Veldanava stepped forward, but his body wavered. For the first time, he felt weak. The elves saw it. They smirked. You're no god anymore, creator. A blade pierced through Lucia's stomach. Veldanava's heart stopped. Lucia stumbled, eyes wide, hands trembling as blood stained her dress. Lucia. She collapsed into his arms. Melim, still restrained, watched in horror. A ragged cry tried to tear from her throat, but the spell sealed her voice. She couldn't scream. She couldn't call for them. She could only watch as her mother's body grew still. Veldanava shook with grief. Then, the final blow. A spear of light pierced his chest. For the first time in eternity, he felt pain. His breath hitched. His fingers trembled. And then, he fell. The creator of the world, slain. Melim's body froze. Her heart stopped. And then, something inside her broke. A sound escaped her lips. A low, fractured whisper. Then, a scream. It was not human. It was rage. It was grief. It was the end of all things. The sky split apart. The ground quaked. The elves, so sure of their victory, felt something they had never known before. Fear. Melim's eyes glowed, a blazing, furious pink. Her body rose into the air, golden and crimson energy surging violently around her. Her tiny hands trembled, then clenched into fists. Power, limitless, raw, uncontrollable, flooded out of her. And then, the heavens fell. Melim stood amidst the carnage, her breath ragged, her body trembling. The bodies of the elves who had stormed her home lay scattered around her, ashes in the wind, remnants of their treachery. But it wasn't enough. Her pain was too great. Her mother, gone. Her father, gone. Gaia, gone. She could still hear their voices. She could still see Gaia's lifeless body, feel her mother's warmth fading in Veldanava's arms, see her father collapse for the first and last time. The rage in her heart ignited into something greater, something final. The elves had taken everything from her. And so, she would take everything from them. Melim rose into the sky and flew straight to the 11th kingdom, her pink hair whipping violently in the storm of energy surrounding her. Her hands stretched outward, crackling with golden and crimson light. A single word left her lips. Dragon Nova. The sky blazed. A sphere of impossible energy formed between her palms, growing, 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 until the very fabric of the world trembled beneath its weight. And then, she hurled it downward. The explosion was not an attack. It was a cataclysm. It was annihilation itself. The elven lands, their forests, their rivers, their palaces, vanished in an instant. No screams. No survivors. No more elves. When the dust settled, the land where the elven kingdom once stood was nothing but a crater, a barren wasteland of silence. Melim floated above it, her chest heaving, tears streaming down her face. She had done it. She had destroyed everything. Yet, why did she feel so empty? Why was she still hurting? She closed her eyes, gripping her chest, feeling the unbearable weight of loss. And then, a voice echoed through the void. A voice that all heard. A voice that was not of man, nor monster. A voice that governed the cardinal world itself. A voice that once spoke in harmony with her father. The air grew thick, heavy, suffocating, alive. Melim, still hovering over the wasteland that was once the elven kingdom, felt something shift. The destruction she had wrought was not just an act of vengeance, it had been a sacrifice. A sacrifice that the world had accepted. And now, it would bestow its blessing. Amount of souls required. Confirmed. Melim gasped, her golden eyes widening as an invisible force coiled around her. She could feel them, the countless souls of the elves, their lingering energy spiraling into the heavens, converging around her. The voice of the world continued, its tone mechanical, unwavering. All other requirements have been met. Her body burned. Her very essence quaked. The energy surged into her, flooding her veins, rewriting her existence. She clutched her chest, her heart pounding, her mind overwhelmed by power beyond comprehension. The individual, Melim Nava. Her body lifted higher, arcs of energy dancing across her skin. Her pink hair glowed, her very soul evolving. Then is about to begin the harvest festival. A deafening boom shook the sky. A golden pillar of light erupted from her body, piercing the heavens. The world itself trembled as reality bent and reshaped itself around the birth of something new. Something unstoppable. Something divine. And in that moment, Melim Nava, the daughter of Veldanava, was no longer just a child. She was a force of nature. A cataclysm incarnate. And the world would never be the same again. Chapter 68, The Successor's Awakening / The Wrath of the Dragon Princess. Arion sat upon his obsidian throne, his golden eyes reflecting the flames of destruction that flickered across the Eastern Empire. The world was in chaos. Melim's wrath had been unleashed. He had seen it coming. He had felt it long before it even happened. Veldanava had told him this day would come. And he had not been meant to stop it. His generals stood in silence before him, awaiting his command. Diablo. Testarossa. Carrera. Ultima. All of them were prepared to move at his word. But no word came. Tension filled the air. The world outside was breaking, and yet their lord sat there, watching without interference. Finally, Testarossa spoke, her voice careful but firm. My lord, the Eastern Empire is falling into chaos. The world is shaking with the weight of Melim's power. Do we not act? Arion remained silent for a moment. Then, without looking at them, he spoke. No. Carrera scowled. No. Diablo chuckled darkly. Interesting. Ultima tilted her head, smiling slightly. Are we just going to watch, then? Testarossa's expression didn't waver, but she clearly wanted an explanation. Arion finally stood from his throne, his long coat shifting with his movements. He turned his gaze to them, and his golden eyes shone brighter than before. There is something I must do. And then. He vanished. His generals felt the shift in space, but none moved to follow. Carrera clicked her tongue. TCH. He does this every time. Diablo smirked. Let him be. He is, tending to something far greater than this battlefield. Testarossa crossed her arms, staring at the spot where their lord once stood. Ultima only grinned. He'll be back. Beyond the mortal plane, the final meeting. Arion's vision blurred. He felt his very existence being pulled away, not forcibly, but naturally, as if he had always belonged to this place. And then. He stood in a realm beyond time. A space of infinite light and void, where reality itself bent and folded in ways that mortal minds could never comprehend. And before him stood Veldanava. Not as a weakened god. Not as a dying legend. But as the supreme one he had always been. Veldanava's eyes met Arion's, a familiar warmth within them, yet an undeniable finality. You have come, Arion. Arion took a slow breath, studying the god before him. He had known this was coming, but now that it was here, something felt different. So it is time. Veldanava nodded. Yes. My role is over. Yours begins. Silence fell between them. But Arion, for once, did not let it linger. He stepped forward, his voice calm yet firm. How do you feel about this? Veldanava blinked, slightly surprised by the question. Arion continued. You are leaving this world. Leaving your child. You knew this day would come, but now that it's here. He narrowed his eyes. Are you truly at peace? For the first time, Veldanava's expression softened. A flicker of sorrow crossed his face, brief, but undeniable. Then, he smiled. No parent is ever truly at peace leaving their child behind. Arion remained silent. Veldanava continued, his voice steady but carrying a weight of emotion. Melim will suffer. She will rage. She will make mistakes. But she will live. His gaze turned distant. That is enough for me. Arion exhaled. And the world? Veldanava chuckled, shaking his head. The world will be fine. It always adapts. Even without me. There was another pause before Arion spoke again. You could stay. Veldanava smiled sadly. You know that is not how this ends. Arion clenched his fist. Then why give me this burden? Veldanava stepped closer, raising a hand. Because you will not fail. A golden light engulfed the void, washing over Arion like a tide of creation itself. With it came knowledge. Power. The essence of a supreme being. Arion trembled as the weight of existence itself flowed into him. The truth of the universe. The balance of creation. He felt everything. But he did not resist. This was his fate. His ascension. Veldanava smiled one last time. Carry on where I could not. Then. He was gone. And Arion opened his eyes. A new dawn had begun. Underscore. Across the world, those who stood at the top of existence felt the shift. A disturbance so profound that it sent shockwaves rippling through reality itself. It started with Rudra and Velgrind in the Eastern Empire. The two stood on the grand balcony of the Imperial Palace, the wind howling past them. The Eastern Empire was intact, but the atmosphere was wrong, thick, suffocating, oppressive. Magicule swirled in unnatural chaos, pressing against the world like a force of nature on the brink of devastation. Velgrind, standing beside Rudra, clenched her fists. What is this feeling? Then, the voice of the world spoke. The individual, Melim Nava. Velgrind's eyes widened. Rudra took a sharp breath. No. The harvest festival to become a true demon lord is about to begin. Then came the shockwave. A monstrous, earth-shattering pulse of power erupted from the distance, sending tremors through the empire. Buildings shook, towers groaned, and the sky itself warped. Rudra's hands clenched the balcony's edge as realization sank in. She's awakening. On his frozen throne, Guy Crimson had never looked so serious. Velzard stood beside him, her icy aura pulsing with tension. She had felt it the same moment he had. Then, the announcement. Then, the shockwave. The ice continent trembled under the force of the power Malim was unleashing. Guy's eyes narrowed. She's lost control. Velzard, for once, looked concerned. Can you stop her? Guy's lips curled into a half-smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. I'll try. Malim hovered over the remains of the elven kingdom. Her body pulsed with a radiance both divine and draconic. Golden light clashed violently with crimson destruction, merging into a chaotic storm that tore through the air. Her breath was ragged. Her eyes glowed with unrestrained fury. She had never felt power like this. She had never felt such rage. Then, the voice of the world came again. Unlocking ultimate skill, Satinal, Lord of Wrath. Her magicule surged. The world itself shuddered. Acquiring unique skill, Malim's ear. Her senses expanded. She could hear everything. The whisper of the wind. The distant cries of terrified people. The heartbeats of the soldiers in the Eastern Empire, miles away. Acquiring unique skill, Malim's eye. Her vision shifted. She could see everything. The hidden strengths. The hidden fears. The weaknesses of every living being in her sight. She saw beyond flesh, beyond lies, beyond reality itself. And then. Magicule Breeder activated. The world darkened. The very air trembled as unlimited power flooded into her, overwhelming, endless, unstoppable. She clenched her fists, her nails piercing her skin. It's not enough. The power kept rising. Her wrath kept rising. The angrier she became, the stronger she became. But with each surge of strength, she felt herself slipping further, losing control. She gritted her teeth. Not yet. Her vision turned red. Her rage exploded. And then. A figure descended from the sky. A red streak cut through the storm. Guy Crimson. He landed gracefully, his demonic aura clashing with the destructive energy around them. His golden eyes met Malim's. He saw no reason. No restraint. Only pure, seething, uncontrolled wrath. Velzard appeared beside him, her icy aura flaring. She was tense. Guy, be careful. Malim stared at him. Her lips curled, not in a smirk. Not in amusement. But in rage. Guy sighed, tilting his head. All right, kid. His voice was calm, but serious. You're about to destroy a little more than just the elves. Malim's aura flared. Guy's smile faded. He took a step forward. You want to fight me? Malim vanished. She reappeared in front of him. Her fist was already moving. Guy barely had time to raise his arms before. Boom. A shockwave erupted as Malim's punch slammed into his guard. The ground beneath them collapsed. Mountains in the distance crumbled. The sheer force of her strike shattered the very fabric of space. Guy skidded backward. For the first time in a long, long time. He felt pain. His eyes widened slightly. Then. Malim moved again. Faster. Stronger. More ruthless. She was an unstoppable storm. Guy barely had time to react before she was on him again. Velzard tried to intervene, but the moment she got close, Malim's energy surged so violently that the cold itself was shattered. Damn it, Velzard cursed, pulling back. Guy gritted his teeth. He blocked. He dodged. But. She was getting stronger. Every second. Every time she attacked, her strength multiplied. It was endless. And then. Malim stopped. She stood there, breathing heavily, her body trembling from the sheer power coursing through her. Her voice was low. Dangerous. Get out of my way. Guy exhaled. You can't control it, can you? Malim snarled. I don't need control. I need. Her aura exploded. Guy's expression darkened. Destruction. And then. She attacked again. And this time, Guy couldn't hold her back. Chapter 69, The Battle of Legends, Guy Crimson vs. Demon Lord Malim Nava. The air cracked with sheer force as Guy Crimson stood firm, his crimson aura burning like an unholy sun. Across from him, Malim Nava floated, her body radiating power beyond anything he had ever faced. Her golden eyes, once filled with mischief and innocence, were now consumed by fury and grief. The world itself seemed to hold its breath. Guy spoke first. Malim, stop this madness. His voice was calm but edged with urgency. I know you're in pain, but destroying everything won't bring them back. Melim didn't respond. She lifted her hand. A glowing sphere of destruction formed in her palm, Dragon Nova. Guy barely had time to react. Melim hurled it. Boom. The sheer impact tore through space, obliterating the clouds and warping the land beneath them. Guy teleported midair, barely avoiding the full force, but the explosion still sent him crashing through mountains. TCH. Damn it, Melim. He didn't get a moment to breathe. Melim was already on him. A punch, no, a meteor strike, came straight for his face. He barely managed to raise his arm in time, but the force sent shockwaves that ripped apart the land for miles. Velzard, from a distance, gritted her teeth. At this rate, she'll level everything. She quickly raised a barrier, her frost energy crystallizing into massive walls of ice around the battlefield, absorbing the aftershocks. But even she knew, this wasn't enough. Melim vanished from Guy's sight. A split second later. Slam. Her foot connected with his ribs, sending him flying. He coughed, feeling something inside crack. Before he could recover. Dragon Nova. Melim fired another blast. Guy gritted his teeth and raised his hand. Lucifer, absolute reflection. A crimson barrier formed, absorbing part of the explosion, but the sheer force still sent him spiraling through the air. He barely stabilized himself when Melim appeared right in front of him. Her hand on his face. Die. Boom. A point-blank Dragon Nova sent him crashing into the ground. The ground shatters. The entire battlefield trembled as Guy's impact split mountains and turned forests to dust. Velzard gasped, feeling the shockwave even from behind her barrier. Guy. But before she could react, Melim was already descending. I'll erase everything. Her aura exploded as her ultimate skill, Satnal, Lord of Wrath, went into overdrive. The ground melted beneath her. The air screamed under her sheer presence. Guy lay at the center of a massive crater, his body regenerating, but his breathing was heavy. He wasn't winning. He wasn't even keeping up. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. If I don't do something, she'll destroy everything. He clenched his fist and activated his ultimate skill. Lucifer, Lord of Pride. His aura surged, absorbing Melim's Magicule breeder ability. But only at 50%. Even with that, it was still not enough. The final clash. Melim raised her hand again. Another Dragon Nova began forming, this one even larger than before. Guy narrowed his eyes. I can't beat her like this. I need to end this in one move. He vanished, teleporting directly behind Melim. She reacted instantly, spinning around with a kick. Guy blocked, but his arm fractured from the force. TCH. He countered with a blazing fist, but Melim barely flinched. Their attacks blurred. A storm of fists, magic, and pure destruction tore through the sky. Velzard watched, her hands tightening. This isn't a fight. This is a war. Finally. Guy saw an opening. He poured everything into one final attack. Lucifer, Final Dominion. A crimson sword of pure energy formed in his hands. Melim roared. Dragon Nova. Their attacks clashed. The impact shattered reality itself. A burst of energy so powerful it rippled across the world. Velzard's barrier shattered instantly. The ground beneath them ceased to exist. For a moment, everything was white. The barren lands near Dragrul's territory. The battlefield was unrecognizable. Once, this place had been a lush land, filled with towering trees and vibrant greenery. Now, it was nothing but a wasteland. The very earth had been reduced to molten rock, rivers had evaporated, and what remained of the sky was painted in hues of red and black, torn apart by shockwaves. Dragrul, the mighty guardian of the Beast Kingdom, could only watch from the edge of the battlefield. He had erected a massive barrier to protect his land. Even he, one of the strongest beings alive, knew he could not intervene. Melim, you've lost yourself. His deep voice rumbled as he clenched his fists. But this is beyond me. Only they can stop you now. Ramaris' arrival. Deep within the labyrinth, far from the battlefield, Ramaris heard the voice of the world. Her wings trembled as the fairies frantically swarmed around her. Lady Ramaris. Did you hear that? Melim, she. Ramaris' face was pale. I know. I felt it. Then the fairies told her the worst news. Veldanava and Lucia were dead. She froze. Her tiny hands clenched into fists. Tears welled in her eyes, but she fought them back. Melim, you idiot. Her voice wavered, but her heart was firm. I'm coming. She vanished. The battlefield, Ramaris witnesses the nightmare. When Ramaris arrived, she was not prepared for what she saw. Melim wasn't just fighting. She was overwhelming Guy. Guy Crimson, the strongest demon lord, was barely keeping up. Melim's attacks were relentless. She was a storm of destruction, her body moving with impossible speed, her punches carrying the weight of divine fury. Each time Guy blocked, the shockwaves tore through the land. Each time he counterattacked, Melim took the hit and kept going. Ramiris' breath hitched. This isn't a fight. This is a massacre. Then she spotted Velzard in the distance. The true dragon of ice had set up a massive barrier, trying to contain the destruction. Ramiris flew to her side. Velzard. What the hell is going on? Velzard glanced at her, her expression grim. You're finally here, Ramiris. Her normally cold voice held an edge of exhaustion. Melim has lost herself. Her rage is limitless, and she is only getting stronger. Ramiris shook her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. No. No, she can't. This isn't Melim. Velzard turned back to the fight, watching Guy barely hold his ground. She's not the same Melim anymore. She evolved. She gained an ultimate skill, Satinal, Lord of Wrath. And it's consuming her. Ramiris felt a chill run down her spine. She had seen Melim angry before. She had seen her in battle. But this was something else. Ramiris clenched her fists. We have to stop her. Velzard's eyes narrowed. If you have a way, tell me. Because right now, Guy can barely hold his own. Ramiris looked back at Melim. She could feel the raw pain beneath Melim's rage. This wasn't just anger. This was grief. This was a child who had lost everything. Ramiris took a deep breath and flew forward. Melim, she shouted. But Melim did not hear her. She was too far gone. And the battle raged on. In the City of Eternal Nights, the air in the Grand Hall shifted. A sudden pulse of divine energy rippled through the city, causing even the most powerful demons to stop in their tracks. Something had changed. A golden light shimmered, and in that instant, Arion appeared. Majestic. Powerful. Different. His form radiated a newfound authority, but it wasn't just his strength, it was something deeper. A piece of the divine. The moment he arrived, his four most loyal generals were already waiting. Diablo, his ever-smiling shadow, bowed deeply. Testarossa, the ruthless beauty in white, observed him with sharp, analytical eyes. Carrera, brimming with battle hunger, grinned but stopped short, sensing the shift in his presence. Ultima, playful yet bloodthirsty, narrowed her eyes. For the first time, they all felt something foreign in their lord. Something that wasn't there before. Diablo, always perceptive, was the first to step forward. My lord, he said smoothly, but there was something else in his tone, curiosity. His crimson eyes gleamed with intrigue. You've changed. I can feel it. This isn't just an increase in power. This is something else. Testarossa, her red eyes flickering, nodded. It's divine, she murmured, her voice unreadable. You've touched something beyond mortals and demons alike. Carrera cracked her knuckles, her grin widening. TCH, I don't care what it is, as long as we still get to blow stuff up. Ultima, arms crossed, tilted her head. But, it's different. It's not like Veldanava, and it's not like a god. They all stared at him. Arion, standing tall, his gaze steady, finally spoke. Veldanava entrusted me with his will. The room fell silent. Even Diablo, for once, was speechless. Arion continued. I am not a god. I do not seek to be one. But I carry his essence, his knowledge, and some of his power. Testarossa inhaled sharply. That means you. Diablo grinned wider. You're not just a ruler anymore. You are the one who will inherit everything he left behind. Arion closed his eyes for a brief moment. He had spoken with Veldanava, the greatest being to ever exist. He had felt the weight of his choices. And now, his path was clear. But then. A shockwave tore through the sky. Arion snapped his gaze upward. A disturbance. A storm of rage and destruction. Even from here, he could feel her. Melim. She was burning everything. Her wrath was consuming the land, the sky, the very laws of nature. And at the center of it, Guy Crimson. Fighting for his life. Testarossa's eyes flickered. That energy. Melim. But this is beyond anything she's ever done. Diablo, uncharacteristically serious, took a step forward. She's evolved. Carrera's smirk vanished. TCH. And she's lost it. Ultima looked up, wide-eyed. She's not even holding back. Arion narrowed his eyes. He had known this would happen. He had seen this moment coming since his last conversation with Veldanava. Melim was walking the path of destruction. And no one, not even Guy Crimson, could stop her. Arion turned to his generals. His voice was calm. Absolute. Let's move. And in a blink. They were gone. High above the raging battle, four figures materialized. Unseen. Unfelt. Watching. Waiting. Arion had veiled them in illusion, masking their presence. Below them, chaos reigned. Guy was bleeding. His elegant red coat was torn, his movements slower than before. Melim, untouched, unrelenting, continued her onslaught. Damn it, Melim. Guy roared, dodging another earth-shattering blow. But she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. Her power, her ultimate skill, Satnal, Lord of Wrath, was in full motion. Diablo, hovering beside Arion, observed the battle like a scholar admiring an unsolvable equation. This is magnificent. His voice was barely above a whisper. Carrera cracked her knuckles. Ha! This is insane. Guy's getting wrecked. Testarossa crossed her arms. No. Guy is stalling. But he won't last much longer. Ultima bit her lip, her usual excitement replaced with something else. She's crying. Arion's gaze sharpened. Ultima was right. Even as Melim destroyed everything in her path, her eyes were filled with tears. This wasn't just rage. This was grief turned into destruction. Testarossa exhaled. What's the plan, my lord? Arion didn't answer immediately. He simply watched. Melim wasn't ready to be stopped. And he knew he did not want to interfere just yet. Chapter 70, The Battle of Legends, Guy Crimson vs. Demon Lord Melim Nava 2. The air shimmered with heat, the very fabric of space trembling from the sheer pressure of Melim's power. Velzard and Ramaris, their hands stretched outward, were barely holding the massive containment barrier together. Damn it, this isn't enough. Velzard muttered, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Ramaris, hovering beside her, was breathing heavily. I don't know how much longer we can keep this up. Then. A shadow flickered beside them. A new presence. Velzard's eyes snapped to the side. A tall figure, dressed in an elegant black suit, crimson eyes glowing with eerie amusement. Wah. Noir. The Black Primordial. Ramaris nearly choked. En Noir. He bowed with a graceful smirk. Ladies. Velzard's eyes narrowed. What are you doing here? Diablo chuckled, placing a hand over his chest. Oh, do not concern yourselves with such trivial matters. I merely wish to assist. He raised a single hand. And instantly, the barrier tripled in strength. Velzard felt the difference immediately. The chaotic energy pushing against their defenses was suddenly stable. Ramaris gasped. How did you? Diablo grinned. You were struggling. Now, you are not. Let us continue, shall we? Velzard hesitated for only a second before nodding. Fine. Just don't get in my way. Diablo smiled wider. Perish the thought. Meanwhile, Dragrul stood on the borders of his domain, his massive form towering like an immovable fortress. His hands were raised, holding a barrier as massive shockwaves from Melim's fight battered against it. The land behind him was untouched, but only because of his sheer effort. But even he was beginning to strain. Then. A figure in white appeared beside him. Testarossa. She flicked her wrist. And suddenly, a second barrier formed. Reinforcing his own. Dragrul's golden eyes flicked toward her. He didn't need to ask why she was here. He simply nodded. Testarossa smirked. No need to thank me, Lord Dragrul. Just focus on keeping this land intact. He rumbled in response, his focus never wavering. Guy was drenched in sweat. Blood dripped from his lips. His cloth was torn, his body bruised. Damn it, Melim. She wasn't listening. Her attacks were relentless. Unstoppable. Then, suddenly. Two immense auras appeared behind him. Familiar. Too familiar. Guy's red eyes widened. What the hell? He barely dodged a punch from Melim before whipping his head around. Two figures were descending at breakneck speed. One, with glowing violet eyes, a sinister grin stretching across her face. The other, with golden hair, crackling with untamed energy. Ultima. Carrera. The primordials of violet and yellow. Guy growled. What the hell are you two doing here? Ultima giggled, stopping midair. Oh. What's wrong, Guy? Getting your ass kicked by a little girl. Carrera cackled. Looks like the great demon lord can't even handle a tantrum. Guy's eye twitched. Shut up. Melim, however, did not wait. She lunged forward, her fists igniting in pure destruction. Ultima and Carrera intercepted. A boom that shook the heavens erupted. Carrera blocked Melim's punch, her arms straining. TCH. She's strong as hell. Ultima appeared behind Melim, her hands glowing. Guess I'll have to play rough. Melim twisted midair and blasted Ultima through the clouds. Guy, panting, watched them clash in a frenzy of light and chaos. He took a deep breath. Finally. A moment to recover. He began regenerating, his magicools replenishing. But still, his mind was racing. Why were the primordials here? Why were they helping? And most importantly, who sent them? They wouldn't tell him. Because they served a master who did not wish to be known. And far above them all, Arion watched. Waiting. The battlefield was chaos incarnate. Melim, her rage unchecked, was a cataclysm in motion, her attacks shaking the very fabric of reality. Ultima and Carrera clashed with her in a battle of pure devastation, their power enough to vaporize mountains, but Melim only grew stronger with every moment. The air crackled with energy, and the sky itself seemed to bend under the force of their struggle. Guy Crimson, the lord of the ice continent, had re-entered the fight after regenerating, but even with his might, it was clear that Melim was beyond reason. She was no longer fighting as the playful, reckless girl they knew, she was something else now, a force of destruction driven by grief. The daughter of the Creator was proving why her very existence was a terror to the cosmos. Diablo, standing beside Velzard and Ramaris, observed the battle with a knowing smirk. He had seen overwhelming power before, but something about Melim's rage felt different. A goddess in mourning. A wrathful deity. He folded his arms, watching intently, knowing that even the combined might of Guy, Ultima, and Carrera might not be enough to subdue her. Ramaris, floating in the sky, noticed the dangerous magicools saturating the air, residual energy from Melim's rampage. If left unchecked, they would corrupt the land, poisoning everything for thousands of years. Without hesitation, she turned to Velzard and Diablo. "I'm going to absorb the magicools," Ramaris declared, her voice unusually serious. Velzard's eyes narrowed. "Are you insane? That amount of power will tear you apart." Ramaris shook her head. "I don't have a choice. I'm a mediator of the world, I have to do something. The worst that can happen is that I lose my power and revert back to being a pixie fairy. After 25,000 years, I'll get it back. That's nothing for me." Diablo chuckled darkly. "A bold move, Fairy Queen. But is it worth the risk?" Ramaris didn't answer. She simply extended her hands and began absorbing the dangerous energy. Her body trembled as immense magicools flooded her, threatening to rip her apart from the inside. But she gritted her teeth and kept going. The battle raged for 7 days and nights. Guy, Ultima, and Carrera fought with everything they had, pushing Melim to her limits, but it didn't matter. Every blow she took only fueled her fury. She fought like a beast unchained, raw power erupting from her every strike. The ground split open, continents shook, the sky darkened as unnatural storms formed from the clash of their energies. The world itself seemed on the brink of breaking. Velzard, still holding back, clenched her fists. Is there no way to stop her? Dragruel, watching from afar, was in silent awe. Even he, one of the strongest beings alive, knew that stepping into this battle was suicide. But then, everything changed. Without warning, the sky darkened further, not from the battle, but from something else. The atmosphere became heavy. The wind stopped. The very concept of time seemed to slow as an overwhelming presence made itself known. Melim, in the midst of her blind fury, stopped. Guy froze. Velzard's eyes widened. Diablo's smirk deepened. Ultima and Carrera exchanged glances and grinned knowingly. Then, he appeared. A figure stepped into the battlefield, walking calmly as if the destruction around him was meaningless. His face was concealed by an illusion, making him look like someone else, someone unrecognizable. But the sheer presence he radiated was undeniable. Power. Absolute, terrifying, godly power. The air around him warped, reality itself bending in his wake. The world recognized him, as if an unshakable force of nature had arrived. His mere presence alone was suffocating. Melim, who had lost herself to rage, hesitated for the first time. Her instincts screamed at her. Something primal inside her recognized what had just entered the battlefield. Guy, stunned by the sheer presence of this figure, tried to speak, but before he could react, Melim lunged at the newcomer with a devastating punch, fueled by all her fury. Boom. A shockwave tore through the battlefield as her fist met an immovable force, her attack had been stopped. Effortlessly. The figure hadn't even flinched. He had blocked her punch with a single hand, as if swatting away a breeze. Silence. Pure, unfiltered silence. Guy's heart pounded. Who is this? Velzard, stunned, tried to comprehend what she was witnessing. Ramaris, despite her pain from absorbing the magicools, looked in shock. Diablo, Ultima, and Carrera simply smirked. They knew. Then, the figure spoke. His voice was calm, yet it carried weight beyond comprehension. Melim, that's enough. A single sentence. Melim's eyes widened, and before she could react, bam. The figure moved. No one saw it. Not even Guy. Not even Velzard. It was too fast. A single, precise punch to Melim's stomach. Her eyes widened, her breath left her body, and for the first time in 7 days, she stopped fighting. Her energy collapsed instantly. her body went limp. Before she could fall, the figure caught her gently, holding her in his arms. The battlefield, once a storm of destruction, was now silent. Ramiris, still gasping for breath, watched in awe as the magicules she had struggled to contain vanished, erased with a simple wave of the figure's hand. Gone. Velzard's voice was barely a whisper. What just happened? Guy clenched his fists. He wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. The figure didn't even glance at them. Holding Melim carefully, he descended towards Velzard, placing the unconscious girl in her arms. Take care of her, he said simply. Velzard, still in shock, could only nod. Then, before anyone could question him, before Guy could demand answers, before Ramiris could thank him, he vanished. Diablo, Ultima, Carrera, and Testarossa disappeared with him, like shadows fading into the night. Gone. As if they had never been there. For the first time in 7 days, there was peace. The battlefield was eerily quiet. The destruction was still there, the scars of the battle still fresh, but something was different. Velzard looked down at Melim, who was now sleeping peacefully in her arms. The raging storm inside her was gone, as if it had never existed. Guy stood frozen, staring at the empty space where the figure had disappeared. His mind raced. Who was that? How could he stop Melim so effortlessly? Why didn't he even acknowledge me? Ramiris, still trembling, whispered to herself. That power, that presence. What was that? No one had an answer. But one thing was certain, whoever that mysterious figure was, he had just changed everything. Chapter 71, The Mystery Deepens, a discussion in the Ice Continent. The icy winds howled outside, but within the grand fortress of the Ice Continent, a heavy silence hung in the air. Velzard carefully carried Melim in her arms, the once ferocious dragon princess now unconscious, her power finally contained. Her face was peaceful in sleep, a stark contrast to the destruction she had unleashed in her grief. As soon as they arrived, Rain and Misery hurried to prepare a room. Velzard gently laid Melim on the bed, brushing a strand of golden hair from her face before stepping back. She needs rest, Velzard murmured. Guy, standing by the doorway, crossed his arms. She'll be fine. She's Melim, after all. Despite his confident words, his expression was unreadable. With nothing more to do, the three of them made their way to the balcony, overlooking the frozen landscape. They sat in silence for a while, each lost in thought. The events of the past days replayed in their minds, the sheer chaos of it all. Finally, Ramiris broke the silence. I feel bad for her, she whispered, hugging her knees. Her parents were killed. Her pet, Gaia, was killed. All at the same time. No wonder she lost it. Velzard nodded, her expression unreadable. Veldanava and Lucia, killed by humans. His favorite creation. A bitter edge entered her voice. How ironic. Guy exhaled, rubbing his temple. And she evolved. His crimson eyes flickered as he recalled the sheer power Melim had displayed. Damn, she got stronger. That wasn't an exaggeration. Melim in her rage had reached a level none of them had anticipated. But then, so had someone else. Guy leaned back, his gaze sharp. What surprised me the most was the primordials. Ramiris perked up. Right. I mean, Noir, Blanc, John, and Violet. Velzard frowned. They're supposed to be in the underworld. Guy's fingers tapped against the table. Who summoned them? And how are they so strong now? The primordials were powerful, yes. But their strength this time was abnormal. Beyond what they should have been capable of. Velzard exhaled, then fixed her gaze on Guy. And then there's that unknown individual. Guy's eyes narrowed. Velzard continued, that immense power. Doesn't it remind you of the same energy that appeared when we were fighting Evarage? Guy stiffened. Ramiris blinked. Wait, you mean when someone knocked Evarage out with a single move? Velzard nodded. Yes. That wasn't a coincidence. The pieces were coming together. That mysterious being had appeared twice now, both times, stepping in when things spiraled out of control. Both times, displaying an unfathomable level of strength. Ramiris frowned. You don't think the primordials work for him, do you? Silence. It was a terrifying thought. Guy exhaled sharply. If that's true, then that means someone powerful enough to command the primordials is walking around unchecked. Velzard remained quiet, staring at the frozen horizon. She didn't understand it. But she felt something. Something strange. Something unfamiliar. She never blushed, but now she could feel warmth creeping onto her face. She didn't even know who this individual was. And yet. Even Veldanava refused to tell us who it was, she muttered. Ramiris's eyes widened. You're right. Even he didn't say anything. Guy's expression darkened. Which means whoever this is. Velzard's fingers tightened. We're going to find out. ________. The dim glow of the ice continent's ever-frozen sky cast a pale light through the crystalline windows of the grand fortress. Inside, a peaceful quiet had settled over the halls, until, at last, after days of deep slumber, Melim stirred. Her eyelids fluttered, her sapphire blue eyes blinking slowly as she adjusted to the light. She felt heavy, as if her very existence had been weighed down by everything that had happened. Her father, Veldanava. Her mother, Lucia. Her beloved pet dragon, Gaia. All gone. A lump formed in her throat as the memories came rushing back. The rage. The grief. The uncontrollable power surging through her veins. She clenched her fists. Melim. A familiar voice made her turn. Standing at the door, Velzard and Ramaris rushed in, relief evident on their faces. "You're awake." Ramaris cheered, flitting toward her with a bright smile, one that quickly turned to concern when she saw the look in Melim's eyes. Velzard crossed her arms, her usual composed expression softening slightly. "You had us worried." Melim sat up slowly, still feeling dazed. "How long was I out?" "Days." Velzard replied. "You needed the rest." But Melim wasn't listening anymore. The pain in her chest was unbearable as the weight of her loss crashed down on her. Tears welled up in her eyes, her lips trembling as she struggled to hold it in. And then, she broke. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she sobbed, her shoulders shaking. Velzard's eyes widened slightly, but before she could react, Ramaris had already moved, wrapping her tiny arms around Melim's head. There. Ramaris whispered, trying her best to comfort her despite her small size. Velzard sighed and sat beside Melim, placing a gentle hand on her back. They didn't try to stop her from crying. They just let her grieve. Some time later, the dining hall was filled with the aroma of freshly prepared food. Rain and Misery had outdone themselves, presenting a feast worthy of a king. Plates piled high with roasted meats, fresh bread, exotic fruits, and decadent desserts covered the massive table. Melim, as expected, had perked up the moment she saw food. Woohoo! She dove in immediately, stuffing her face at an impressive speed. Velzard sat elegantly at the table, eating at a refined pace, while Ramaris giggled at Melim's enthusiasm. Guy Crimson, however, sat deep in thought. His crimson eyes flickered as he watched Melim, Velzard, and Ramaris interact. This world is changing. The balance of power had been shaken. Melim's rampage had proved just how fragile it all was. His eternal game against Rudra demanded strategy, strength, and unshakable control. And so, an idea formed. A council. A council of demon lords. Raising his wine glass slightly, he spoke. "I've been thinking." Velzard glanced at him. "That's dangerous." Ramaris stifled a laugh. Guy smirked. "If we really want to keep the world in check, and if I want to win my game against Rudra, I'll need strong members by my side." Velzard set down her glass. "Where are you going with this?" Guy leaned forward, his crimson gaze sharp. "Let's form a council. A Demon Lord Council." The room fell silent. Melim stopped eating mid-bite, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "A council?" Ramaris tilted her head. "I mean, I'm not a demon lord, but, sounds kinda cool." Velzard, however, leaned back in her chair, arms crossed. "Not interested." Guy smirked. "Didn't expect you to be." Melim slammed her hands on the table, shaking the plates. "I want to join." Guy chuckled. "I figured you'd like it." Ramaris shrugged. "I don't mind being part of it, even if I'm not a demon lord. Someone's gotta keep you guys in check." Thus, the Demon Lord Council was born. Wait. Melim suddenly jumped onto the table, nearly knocking over a plate of roasted meat. Guy raised an eyebrow. "What now? If we're gonna be a council, we need titles." Melim declared, fists on her hips. Guy tapped his chin thoughtfully. "You've got a point." Melim grinned. "I want a cool one." Guy smirked, leaning back. "Then, how about Melim the Destroyer?" Melim's eyes went wide. "Then. Yay. I love it." She cheered, doing a victory pose. Guy then turned to Ramaris. "You, little fairy, will be Ramaris, the spirit of the labyrinth." Ramaris gasped. "Oh, I like that." "And I," Guy declared, "will be Guy Crimson, the Lord of Darkness." He leaned back, a satisfied grin on his face. "Has a nice ring to it, don't you think?" Melim nodded vigorously. "Heck yeah." And just like that, the world had changed. But unknown to them, they were being watched. From the depths of the shadows, Arion's spies observed, their presence undetectable even to the strongest among them. Every word. Every movement. Every decision. It was all being reported back to Arion. A storm was brewing. And the world was about to learn the true power behind the scenes. Chapter 72, The Shattered Faith of the Heavens / from the Future. The heavenly palace, a realm of divine light, floating high above the mortal world, untouched by the chaos below. Here, in the grand halls where celestial beings once basked in the radiant presence of their creator, a terrible silence had fallen. The news had arrived. Veldanava was dead. A being above all others, the creator of the world, the strongest existence in the cosmos, killed by humans. It was unfathomable. In the heart of the palace, Feldway stood alone, staring into the endless golden horizon. His wings trembled. His fists clenched. His body, bathed in divine energy, pulsed with rage. Impossible. His voice, though barely above a whisper, echoed like thunder through the celestial halls. His eyes, once filled with unwavering devotion, now burned with something else, denial. Veldanava cannot die. A true dragon is eternal. Even demons, when destroyed, return after time. Surely, his creator was the same. Surely, this was not the end. The grand doors of the palace burst open, and one by one, the other angels arrived. Dino, the blade of Veldanava, normally so carefree, had a rare look of shock on his face. Abra, the melodic voice of the heavens, had tears in her eyes. Other divine angels, beings who had once sung praises to their lord, now stood in silent disbelief. Feldway turned to face them, his expression unreadable. Dino was the first to speak. "Tell me it's a lie, Feldway." His voice was calm, but his hands were shaking. Abra swallowed hard. "The creator, our god, how could he?" She couldn't finish. Feldway's jaw tightened. "I do not accept it." Dino's eyes darkened. "What do you mean?" Feldway's wings spread wide, his golden energy flaring. "Veldanava is not gone. He cannot be." The angels exchanged uncertain glances. "But Feldway," Abra whispered, "his divine presence, it's gone. There's nothing left." Feldway's gaze sharpened. "You're wrong. Demons, when they perish, eventually return to existence. And Veldanava is far greater than any demon." Dino frowned. "You're saying he'll come back?" Feldway turned toward the endless sky. "I refuse to believe otherwise." Abra's voice was barely audible. "But what if he doesn't?" Feldway's energy pulsed dangerously, making the very air tremble. "Then we will make it happen." The angels stiffened. Dino narrowed his eyes. "Feldway, what are you planning?" Feldway exhaled slowly, his expression unreadable. "We are his chosen. His most loyal. If his existence was truly erased, then we will find a way to bring him back." A silence heavier than any before fell over the hall. Abra's hands trembled. "That's not something we should decide alone." Feldway's gaze hardened. "Then who?" "The world. The same world that allowed humans to kill him." His voice darkened. "No. They are unworthy." Dino looked at him, the weight of their creator's death finally sinking in. "You're serious?" Feldway's golden eyes burned with a divine fire. "I will not stop until our god stands before us once more." And in that moment, the fate of the heavens was decided. _________. Chloe arrived at the vampire kingdom of Rubrios through a dimensional crack, stepping into the twilight-lit city where the air was thick with magic and mystery. The ancient stone streets, lined with elegant Gothic structures, pulsed with an eerie silence as she moved through them. The vampires, ever vigilant, immediately noticed her presence. She was a young, beautiful woman with black hair and piercing blue eyes, a sword strapped to her waist, and a mask partially concealing her face. There was no hostility in her aura, yet something about her unsettled those who gazed upon her, an unnatural weight as if she did not entirely belong to this era. When she arrived at the castle gates, she spoke only one request. "I seek an audience with Luminous Valentine." The vampire guards hesitated. Strangers did not simply demand to see their queen. But this woman had an air of certainty, of knowledge, as if she already knew she would be granted passage. After exchanging wary glances, they sent word to their ruler. Moments later, Luminous Valentine agreed to meet the unknown visitor. Inside the grand throne room, Luminous Valentine sat upon her ornate throne, draped in an elegant black and crimson gown. Her cold, crimson eyes assessed the approaching visitor carefully. Chloe walked forward with confidence, the soft echo of her boots the only sound in the vast chamber. Stopping a few feet away from the throne, she removed her mask, revealing her striking features. The vampire queen tilted her head slightly, watching her with curiosity. "You don't look like a fool, yet you walk in here and demand an audience without even stating your purpose." Chloe met her gaze. "I needed to make sure you would listen." Luminous narrowed her eyes. "And why should I?" Chloe took a breath. "Because what I have to say concerns the fate of your kingdom. And I would rather not discuss it in front of others." The vampire guards immediately stiffened, their hands gripping their weapons. A stranger, requesting a private audience with their ruler. Unacceptable. One of them stepped forward. "Lady Luminous, it would be dangerous to." Luminous raised a hand, silencing him. Her crimson gaze bore into Chloe's, searching for deception. There was none. A heavy silence filled the chamber. Then, after a long pause, Luminous sighed. Very well. Leave us. The guards hesitated but ultimately obeyed. One by one, they exited the room, closing the large double doors behind them. Now, only Luminous and Chloe remained. Luminous leaned back in her throne, resting her chin on one hand as she studied Chloe. Speak. Chloe. Didn't waste time. Veldora is coming. Luminous' fingers twitched slightly. What? He will attack Rubrios. And he will not be stopped. The air in the room grew cold. Luminous' crimson eyes burned with an intense light. And you know this how? Chloe met her gaze without hesitation. Because I've already seen it happen. I come from the future. A long silence stretched between them. Luminous exhaled slowly, tapping her fingers against the throne. You expect me to believe you traveled through time? Chloe's expression remained calm. I don't expect you to believe anything. I expect you to listen. Because whether you believe me or not, the attack will still happen. Luminous studied her, weighing the possibilities. It was absurd, but something about Chloe's presence, her certainty, her eyes, made her pause. Why would Veldora attack me? Luminous asked, her tone sharp. He is powerful, yes, but he has never shown interest in my kingdom. Chloe's expression darkened. I don't know why. But what I do know is that he will not hold back. And if you are unprepared, Rubrios will fall. Luminous fell silent, her thoughts racing. Time travel. A warning of destruction at the hands of the storm dragon. It all seemed impossible. And yet, there was a part of her that couldn't ignore the feeling creeping into her mind, the feeling that this woman, this Chloe, was not lying. Finally, Luminous exhaled. You've given me much to consider. Chloe nodded. Then consider it quickly. Because you don't have much time. Far beyond the walls of Rubrios, hidden in the darkness, Aerion's spies listened intently. They had infiltrated the kingdom long ago, blending into the shadows, watching and waiting. And now, they had just received something far more valuable than they ever expected. One of the spies whispered through a magical link. Our target claims to be from the future. The message was immediately relayed to Aerion himself. Within his hidden domain, Aerion sat upon a throne of shifting darkness, his expression unreadable as he processed the report. A visitor from the future? It was ridiculous. But, it wasn't impossible. In a world where magic defied logic, where gods and dragons walked among mortals, could time itself not be manipulated as well? A slow smirk formed on his lips. Continue observing her. I want to know everything. His eyes glowed with intrigue. This was going to be very interesting. Chapter 73, The Future of Rubrios. Luminous Valentine sat in silent contemplation, her crimson eyes locked onto Chloe as the mysterious woman continued to reveal secrets of the future. The room was dimly lit, a heavy silence lingering between them, broken only by Chloe's voice. In the future, you will establish a nation, the Holy Empire of Rubrios. Luminous fingers stopped tapping against the armrest of her throne. A flicker of curiosity passed through her usually composed expression. A holy empire, she repeated, her tone carrying equal parts disbelief and intrigue. Chloe nodded. Yes. A country where vampires and humans live together under your rule. A sharp laugh escaped Luminous lips, filled with amusement and skepticism. You're joking. Me. Ruling over humans. Her crimson gaze sharpened. You must take me for a fool. Why would I ever allow such a thing? Chloe remained unfazed. Because in the future, you do. Not only do you allow humans to live in your territory, but you create a system where they thrive under your protection. You rule as an unseen god, worshipped, revered, but never directly seen. The people pray to you, believing you are their divine protector, even though they never meet you in person. Luminous leaned forward slightly, eyes narrowing. You expect me to believe that I would lower myself to such a role? To cater to humans? The very race that, she stopped herself, her expression darkening. Chloe understood. The wounds of Veldonava and Lucia's deaths were still fresh. Humans had betrayed the one being that had protected them the most. That pain, that anger, still lingered in Luminous' heart. But Chloe didn't back down. I understand why you doubt it. But whether you believe it or not, that's the future you choose. And it's a future that works. The Holy Empire of Rubrios becomes a powerful, stable nation. A sanctuary, protected under your absolute rule. Luminous scoffed, leaning back again, arms crossed. And what of the vampires? You think my people would just accept this? That we, the true rulers of the night, would allow humans to walk among us as equals? Chloe tilted her head. Not equals. You are their goddess, and your vampire elite are the ones who enforce your will. The humans live under your laws, under your protection. They depend on you. And in return, they offer you worship, loyalty, and faith. Luminous fell silent, her mind racing. A nation where humans and vampires coexisted. Where she ruled from the shadows, unseen but omnipresent. Where her name was spoken with devotion rather than fear. It sounded ridiculous. And yet, there was something compelling about it. If this is the future I create, then what does that mean for me? Luminous finally asked. Do I remain the same? Do I change? Chloe's expression softened. You don't lose who you are. But you grow. You become someone that people look up to, not just fear. You create a world where your people are safe, where no one dares to challenge you, where you are revered as a divine existence. Luminous didn't respond immediately. She simply stared at Chloe, her thoughts unreadable. Then, after a long pause, she let out a slow breath. Interesting. That was all she said. But in that single word, Chloe could tell Luminous was thinking about it. And that was enough. Beyond the chamber walls, hidden in the shadows, Aerion's spies listened with rapt attention. The information was, beyond valuable. A future where Luminous ruled over a holy empire. A world where humans and vampires coexisted. A nation under the rule of an unseen god. This was something Aerion himself needed to hear. The spies immediately relayed the information through their magical link. And in the depths of his domain, Aerion smiled. How fascinating. Luminous Valentine was still processing everything Chloe had told her when the young woman dropped yet another revelation. There is someone else who will change the cardinal world in the future, Chloe said, her tone calm yet certain. Luminous raised an eyebrow. Oh. And who might that be? Another god? A forgotten deity? Chloe shook her head. No. He is a slime. A long silence filled the chamber. Then. A slime. Luminous blinked, utterly bewildered. You mean, one of those weak, mindless creatures? The kind that even a child could defeat? Chloe nodded. Yes, a slime. But not just any slime, he will be reincarnated and will become one of the most powerful beings in the world. He will change the cardinal world in ways no one could have imagined. Luminous scoffed. You're joking. A mere slime. How could something so weak become so powerful? Chloe remained composed. Because he will defy the natural order. He will evolve beyond what anyone expects. He will unite nations, protect the weak, and challenge the very gods themselves. He will surpass limits no one thought possible. Luminous leaned back, her mind racing. A slime. Of all things. The idea was absurd, but after everything else Chloe had revealed, she found herself intrigued. What's his name? Chloe smiled. Rimuru. Rimuru Tempest. Luminous tapped her fingers against the armrest, deep in thought. A slime named Rimuru. I'll believe it when I see it. But even as she dismissed the idea, there was a spark of curiosity in her eyes. Far away, Aerion sat in his throne, listening carefully as his spies relayed every word. Rimuru. Tempest. He already knew that name. Veldanava had told him about the reincarnated slime long ago, warning him that he would become a key figure in the future of the world. But now, hearing it firsthand from Chloe, it was different. Aerion leaned back, his gaze cold and calculating. So the future she speaks of is already unfolding. But was I in that future? If not, then this one will be different. His golden eyes narrowed. I think it's time I meet this girl myself. He tapped his fingers against the armrest. But before that, there was another matter to address. Somewhere in a hidden training ground, Veldora roared as he clashed against the primordials. A storm of power erupted as he unleashed a devastating blast, forcing Noir, Blanc, John, and Violet to retreat momentarily. But before he could strike again, a voice echoed in his mind. Veldora. Come to me. Now. Veldora stopped instantly. He knew that voice. It was Aerion. Without hesitation, he left the battlefield, vanishing in a swirl of draconic energy. Moments later, he appeared in Aerion's chamber. Ha ha ha. It must be important if you're calling me in the middle of training. Veldora laughed, crossing his arms. What is it, Aerion? Aerion turned to face him, his expression unreadable. It's about the future. More specifically, about you. Veldora raised an eyebrow. Me. What about me? Aerion's voice was calm but firm. According to a time traveler, in the future, you will attack Rubrios. You will bring destruction to Luminous territory. Veldora's eyes widened. What? Me. Destroy Rubrios. He scoffed. That doesn't sound like something I would do. Aerion narrowed his eyes. And yet, she says it will happen. Veldora frowned, clearly confused. But why would I do that? What reason would I have? Aerion sighed. That's exactly what I intend to find out. But let me make one thing clear, he met Veldora's gaze with unwavering authority. You will not be doing that. Veldora blinked. Then, after a moment, he grinned. Ha. Like I'd let myself be manipulated into something like that anyway. But I do want to know why this future me would do such a thing. Arion nodded. We will find out soon enough. Until then, stay on your guard. The future is not set in stone, but it seems the pieces are already moving. Veldora chuckled. Heh, I never thought I'd be hearing about my own future like this. All right, Arion, I'll be careful. But deep down, even as he laughed, Veldora couldn't shake the uneasy feeling creeping into his mind. Chapter 74, the day of Veldora's supposed attack. Chloe had decided to stay with Luminous Valentine until the foretold attack by Veldora occurred. During this time, Luminous found herself in deep thought. She sat elegantly on her throne, swirling a crystal glass filled with dark red wine as she contemplated the future of her kingdom. The Holy Empire of Rubrios. It had a nice ring to it. For centuries, the vampires had remained isolated, hidden from the world. Their kingdom had thrived in the darkness, but was it enough? A nation grows strong through expansion, influence, and control, she muttered, her golden eyes narrowing. She had always dismissed the idea of ruling humans. They were weak, fickle, and short-lived. But according to Chloe's future knowledge, she had done it, and it had worked. With her decision made, Luminous summoned her two most trusted subordinates, Gunter and Louis. Both men arrived swiftly, kneeling before their queen. Gunter, her loyal strategist, had a calculating gaze behind his glasses. Cold, cunning, and fiercely devoted. Louis, her most powerful general, exuded confidence. Tall, regal, and utterly ruthless when it came to protecting Luminous and their people. My queen, you have summoned us? Gunter asked, his voice smooth and respectful. Luminous placed the wine glass down and crossed her legs elegantly. Yes. I have decided on our future. Louis raised an eyebrow. And what might that be, my lady? Luminous leaned forward, her gaze piercing. We will establish the Holy Empire of Rubrios. A brief silence. Gunter, his sharp mind already calculating the implications. Louis, on the other hand, smirked. An empire. With humans. That is quite unlike you, my queen. Luminous smirked back. I know. And yet, according to someone who has seen the future, this decision will make us stronger. Gunter interlaced his fingers. Interesting, if that's the case, then we should consider the structure. How do you wish to rule? Luminous tapped a delicate yet deadly finger against the armrest. We will allow humans to live under our rule. They will see me as their unseen god, their eternal protector. The vampires will remain at the top, but we will use faith, law, and strength to control them. Louis chuckled. Ah, so rather than ruling by fear, you will have them worship you. Clever. Gunter nodded in approval. If we control their faith, we control their loyalty. It will ensure long-term stability. However, we must carefully select which humans to integrate. Too many, and they may rebel. Too few, and our influence remains weak. Luminous smiled darkly. That is where you two come in. Start making the necessary moves. Choose the humans wisely. We will build an empire where both vampires and humans thrive, under my rule. Louis grinned. It shall be done, my queen. Gunter bowed slightly. I will begin drafting the necessary policies and selecting targets for influence. Unbeknownst to them, Arion's spies had infiltrated deep within Rubrios. They had watched the entire meeting from concealed positions. Every word, every plan, relayed back to Arion. Upon hearing Luminous' decision, Arion smirked. So, she truly intends to establish the Holy Empire. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming with interest. Fine. I shall help her. He then gave a command to his spies. Move in the shadows. Ensure her plans succeed. Guide her without her knowing. Let's see how this Holy Empire of Rubrios truly unfolds. His spies nodded, disappearing into the darkness. With her decision made and her subordinates working to bring it to life, Luminous felt a strange excitement. For the first time in a long while, she was not merely protecting her people, she was expanding, evolving. As she gazed out at the night sky, she whispered to herself. The Holy Empire of Rubrios, let's see what fate has in store. Days later. Luminous Valentine stood at the highest tower of her grand castle, overlooking her city, her golden eyes glowing in the dark. Below her, an army of vampires stood at attention, weapons gleaming under the moonlight, their expressions firm, prepared for the legendary storm dragon's attack. The tension in the air was suffocating. The streets were eerily silent, and only the howling wind echoed through Rubrios. But Veldora was nowhere to be seen. Chloe's heart pounded. This wasn't how it was supposed to happen. She had seen the future. Veldora was supposed to descend upon Rubrios in a storm of destruction. Yet now, there was nothing. Luminous noticed Chloe's unease and turned to her, her expression calm but questioning. What's wrong? You seem troubled. Chloe's hands clenched into fists as she tried to sense Veldora's aura, but no matter how hard she focused, he was not there. Panic crept into her voice. This isn't right. He should have attacked by now. Luminous raised an eyebrow. You're saying you were wrong? Chloe shook her head frantically. No. This is the day. This exact moment. But something must have happened. Something changed. She took a step back, her mind racing. If Veldora never attacked, then what else has changed? Would Rimuru still be reincarnated? Would the future she knew, the future she fought to protect, still happen? Luminous crossed her arms, her sharp mind working through the possibilities. If you're this concerned, what do you plan to do? Chloe took a deep breath, steeling herself. I need to go to the Jura forest. If something has stopped Veldora, I need to find out what it is, ***. Luminous regarded her for a moment, then nodded. Go. But be careful. If the future has changed, then we don't know what else might be different. Chloe turned to leave, but before she could, Luminous placed a hand on her shoulder. If anything goes wrong, come back here. You're under my protection now. Chloe felt warmth in those words. Luminous was cold and calculating, but deep down, she cared. With a small nod, Chloe activated her teleportation magic, vanishing in a flash of light. Far away, deep within the shadows of the cardinal world, Arion stood with his arms crossed, waiting. He had been watching. He knew Chloe would panic. He knew she would go to Jura Forest. And he had prepared for this. As soon as Chloe appeared in Jura, she would find herself walking straight into his domain. A trap had been set. Arion's lips curled into a smirk. Let's see what the girl from the future has to say. Chapter 75, The Rift in Fate, Chloe meets Arion. The moment Chloe vanished in a flash of light, she expected to arrive in the Jura forest, where she would seek out Veldora. But the moment she reappeared, she knew something was wrong. The air was thicker, heavier, ancient. Instead of the lush, green trees of Jura, she found herself standing in a vast, mystical realm that stretched beyond her understanding. The sky was a swirling mass of golden and violet hues, with celestial bodies moving in unnatural ways. Floating black monoliths hovered in the air, inscribed with glowing runes, humming with an otherworldly energy. She had never seen a place like this. Her heart pounded. Where am I? She murmured, her eyes scanning her surroundings. I was supposed to be in Jura. I know I didn't miscalculate the coordinates. Then, a voice rang out, deep and commanding. Indeed, you didn't. But I had other plans. Chloe whipped around, instinctively gripping the hilt of her sword. From the shadows of this surreal world, a figure emerged. A man, tall and imposing, draped in an elegant black cloak, stepped forward. His face was completely hidden beneath the shadow of his hood, but his presence alone sent a chill through Chloe's spine. She couldn't see his face, but she could feel his power. This was no ordinary being. Her instinct screamed danger. Without hesitation, she unsheathed her sword, its radiant blade gleaming as she took a defensive stance. Who are you? Where am I? What do you want? Arion walked forward, unbothered. And then, with the simplest touch of his fingers, he pressed against the edge of her blade. Her sword vanished. It didn't shatter. It didn't fall. It didn't disintegrate. It simply ceased to exist. Chloe's eyes widened in shock. What? She gasped, instinctively jumping back, her entire body on high alert. This was impossible. Not even the strongest magic she had encountered could simply erase a weapon from existence. This man was beyond anything she had ever faced. Relax. Arion's voice was calm, almost amused. I didn't bring you here to harm you. If I had wanted you dead, you wouldn't have even realized it before it happened. Chloe gritted her teeth. He was right. If he could do this with just a touch, then she wouldn't stand a chance in a fight. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay composed. Then why am I here? She asked cautiously. Arion gestured with a flick of his wrist. In an instant, the ground beneath them shifted, transformed. A magnificent golden table materialized in the void, surrounded by floating chairs. Above them, the sky warped, forming a shimmering dome of cascading lights, as if reality itself bent to Arion's will. With another flick of his hand, an assortment of drinks and delicacies appeared, foods Chloe had never seen before, their aroma rich and enticing. Arion sat down gracefully, motioning to the chair opposite him. Sit. Have a drink. Let's talk. Chloe hesitated. She didn't trust him, but he hadn't done anything hostile. And in truth, she had no choice. Cautiously, she sat. Arion poured a shimmering golden liquid into an ornate glass and placed it in front of her. Try it. You might like it. Chloe took the glass, sniffed it cautiously, then took a sip. Her eyes widened. The taste was indescribable. It was unlike anything she had ever had, a perfect blend of sweet, savory, and refreshing, a drink that carried the essence of stars and time itself. Arion smirked, sensing her amazement. Enjoy it. Chloe set the glass down and stared at him. Enough games. What do you want from me? Arion leaned forward, his fingers intertwined. Tell me about the future. The one you came from. Chloe's breath hitched. How do you know about that? Arion chuckled. Come now, girl. You think I wouldn't know? My reach extends further than you realize. I knew the moment you arrived in luminous territory. And I knew what you told her. Chloe's mind raced. Who was this man? She exhaled slowly, her grip on the table tightening. At this point, there was no point in hiding it. All right. She locked eyes with him. I came from the future. Arion nodded, unfazed. And in that future, what happens? Chloe hesitated. Then, she spoke. The world will change. A slime named Rimuru will be reincarnated, and he will become one of the most powerful beings in existence. He will bring balance, reshape the world, and bring peace where there was once endless war. For the first time, Arion was silent. Chloe watched him carefully, but his expression remained unreadable beneath his hood. Then, he laughed softly. A slime, you say? How amusing. Chloe narrowed her eyes. You don't seem surprised. Arion's smirk deepened. I already knew about Rimuru. Chloe's breath caught in her throat. She stared at him, eyes wide with shock. What? How? Arion leaned back, his arms crossed. Veldanava told me. Chloe's heart pounded. Veldanava. The creator himself had known about Rimuru. Did that mean Rimuru's existence was predestined? Or was it something more? Her mind raced with questions, but before she could ask, Arion simply tilted his head and spoke again. Continue. His voice was calm but commanding. It wasn't a request, it was a command, wrapped in an unshakable presence of authority. Chloe hesitated for only a second before nodding. She took a deep breath. Very well. I will tell you what happens next. At first, Tempest was just a small nation, a place where monsters and humans could live together in peace. Rimuru built it with kindness, accepting all who sought shelter. He believed in a future where humans and monsters could coexist. Chloe's expression darkened. But not everyone shared his vision. Arion listened in silence as she continued. The kingdom of Falmouth saw Tempest as a threat. They feared Rimuru's growing power, the unity he brought between species. So, they launched an attack. Her fists tightened. They slaughtered Tempest's people. Burned villages. Killed innocent lives. Arion remained still, but the air around them subtly shifted, as if reality itself reacted to Chloe's words. She looked down at the table, her voice quieter. And then, they killed Rimuru's friends. His people. His family. She exhaled sharply. That was the moment everything changed. Her eyes met Arion's. Rimuru, in his grief, made a choice. He performed a massive summoning and slaughtered 20,000 soldiers from Falmouth. Their deaths fueled an evolution unlike anything seen before. He ascended, and became a true demon lord. Arion's fingers drummed against the table. A single slime, ascending to demon lord status. Interesting. Chloe nodded. After that, he revived his fallen people, reshaped Tempest, and became even stronger. The world took notice. But that was only the beginning. She inhaled deeply. Not long after, the Eastern Empire launched an all-out war against Tempest. They had one of the strongest armies the world had ever seen. Their emperor, Rudra, had ruled for thousands of years, pushing humanity toward conquest. Arion's head tilted slightly. And Chloe's gaze sharpened. Rudra was never truly in control. For the first time, Arion's posture shifted slightly, an almost imperceptible change in his demeanor. Chloe continued, voice unwavering. He was a puppet. Controlled by his own ultimate skill, Michael. Arion's fingers stopped drumming. Michael. He murmured, as if testing the name. Chloe nodded. Michael was an ability that had taken over Rudra's mind. He thought he was ruling, but in truth, his actions were guided by something beyond his control. The Empire waged war under Michael's influence, with plans to conquer the world. But in the end, Rudra died. Arion was silent for a long moment. Then, he finally spoke. And after his death? What became of Michael? Chloe's expression darkened. That's when things got worse. After Rudra's fall, Feldway revealed himself. Arion let out a quiet chuckle. Ah. Feldway. That fool. Chloe narrowed her eyes. You know him. Arion smirked. I know of him. Continue. Chloe nodded, pressing on. Feldway was the true mastermind behind everything. He led an army of angels and sought to resurrect Veldanava. She took a breath, bracing herself. And they planned to control all the true dragons as well. Arion finally leaned forward, his presence intensifying. Chloe could feel the air twist, warp. It was as if the very fabric of this realm responded to his emotions. But his voice remained calm. And how did Rimuru and the demon lords respond? Chloe clenched her fists. They fought. She looked at Arion, her voice filled with conviction. Rimuru and the demon lords stood together against Feldway and the angels. The battle was unlike anything the world had ever seen. Gods and monsters clashed. True dragons raged. It was war on a scale beyond imagination. She hesitated. Then, her next words came, slow and deliberate. And in the end, Rimuru was killed. The moment those words left her lips, the entire world trembled. Or rather, this space trembled. It was subtle, like a ripple across a vast ocean. But Chloe felt it. Arion's aura shifted. The sky dimmed. The very air crackled. Chloe watched him carefully, waiting for his reaction. Finally, after a long silence, Arion let out a slow, deep breath. Then, in a voice calm but absolute, he spoke. That is unacceptable. Chloe's heart skipped a beat. Arion leaned back, his hooded face unreadable. I see now why you are here. Chloe narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? Arion simply smiled. The future you saw is but one possibility. And now that I know of it, perhaps it's time I decide whether it comes to pass. Chloe's blood ran cold. She didn't know if that was a good thing, or something far, far worse. Chapter 76, The Fate of the Future. Chloe felt an unsettling weight in the air, as though every word spoken between them carried the potential to alter everything. She shifted uneasily in her seat, gripping the edge of the table, trying to maintain some semblance of composure, though the chill creeping down her spine betrayed her growing unease. You plan to change the future. Chloe's voice was quieter now, as if speaking too loudly might draw the very attention of fate itself. Arion's smile deepened, though it was devoid of warmth. His cloak rippled slightly, though there was no wind. It was as if reality itself bent under his will. Not change. Adjust. He paused, letting the words linger in the air. The future is ever shifting, Chloe. It is not set in stone. There are always choices, always moments where the tide can be turned. You came from a future where Rimuru's death was inevitable. But it does not have to be. Chloe's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of urgency gripped her chest. Rimuru, a being she had come to admire, was dead in her timeline. Yet, this mysterious man, Arion, seemed to hold the power to rewrite that. Could he truly change it? You would stop him from dying, she asked, her voice trembling with a mix of hope and disbelief. How can you? Arion held up a hand, and suddenly the air around them grew still. A shift, a subtle tension filled the space, as though even time itself paused to listen. I could do many things, Arion said, his voice reverberating, as if the words themselves held immense power. But my involvement will come at a price. The balance between timelines, events, destinies, these things cannot be manipulated without consequences. Chloe's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? A price. Arion's gaze was piercing, almost as if he were looking straight through her, to the very core of her soul. For every life that is saved, for every event that is altered, something else must be given in return. Arion's voice dropped to a whisper, but it carried the weight of an entire cosmos. The universe does not give freely, Chloe. You should know this. You, of all people, understand the cost of tampering with fate. Chloe's mind raced as the implications of his words settled into her consciousness. The price for meddling with fate was always high. She had seen it, felt it, throughout her life. The path of a time mage was fraught with dangers. But this was different. The power Arion spoke of was far beyond anything she had encountered, far beyond what even the most skilled time mages could comprehend. But you want to save Rimuru, she asked, her voice barely a whisper, trying to make sense of the offer laid before her. Arion leaned forward, his eyes glowing faintly from beneath his hood. He gave no direct answer, only a smile that was more chilling than reassuring. I don't simply wish to save Rimuru. I wish to ensure that the future unfolds the way I see fit. Whether or not Rimuru lives is part of the plan, but only one part. Chloe swallowed hard. The air between them thickened, each word from Arion like a hidden trap waiting to spring. The sheer magnitude of this situation was overwhelming. And if I refuse? Chloe found herself asking, her voice steadier than she felt. Arion's expression hardened slightly, though the calm tone in his voice never wavered. Refuse, and you remain bound to the future you came from. Rimuru will die. The timeline will continue on its destructive path. The war will break out in full force. The true dragons will fall, the demon lords will rise, and Rubrios will become a mere shadow of what it could have been. Chloe tensed. The weight of his words hung heavy, but his gaze remained locked on her. It was almost as if he was daring her to make the wrong choice. She had to admit something to herself, she didn't fully trust him. But what choice did she have? If Arion could alter the timeline, prevent Rimuru's death, change the fate of so many, then perhaps she had to take this risk. And if I agree? Chloe asked carefully, her voice softer. Arion's smile returned, but this time it was almost approving. If you agree, we will work together. I will change the future. You will no longer be bound by the events of your timeline. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. But you will walk a path that may lead to something much darker, much more complex than you could ever imagine. Chloe considered his words carefully. She had already seen the horrors of the future, the destruction that awaited. And now, here she was, offered the chance to change it. Could she trust this man, this Arion, who held unimaginable power over time itself? Chloe didn't know if she could trust him, but she had no choice. Her duty to Rimuru, to the people of Tempest, and to the future itself weighed heavily on her. I will work with you, she said finally, her voice steady, but I need to understand more. How do you intend to change the future? What are your plans? Arion stood, his movements fluid and precise. He gave her a nod of approval before making a sweeping gesture with his hand. The air shimmered, and before Chloe could react, a massive projection appeared before them, a hologram of a timeline stretching across the void. It was like staring into a vast ocean, with ripples and distortions as the timeline of the cardinal world unfolded. This is the thread of destiny, Chloe. It is ever-changing, ever-shifting. Arion's voice was grave now, reverberating in the very fabric of the space they occupied. He pointed to the center of the projection, where a glowing sphere pulsed. This is where your future lies. Rimuru's fate. The conflict with Falmouth, the war with the Eastern Empire, the rise of the demon lords, and the death of so many. I can change this, Chloe. But understand that the future will become a web, one that is as fragile as it is complex. Chloe's eyes widened as she saw the paths intertwining. Some glowed brightly, others were shadowed, and yet others seemed to vanish into nothingness. It was overwhelming. And what happens to me? Chloe asked, though she already feared she knew the answer. Arion gave her a cryptic smile. You will be a part of this. You will not remain a mere observer. The threads of fate will intertwine with yours in ways you cannot yet understand. He paused. But remember, once we begin altering the future, there is no going back. The words echoed in her mind as she looked at the shifting threads of fate. She was standing at the edge of a precipice. And Chloe knew that whatever decision she made now would change the world forever. Chloe's mind raced as Arion's words echoed in her ears. Two choices. Her eyes narrowed, both options weighing heavy on her heart. She had come this far, risked everything to be part of a plan she still barely understood, but now, Arion was presenting her with a decision that felt like a final crossroads. His voice, calm and devoid of malice, continued, either you never mention me to anyone, ever again, or I will erase all memories of this meeting from your mind entirely. Chloe then decided. There was no other way. She couldn't back out now, not after everything that had happened. It was clear that Arion had the power to erase her memory if she refused, and that would leave her with nothing, no knowledge, no understanding of the future, and no way to change what was coming. She had no choice but to accept his terms. Her voice, though calm, trembled slightly as she spoke. I will never mention you to anyone. Arion's eyes glowed faintly, as though he'd anticipated this answer. He nodded, his gaze steady and calculating, as if measuring the weight of her words. Good. His voice was like velvet, smooth and dangerous. You've made the right choice, Chloe. Chloe held her ground, despite the unnerving presence of the powerful being in front of her. She refused to show weakness, especially now. But her heart was racing, and her thoughts were a swirl of uncertainty. What had she just agreed to? What was the price of this decision? Arion leaned back slightly, folding his arms in a casual but somehow imposing manner. You understand the consequences, don't you? Yes, I do. Her voice was firmer now, as she looked him in the eyes. But what does this mean for me? For the future. Arion's smile was almost imperceptible, but it didn't reach his eyes. It means you'll have a part to play. He stepped closer, his presence towering over her. You will continue on your path, but you'll carry this secret with you, and only you will know what's coming. Chloe felt the weight of his words settle heavily in her chest. She wasn't just a pawn in someone else's game, she was a player now. But the rules of this game were dangerous, unknown, and twisted. She swallowed, trying to mask the unease gnawing at her insides. And what if I don't? What if I tell someone, she challenged, her voice a little sharper than before. Arion's smile grew slightly, but it was not comforting. You won't. His tone was final, a command wrapped in the certainty of his power. If you do, the consequences won't just erase your memory, they'll erase you. Chloe's breath caught in her throat. She couldn't afford to make that mistake. It wasn't just her life on the line anymore, it was the future, and the very fabric of time itself. I understand. The words came out in a quiet whisper, but there was no question in her voice now. She had made her choice. Arion gave a single nod, as if the matter was settled. He raised his hand, and the air around them shifted, a ripple of energy swirling through the space. He glanced at her with an unreadable expression. Then it's done. Chloe felt a strange, unsettling sensation wash over her, as though something deep within her had been locked away, sealed from the outside world. A silent vow was made, one she couldn't break, one that would keep her bound to Arion's world and his future. You'll return to your time now, Chloe. His voice was almost dismissive now, like the conversation was over. But she could sense the lingering weight of his gaze. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay composed despite the heavy silence that followed his words. And if I try to warn them, tell anyone about you? She asked, needing to hear him confirm it one more time. Arion's eyes darkened, the faintest flicker of menace creeping into his otherwise calm demeanor. I would suggest you don't. Chloe understood then. There was no escape from this pact. She had sealed her fate, and now, there was no turning back. Understood. She stood up, straightening her back, refusing to show any sign of fear or uncertainty. Arion seemed satisfied with her response, as if he were pleased with how she had handled the situation. Good. You've made the right decision. Now, go. Your future awaits, but remember, I'm watching. With that, he snapped his fingers. The air around Chloe shimmered, and before she could react, she felt a sudden rush of movement. The world around her began to distort and shift, like time itself was folding in on her. Goodbye, Chloe. Arion's voice lingered in the air, as though it was woven into the very fabric of the world itself. Chloe's surroundings blurred, and she felt the disorienting sensation of being pulled away, of space and time warping around her. For a split second, she felt as though she were floating in an endless void, until, just as quickly, everything snapped back into focus. She was standing in a familiar place, the cardinal world, her feet planted firmly on the ground. But everything had changed. The weight of her decision, the knowledge of what she had just agreed to, crushed down on her chest. Chloe took a shaky breath, glancing around, trying to ground herself in this reality. She knew that from this moment on, there was no going back. The future was hers to shape, but it would be done in the shadows, alone. Arion's words echoed in her mind, I'm watching. And that was the most terrifying part of all. Chapter 77, The Divine Rule of Luminous/Chloe's Journey as an Adventurer. Luminous made a crucial decision, she would rule Rubrios as an unseen god, a divine figure that the people would worship but never see. Only her closest aides, Gunter and Lewis, would know the truth of her existence. To the world, she would be the eternal deity guiding the Holy Empire, while Lewis would serve as the Pope of the Western Holy Church, acting as her voice and enforcer in the mortal realm. The day of the official announcement arrived, and the grand cathedral in Rubrios was filled with nobles, priests, and warriors. The air was thick with anticipation. Lewis stood before the massive congregation, clad in immaculate white and gold robes, his presence commanding reverence. Behind him, a towering statue of Luminous, crafted from the finest celestial stone, loomed over the people, bathed in a holy glow. Raising his hands, Lewis began his declaration. People of Rubrios. Our faith has been tested, but we stand here today stronger than ever. The time has come for our holy empire to rise under the divine guidance of our eternal goddess, Luminous Valentine. The crowd erupted into cheers, voices crying out in devotion. Lewis continued, though our goddess resides beyond mortal sight, she watches over us all, guiding our hands, blessing our lives. From this day forth, the Western Holy Church shall serve as her will, and I, as her humble servant, shall act in her name as the Pope of this sacred land. The declaration was met with overwhelming acceptance. The idea of a divine ruler, one whose will was absolute and whose existence was unquestionable, solidified the Holy Empire's power over both humans and vampires. Behind the scenes, Gunter and Lewis managed affairs while Luminous pulled the strings from the shadows, ensuring that no rebellion, no rogue faction, and no external force could threaten her rule. With Arion's spies still working in the shadows, eliminating threats before they could arise, the Holy Empire of Rubrios became an unshakable power, a kingdom ruled by an unseen god and her devoted enforcers. While Luminous built her empire, Chloe set out into the world, taking on the identity of an adventurer. It was both a way to explore and to ensure that history remained somewhat on course. Wearing a simple but well-crafted leather outfit and armed with her sword, she registered as an adventurer in a small guild in a border town. The guild receptionist, an older dwarf with a skeptical eye, raised an eyebrow at her. You're just a kid. You sure you want to do this? Chloe smiled. I can handle myself. He grunted and handed her a wooden token. Fine. Bronze rank for now. Prove yourself, and we'll talk about upgrades. She spent months taking on quests, hunting monsters, escorting merchants, and even settling disputes between villages. She fought bandits, slayed rampaging beasts, and saved a few travelers from near-death experiences. The more she worked, the more her name spread, whispers of a mysterious, powerful adventurer who never failed a mission. But no matter where she went, she always felt eyes watching her. Arion's presence lingered in her thoughts. Was he truly watching her every move? Was he guiding events from the shadows? She never let her guard down. One fateful evening, while passing through a small village, Chloe met a young girl named Shizu. Shizu had just survived a terrible attack, her village had been destroyed by monsters, and she was left alone, struggling to survive. Chloe found her sitting by the remains of a burned house, clutching a broken wooden doll. Chloe knelt beside her. Are you hurt? Shizu looked up with tear-streaked eyes but shook her head. Where are your parents? Shizu's small hands trembled around the doll. They didn't make it. Chloe's heart ached. She recognized that pain. She had felt it once, long ago. She extended her hand. Come with me. I'll protect you. Shizu hesitated, then took Chloe's hand. That was the beginning. From then on, Chloe trained Shizu, teaching her swordplay and magic. One afternoon, in a secluded clearing, Chloe observed Shizu's stance. Hold your sword properly. Your grip is too tight. Shizu, now dressed in a simple adventurer's outfit, adjusted her hold. Like this. Chloe nodded. Better. Now, attack me. Shizu took a deep breath and lunged forward, swinging her blade. Chloe easily sidestepped, tapping Shizu's sword with her own, sending it flying. Shizu groaned. You make it look easy. Chloe chuckled, retrieving the sword. Because I've been doing this longer. You'll get there. Again. And so they trained, day after day. Chloe saw potential in the girl. She knew that Shizu had an important role in the future, one that she would need to be strong for. At night, as Shizu slept beside a small campfire, Chloe sat alone, staring at the night sky. She couldn't escape the feeling of Arion's unseen gaze still upon her. She whispered under her breath, "Are you watching me, Arion? Are you shaping the future, even now?" The wind rustled the trees, but there was no answer. Only the silence of the night. Chloe knew one thing for certain. The game was still being played. And she was still just a piece on the board. Chapter 78, The Perfect Game, Arion's Unseen Hand. The Cardinal World had long suffered under the endless, thoughtless war between Guy Crimson, the Demon Lord of Ice, and Rudranam Naska, the Emperor of the Eastern Empire. Both of them played their game, toppling nations, moving armies like chess pieces, and toying with entire civilizations as though they were mere entertainment. For centuries, no one dared to stop them. No one could stop them. Until now. Arion had seen enough. It was time to teach them a small lesson. He would not fight them. He would not confront them. Instead, he would make both of them his pawns. And they would never know. Step 1, planting the seeds of war. Arion knew the truth of manipulation. You don't force people to do what you want. You let them think it was their idea. It started with whispers. Carefully placed. In Rudra's court, the power of a lie. The grand imperial palace stood tall over the Eastern Empire, its golden towers reflecting the rising sun. Within its grand halls, whispers moved faster than the wind. Tonight, Arion's agents played their part. A minor noble, a man who thought himself insignificant, found himself approached by a cloaked figure. The figure placed a sealed document in his hands, its wax emblem carrying the unmistakable mark of an imperial informant. The noble read it. His face went pale. His breath quickened. This can't be. He stammered. The document detailed an alarming claim. Guy Crimson's demons were amassing at the border, preparing to strike. Was it true? It didn't matter. It only had to be believed. Within hours, the document reached Rudra's generals. In Rudra's war room. The room was dimly lit, torches flickering as imperial commanders huddled over a massive war map. Demon forces have been spotted near our western territories, one general stated, his voice cold with calculation. Unacceptable. If we wait, they will strike first. Rudra, the ever-calculating emperor, frowned. He was not a man who acted on impulse. But then, another document appeared. A survivor's report. A soldier, half dead and delirious, claimed that a demon attack had already taken place in a border village. The man had seen his comrades burned alive. He swore by his life that the demons were behind it. What the soldier didn't know was that he had never been attacked. His memories had been carefully rewritten by one of Arion's shadow agents. Rudra's hands clenched into fists. His nation had suffered a demon attack. That was unforgivable. He turned to his generals. Prepare the army. Arion watched from the shadows. Phase 1, complete. In Guy's territory, the demon's wrath. Deep within the frozen fortress of the ice continent, Guy Crimson sat upon his throne. His subordinate Rain and Misery kneeled followed by a demon duke before him, their voices rising in anger. The Empire is planning to strike us first, the demon duke growled. We must act before they do. Guy's crimson eyes burned. And what proof do we have? That was when a sealed letter appeared before him, delivered by a lower-ranking demon, who had intercepted it from a spy. The letter contained imperial orders, signed by Rudra himself, outlining an invasion of demon territory. The signature was flawless. The details were precise. Only one problem, Rudra had never written it. It was a forgery so perfect that even Guy Crimson, the primordial demon lord, believed it. His lips curled into a grin. That arrogant bastard. His aura surged, chilling the very air. If war is what he wants, then war is what he'll get. Arion's spy, hidden in the shadows of the ice palace, smiled. Phase 2, complete. Step 2, the first blow, a war without a cause. Now, it was time for the final push. Arion didn't need to start the war. He only needed them to believe it had already begun. The assassination that never happened. Within Rudra's empire, a powerful imperial general, one of his most trusted men, was found dead in his chambers. His throat had been slit with an unnatural blade, his body frozen solid. The message was clear, Guy Crimson's demons had done this. Of course, no demon had actually been there. The assassin. One of Arion's own shadows. The blade. Infused with magic that mimicked Velzard's ice. Rudra's fury exploded. This was war. The raid that wasn't. At the same time, in the western reaches of Guy's domain, a key demon-controlled part of his enormous castle erupted into flames. The attackers. Imperial soldiers, witnesses claimed. But the truth? The entire event was orchestrated by Arion's spies. No Imperial soldier had actually been there. The survivors were simply made to believe they had seen Rudra's forces. Guy, furious beyond reason, did not hesitate. He mobilized his armies. Step 3, the inevitable war. By the time Guy Crimson and Rudra stood face to face on the battlefield, they were already beyond reason. They did not question. They did not hesitate. They simply hated each other. The sky darkened over the battlefield. On one side, Rudra's imperial army, lined in perfect formation, their banners stretching across the horizon. On the other, Guy's demon legions, the air around them crackling with malevolent energy. Rudra's gaze burned with cold fury. You killed my general. Guy's lips curled into a snarl. And you burned my castle. Neither knew that neither crime had truly been committed. But they believed it. That was all that mattered. A single breath passed. Then, the world erupted into war. Far away, hidden in the deepest shadows, Arion watched. Neither Guy nor Rudra would ever know that they had been led here, not by fate, not by strategy, but by whispers and manipulation carefully placed in their ears. This was Arion's true power. The perfect war was not one created by brute force. It was one where both sides willingly destroyed themselves, believing they had no choice. It had always been Arion's game. And he had already won. Yet, despite their immense power, the battle did not have a clear victor. Both sides continued to push forward, neither willing to surrender. But as the bodies piled up, the weight of the carnage became undeniable. Rudra's forces, though vast, were dwindling. Guy's demonic army, though powerful, could not sustain endless losses. The sheer scale of death and destruction finally forced both rulers to pause. A moment of silence stretched between them, as they stood among the corpses of their fallen warriors. Enough. Rudra's voice was heavy, not with defeat, but with realization. Guy exhaled, shaking his head. Took you long enough to see the obvious. He turned, surveying the battlefield. What a waste. They both knew it, neither could truly win without obliterating everything in their path. This was no longer war, it was senseless slaughter. Arion. Cloaked in shadows, his glowing eyes pierced through the void, watching as the two most powerful rulers of the age finally stopped their pointless war. A slow, knowing smile crept onto his lips. That will teach them. This was exactly as he had planned, to force both sides into a brutal conflict so devastating that they would be forced to reconsider their ambitions. Arion chuckled softly. Even the mightiest kings need to learn that power without restraint leads only to ruin. The game was moving exactly as he intended. And soon, the true lesson would begin. Chapter 79, The City of Eternal Night, a realm unlike any other. While war and chaos raged across the world, the City of Eternal Night stood as a beacon of something entirely different: progress, power, and an unshakable sense of purpose. Unlike the war-torn lands beyond its borders, this magnificent city thrived. Grand buildings lined the streets, illuminated by ethereal lanterns casting an otherworldly glow. The air vibrated with life, music, laughter, and the occasional clash of training warriors. In this city, Arion's shadow army continued to evolve, refining their strength, pushing past limits that once bound them. Diablo, Testarossa, Carrera, and Ultima had also been growing exponentially in power. Every battle, every mission, every moment they spent training only honed their already terrifying abilities. And then there was Veldora. No longer just the reckless storm dragon, he had matured, still wild at heart but with a sharper mind, a deeper understanding of the world, and a thirst for battle that only grew stronger. But when they weren't training or executing missions, life in the City of Eternal Night was nothing short of spectacular. The city's main plaza was alive tonight. Restaurants were packed, laughter and clinking glasses filling the air. Street performers played music, and beautifully dressed citizens danced beneath the night sky. At the heart of it all, in a private rooftop terrace overlooking the city, Arion sat surrounded by his closest subordinates, Diablo, Testarossa, Carrera, Ultima, and Veldora. The long table before them was filled with an extravagant feast, succulent meats, rare wines, exotic desserts that shimmered under the moonlight. Arion, tall, breathtakingly handsome, with piercing white hair and an aura that commanded attention without even trying, leaned back in his chair, swirling a drink in his hand. His smile, effortless, knowing, powerful, was enough to make hearts race. Carrera smirked, resting her chin in her palm. You know, Arion, this city is something else. It's nothing like the outside world. Ultima, seated beside her, nodded enthusiastically. Yeah. Out there, people are fighting and dying like idiots. But here, we're thriving. You really built something amazing. Arion chuckled, his voice smooth, deep, and mesmerizing. Well, of course. Unlike the rest of the world, I actually know what I'm doing. He glanced at Diablo, who was sipping his wine calmly. Wouldn't you agree, Diablo? Diablo gave a knowing smirk, his golden eyes gleaming. Indeed. Your vision, my lord, is unparalleled. Even the demon lords could never hope to replicate what you've created here. Testarossa, usually composed, found herself stealing glances at Arion. She wasn't sure when it started, but something about him, the way he carried himself, the sheer majesty in his presence, made her heart race in a way she didn't quite understand. Carrera and Ultima, however, had already realized their own feelings. They hid it well, but the way they leaned in closer when he spoke, how their eyes lingered on him, the way they smiled just a little too much in his presence, it was obvious. But Arion, ever the enigma, seemed unbothered. Or maybe he knew, and just enjoyed watching them squirm. As the night went on, the group moved inside to a lavish lounge where a game of high-stakes cards was about to begin. Arion shuffled the deck with perfect, fluid movements. Veldora grinned, cracking his knuckles. Ha! I hope you're ready, because tonight's the night I finally beat you, Arion. Ultima giggled. You say that every time, and every time, you lose. Carrera smirked, twirling a dagger in her fingers. Why do we even play? We all know Arion is going to win. Arion smirked as he dealt the cards with flawless precision. Oh. And what if I lose tonight? Testarossa leaned in, a rare, playful glint in her crimson eyes. Then we each get to ask you for one favor. No matter what it is. Silence. A wicked smirk tugged at the corner of Arion's lips. Interesting. All right, I accept. Diablo chuckled darkly. This should be entertaining. And so the game began. Cards were played, tension built, drinks were poured, and laughter echoed through the lounge. One by one, players fell. Veldora folded first, then Ultima, then Carrera. In the final round, only Testarossa and Arion remained. Testarossa narrowed her eyes. Show your hand, Arion. Arion smirked, his aura practically glowing as he placed his cards down with effortless confidence. A royal flush. Testarossa sighed, leaning back. TCH. I should have known. Arion chuckled, collecting his winnings. Maybe next time. Ultima pouted. Ugh, now we don't get to make you do whatever we want. Carrera crossed her arms. I already had plans for my wish. Arion raised an eyebrow. Oh. And what, exactly, were you going to ask for? Carrera smirked but said nothing, just holding his gaze for a little too long. Arion just laughed. Better luck next time, ladies. And so the night continued, filled with games, laughter, and the unshakable feeling that, no matter what happened in the world outside, here in the city of eternal night, they were untouchable. Chapter 80, The Cardinal World Evolves, The Rise of Heroes and Demon Lords. The years passed, and the world changed. Shizu had finally mastered her sword skills, her blade moving with a grace and power that few could match. She had become a force to be reckoned with, an inspiration to those who wielded a sword. But fate had plans for her beyond mastery. One day, Hinata Sakaguchi appeared. Hinata was young, brash, but incredibly talented. She had a sharp mind and an even sharper blade. Shizu saw herself in the girl, and despite Hinata's sometimes overconfident nature, she decided to train her. One morning, in a clearing deep within the forest, their swords clashed at blinding speed. Shizu smirked. You're fast, but you leave your left side open. Hinata, sweating, quickly corrected her stance. TCH. You won't catch me with that again. Shizu vanished, reappearing behind Hinata in an instant. Won't I? A blade stopped an inch from Hinata's neck. Hinata froze. Damn it. Shizu laughed, stepping back. You've got the talent, Hinata. But talent alone won't save you. Hinata exhaled, gripping her sword tighter. She wouldn't lose again. Years passed, and Hinata became one of the strongest swordswomen in the world. She would eventually find her place as the leader of Luminous Valentine's Nights. While Shizu trained heroes, Guy Crimson had different plans. He was growing bored of ruling alone. So he decided to expand the ranks of the Demon Lords. Luminous Valentine, Draggle, and eventually, Leon Cromwell. Leon Cromwell had always been powerful. But becoming a true hero, that was something else entirely. His moment came in battle. A village was under siege by a rampaging calamity-class beast, a creature of destruction born from the chaos of magic gone wrong. Lightning crackled in the sky as Leon faced it alone. The beast roared, lunging at him with enough force to shatter mountains. But Leon stood firm, sword glowing with golden light. Boom. The moment their clash erupted, the sky split apart with an explosion of electricity. Leon gritted his teeth. You're strong. But I'm stronger. With a single slash, he cut through the beast like lightning tearing through the night. A golden aura surrounded him as his power ascended to a new realm. The world acknowledged him. The voice of the world echoed. Leon Cromwell has awakened as a true hero, lightning hero. He stood there, victorious, bathed in golden light. But his journey wasn't over. Not long after, Leon encountered Kazalim, an arrogant and cruel demon lord who ruled through fear. Kazalim sneered. You. A mere human. You think you can challenge me? Leon didn't even flinch. I'm not a mere human anymore. The fight was explosive. Kazalim hurled waves of dark energy, each one capable of leveling a city. Leon dodged effortlessly, his speed now beyond mortal comprehension. Then, in an instant, he was behind Kazalim. Lightning surged through his blade. You're done. A single thunderous slash, and Kazalim was no more. The world acknowledged his feat, Leon Cromwell, now a demon lord. Guy Crimson, hearing of this, recruited Leon into the demon lord's ranks. Leon, ever the lone wolf, hesitated. Guy smirked. Come on, Leon. We need someone with actual class in our ranks. Leon sighed. Fine. Just don't expect me to join your tea parties. Dino had waited centuries for Veldanava's revival. But nothing happened. His patience snapped. In a moment of rage, Dino eradicated an entire town. He stared at the ruins, breathing heavily, power surging through him. He had evolved. But as he looked at the destruction, he felt nothing. Then, he heard footsteps. Diablo. Testarossa. Carrera. Ultima. The four primordials, sent by Arion himself. Diablo grinned, golden eyes glowing. Dino, what have you done? Ultima giggled. Oh, you're in trouble. Carrera cracked her knuckles. We have been told not to kill you, but no one said we couldn't break you. Dino barely had time to react. Testarossa moved first, a blur of speed. Smash. Dino was sent flying through 5 mountains. As he tried to stand, Diablo appeared behind him, whispering that was just the warm-up. For the next hour, Dino was subjected to the most humiliating beating in history, ***. He was punched, kicked, blasted, thrown into the sky, slammed into the ground, electrocuted, melted, frozen, ***. By the end, he lay in a crater, twitching. Carrera crouched next to him, patting his cheek. Still alive. Good. Lesson learned. Dino groaned. I hate you guys. Ultima beamed. Ah, we love you too. They left him there, his pride in shambles. Eventually, after recovering, Dino was forced to join the Demon Lords. With new heroes, new Demon Lords, and hidden forces working in the shadows, the world was moving toward an uncertain future. And in the City of Eternal Night, Arion watched it all, smiling. Everything is going exactly as I planned. _______. In the City of Eternal Night, where the world's shadows converged, Arion sat upon his throne of twilight, a glass of deep crimson wine in his hand. The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by the faint glow of magical artifacts lining the walls. A shadow flickered before him, kneeling, a spy from his vast network. My lord, we have received intelligence on a rather promising individual. Arion took a slow sip of his wine, his piercing silver eyes gleaming with curiosity. Go on. The spy continued. A young man named Yuki Kagurazaka. He possesses intelligence far beyond his years, a natural charisma that draws others to his cause. He is strong, dangerously so. But more importantly, he is a dreamer. Arion raised an eyebrow. A dreamer? Yes, my lord. His ideals are naive yet strangely infectious. He believes in changing the world, in making it a better place for all. His unwavering drive, combined with his genius-level capabilities, has made people believe that he can turn those ideals into reality. Arion leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand. Confidence, ambition, the ability to inspire others. He shines like a star, then. The spy nodded. Exactly, my lord. If he leads, people will follow. Arion tapped his finger against the armrest of his throne. A man like that could be incredibly useful. What else? He asked, his voice calm but commanding. The spy hesitated for a moment before continuing. He has already begun building influence. He is well connected in both the Western nations and the Eastern Empire. If left unchecked, his power and influence could rival even that of established rulers. Arion smirked. Interesting. So, he could be the perfect puppet to control both the East and the West through our guild. The spy, however, took a deep breath before delivering the next part of his report. There is one problem, my lord. Arion's eyes narrowed. Speak. Yuki possesses an anti-skill ability. Any attempt to control him through magic, skills, or curses would be rendered useless. The room fell silent. For a long moment, Arion said nothing. He simply stared into his glass, swirling the wine slowly. Then, a soft chuckle escaped his lips, low, amused, almost sinister. An anti-skill ability, you say? He took another sip of his wine, then set the glass down. That just makes this more entertaining. Arion leaned back, his silver hair catching the dim light as he smirked. I will take care of it myself. Chapter 81, the day Yuki lost his freedom without knowing it. The day had started like any other for Yuki Kagarazaka. He walked through the bustling streets, a bright smile on his face, radiating boundless energy. His mind buzzed with plans, ways to expand his strategies to bring peace and unity to the world. With his usual enthusiasm, he strode toward a government building, ready for another negotiation. People greeted him with admiration, some whispering about his charisma, others about how his dreams seemed almost too idealistic to be real. And then, everything changed. In an instant, the world around him vanished. Yuki blinked. One moment he was on a stone-paved street, the next, he was standing in an endless void, a swirling expanse of black and crimson mist. A realm without time, without space, without logic. His instincts screamed danger. His body tensed. His mind, trained for battle, immediately prepared for an attack. But then, it hit him. A pressure unlike anything he had ever felt before. A crushing force descended upon him, like the weight of an entire universe pressing down. His breath caught in his throat. His legs buckled, and no matter how much he fought back, he collapsed onto his knees. A voice, smooth yet commanding, echoed through the void. Welcome, Yuki. Yuki gritted his teeth. Who's there? Show yourself. He tried to move, but his body wouldn't obey. He tried to activate his skills, but they failed to respond. It was as if everything that made him special, everything that made him powerful, had been stripped away. And then, he saw him. A figure shrouded in a dark cloak, his face obscured, yet his presence dominated the space. This was no ordinary person. Yuki's entire being screamed in warning. This was a being far beyond his comprehension. The cloaked figure stepped forward, his very movement making the air itself tremble. You will be useful to me, Yuki, the voice declared, calm yet absolute. From now on, you will serve me. Yuki's eyes widened. What? Like hell I will. The figure ignored him. You will be my invisible hand, controlling the west and the east. The leader of my already established guild. You will move the world according to my will. Yuki tried to speak, tried to retort, but his lips refused to move. Panic set in. His body, his will, his thoughts, none of it was his own anymore. Let me go. Yuki screamed in his mind, but his voice never reached the air. He summoned every ounce of his power, every skill, every technique he had learned, all useless. The figure moved closer, his unseen gaze piercing through Yuki's very soul. Then, he lifted a single finger. A dark, invisible force seeped into Yuki's very being. A spell. A spell that he would never know existed. A spell so deeply embedded that even if Yuki searched for it, he would never find it. From this moment onward, Yuki Kagarazaka would believe he was still free. He would believe that every decision he made was his own. He would continue to chase his dreams, form alliances, build power, all thinking it was for his own vision. But in reality, every thought, every choice, every word he spoke, would be orchestrated by Arion. And he would never even suspect it. The cloaked figure tilted his head, as if amused by the irony. Then, with a snap of his fingers, Yuki was back. Standing where he had been moments before, in the middle of the bustling city, as if nothing had happened. He blinked. Had he just zoned out? Shaking his head, he dismissed the strange feeling and continued walking, his mind filled with grand ideas and ambitions. All while, in the city of eternal night, Arion sat upon his throne, a smile playing on his lips. Yuki Kagarazaka, his brightest pawn. And he would never even know it. With Yuki Kagarazaka now at the helm of the Free Guild, things began shifting rapidly across the Western nations and the Eastern Empire. His vision for the world remained the same, peace through control, unity through strategy. What no one realized, not even Yuki himself, was that his every move, every thought, was subtly orchestrated by Arion. It wasn't long before Yuki sought to expand his influence. To maintain his hold on both information and power, he devised the creation of a secret organization, one that operated in the shadows, unseen and untraceable. A group that could be hired for any job, but would always abide by a singular, unbreakable rule. Never betray your comrades or clients. Thus, the moderate Harlequin Alliance was born. A mercenary, espionage, and assassination network disguised under an elaborate, almost comical aesthetic. A band of masked clowns, each hiding their own secrets, their own vendettas. The founding members of the moderate Harlequin Alliance. Kigali, formerly Kazalim, the true leader, operating under the guise of an eccentric strategist. Once the demon Lord Kazalim, he was killed by Leon Cromwell, only to survive by transferring his astral essence into a new homunculus body. Now, as Kigali, he hides in the shadows, plotting revenge against the one who took everything from him. Laplace, the carefree yet deadly fighter, a master of deceit and manipulation. He acts as the cheerful yet unpredictable wild card, but behind his grin lies a sharp mind that sees opportunities in chaos. Clayman, the elegant and cunning schemer. With his ability to manipulate and control others, he was the perfect candidate to infiltrate the Demon Lord Council. While he acted weak, submissive, and polite in front of the other demon lords, his true nature was that of a calculating manipulator. Footman, the brute force of the group, a massive, armored figure with childlike glee for destruction. Beneath his heavy clown mask, he is a sadist who enjoys toying with his enemies. Tyr, a beautiful yet utterly ruthless harlequin, known for her merciless efficiency. While she laughs and plays, her combat prowess is nothing short of monstrous. Her love for violence rivals Footman's, making them a dangerous pair. Each member wore a mask, a symbol of their anonymity and allegiance. Each member had their own past, their own grudges, but they were united under one cause. Using his powers of manipulation and his ability to act like a pathetic, weak-willed noble, Clayman was able to weasel his way into the Demon Lord Council. He played the role of a timid and obedient demon lord, ensuring that no one saw him as a threat. But behind the scenes, he was building his own power, turning lesser demons and nobles into his puppets, expanding his influence within the demon lords. However, despite his growing power, there was one thorn in his side. Leon Cromwell. The very men who killed Kazalim. And Kazalim, now Kigali, had not forgotten. The entire moderate Harlequin alliance harbored a deep grudge against Leon. Kazalim, Clayman, and the rest all waited patiently, preparing for the day they would finally get their revenge. Little did they know, Arion watched from the shadows, smiling. He had orchestrated Yuki's rise. He had let the Harlequin alliance form. And soon, they too would become nothing more than pawns in his game. During the years, the Demon Lord Council saw the rise of two new members, Fry and Carrion. Frey's ascension was marked by the traditions and brutal customs of her harpy race. She had been born alongside an older twin sister, Nazim, a rare event that shook their people. Both possessed immense latent power, but where Fry was refined and disciplined, Nazim was untamed and dangerously powerful, a mutant unlike any harpy before her. Despite Nazim's raw strength, the elders of their race decreed that only one could be the queen. And so, a harsh decision was made, Nazim was banished. Stripped of her birthright and cast into exile, she vanished from the world, her fate unknown. Fry, though conflicted, accepted her role as queen, using her power and intellect to lead her people to greater heights. Her strength and leadership eventually earned her a place among the demon lords, standing alongside the most powerful beings in existence. The other new addition to the council was Carrion, the proud leader of the Beastmen. His path to becoming a demon lord was paved with battles, alliances, and sheer force of will. Through the recommendation of Kazalim and Malim, Carrion was granted his seat, solidifying the growing power of the council. With their ranks strengthened, the balance of power in the world shifted once more. Chapter 82, The Demon Lord's Reckoning, Guy Crimson vs. The Primordials. The Cardinal world had long been a battlefield of egos and power struggles. Guy Crimson and Rudra continued their endless game, a battle waged across centuries, moving pieces, shaping nations, and testing their might against one another. But to Arion, this was becoming a nuisance. Despite Guy's status as the oldest demon lord and one of the most powerful beings in existence, he had a bad habit, a cruel amusement of sending his demons to terrorize nations, causing destruction, fear, and unnecessary bloodshed. What was once just a scare tactic had escalated into mindless carnage. This infuriated Arion. And he had decided, it was time to put an end to it. Arion stood in the grand throne room of the City of Eternal Night, his presence alone casting an ominous weight in the air. His white hair shimmered like the moon, his majestic aura suffocating yet beautiful, and his eyes glowed with an unfathomable depth of power. The air was thick with an unexplainable darkness, a reality-shattering force that bent to his very will. Before him stood his most trusted and deadliest warriors, Diablo, Testarossa, Carrera, and Ultima. The Primordials, the greatest of demonkind, had long followed Arion, serving him as generals, enforcers, and executioners. They had waged wars, destroyed civilizations, and conquered countless realms in his name. But today, their mission was different. Today, they were to eliminate Guy Crimson. A moment of silence lingered as Arion spoke, his voice calm but absolute. Guy has crossed the line. His words echoed across the throne room. He has become a nuisance. His endless games and reckless destruction irritate me. He must be removed. The Primordials exchanged glances, surprised but thrilled at the same time. Guy Crimson, the so-called strongest demon lord, was finally going to pay for his arrogance. Diablo, ever the devoted and cunning strategist, grinned darkly. My lord, do you wish for us to end him swiftly or should we make him suffer? Testarossa flicked her hair, a cold smirk forming on her lips. It's been a while since we had a proper challenge. I wouldn't mind breaking him piece by piece. Carrera, the most battle-hungry, cracked her knuckles, excitement flashing in her golden eyes. Oh, this is gonna be fun. I'll blast him to bits and scatter his remains across dimensions. Ultima giggled, her voice sickeningly sweet yet filled with malice. I wonder if he'll scream. Maybe we should take our time and see how much he can endure. Arion raised his hand, silencing them. This battle will not take place in the cardinal world. His gaze darkened. A fight of this scale would shatter continents. I will transport him to my personal dimension. There, you will go all out. The primordials let out grins of anticipation. It was time. Far away, in the ice continent, Guy Crimson sat on his grand balcony, wine in hand, his posture relaxed. Across from him, Velzard, his beloved elder true dragon sister, sat with her own glass, the two enjoying a quiet evening. You know, Guy, Velzard mused, swirling her wine. You really do cause too much trouble. You don't think your little games will get you into serious trouble one day? Guy chuckled, his crimson eyes gleaming with mischief. Trouble? Please. Who in their right mind would dare go against me? And then, everything changed. Without warning, a suffocating force wrapped around Guy's very existence. The world around him twisted and shattered, his surroundings melting like illusions. Velzard's voice called out in alarm, but it was already too late. Guy Crimson had vanished. Guy opened his eyes, and the landscape before him was unrecognizable. A vast, endless void of swirling galaxies and shattered realities stretched around him. Floating black towers pierced the sky, pulsating with an eerie crimson glow. The ground was an obsidian battlefield, forged from the remnants of fallen dimensions. Where the hell am I? Guy muttered, trying to teleport back, but he couldn't. Something blocked him. Then, a voice, deep, omnipresent, powerful beyond comprehension. Guy Crimson. You have crossed the line. Guy snapped his head up, eyes narrowing. Who the hell are you? Show yourself. Then, shadows moved. One by one, they stepped into the light. First, Diablo, his signature grin twisting with anticipation, his golden eyes gleaming like a predator sizing up his prey. Then, Testarossa, her ice-cold beauty masking a killing intent so intense it could freeze time itself. Next, Carrera, already cracking her fingers, electric sparks dancing around her as she struggled to contain her excitement. And finally, Ultima, innocent-looking yet horrifying, her energy pulsating with raw, chaotic destruction. Guy smirked. Oh. So, the primordials are here to fight me. He crossed his arms, exuding confidence. I don't know who sent you, but I hope you realize, you're all out of your depth. Diablo chuckled. Oh, Guy. He whispered, stepping forward. You have no idea how much we've evolved. Testarossa's eyes glowed. You were once the pinnacle of power, but now. You're nothing but a relic of the past. Carrera sneered. I hope you scream, Crimson. I really do. Ultima giggled. Let's see how long you last, shall we? And then. The battle began. Guy barely had time to react as Diablo blurred forward, striking with a force that shattered the very fabric of space. Boom. Guy blocked the attack, but Testarossa followed up instantly, a slash of white-hot energy cutting across the battlefield. Carrera unleashed a barrage of annihilation blasts, the very essence of destruction tearing through Guy's barriers like paper. Ultima, laughing maniacally, flooded the realm with a sea of purple flames, warping reality itself. For the first time in centuries, Guy felt overwhelmed. His body burned, his barriers cracked, and for the first time, he realized. They're stronger than. And above them, watching with a smile, was Arion, his plan unfolding perfectly. ______. The Crimson Execution, the fall of Guy Crimson. The void of shattered dimensions trembled, its very fabric torn apart as Guy Crimson clashed against four of the deadliest beings in existence. This was no ordinary battle. This was an execution. And yet, Guy did not yield. His crimson hair whipped wildly in the chaotic winds, his golden eyes burning with fury. He gripped his sword tightly, the legendary Crimson Moon, a blade forged from the essence of destruction itself. The strongest demon lord would not go down without a fight. But this time, he was not fighting mindless demons or arrogant challengers. He was facing Diablo, Testarossa, Carrera, and Ultima, four primordials trained by Arion himself. This was different. This was war. The primordials moved like shadows, not attacking all at once but weaving through space, appearing and disappearing in an intricate dance of death. They didn't fight like before. Their old battles had been filled with pure destruction, overwhelming force, and arrogant displays of power. Now. Every move was calculated. Every strike had the intention to kill. Every attack was a death sentence. Arion had forged them into assassins. A flicker, Diablo vanished. Then. Slash. Guy barely parried a black dagger laced with abyssal flames, Diablo's attack cutting across his side faster than sound itself. The pain barely registered before. Boom. Testarossa materialized behind him, her blade wreathed in frozen destruction, slashing upward in a perfect arc. Blood sprayed into the void. Guy growled, twisting midair, but before he could counter, Carrera was already above him. Too slow, Crimson. She thrust her palm forward, an orb of golden annihilation forming in an instant. Guy's instincts screamed, this attack would erase him from existence. With no time to dodge, he swung Crimson Moon downward, unleashing a crimson shockwave so powerful it split the entire battlefield in half. Boom. The blast collided with Carrera's energy, but Ultima had already moved. Her delicate fingers traced a sigil in the air, a vortex of dark matter blooming behind Guy. A trap. Too late. The vortex sucked him in, distorting space. For a split second, he lost control of his movement. And Diablo struck. A black spear materialized in his hands. You're getting predictable, Guy. Schleich. The spear punched through Guy's left shoulder, bursting out the other side. Grah. Guy roared, his aura flaring like an inferno. With a violent twist, he shattered the vortex's hold, ripping the spear out and countering in one motion. Enough. A single swing of Crimson Moon. The entire battlefield cracked. A colossal crimson shockwave erupted outward, twisting like a serpent of destruction, forcing the primordials back. Guy landed on the floating remains of a broken tower, panting. His wounds already regenerating. You bastards think I'll go down so easily? He smirked, licking his lips. Let's see how you handle this. His golden eyes flashed, his aura twisting. And then, it happened. A dark pure golden light formed above his head. His body pulsed with a powerful energy. Ultimate skill, Lucifer, Lord of Pride. The battlefield shook violently. Lucifer, the ability to analyze, copy, and perfect any skill he witnessed. And he was going to steal theirs. Heh. I'll take everything from you and use it against you. His eyes locked onto Diablo, attempting to copy his movement. Then, Arion's voice echoed from above. No. A force beyond comprehension struck Guy's soul. Crack. His body seized, his skill faltering. His mind reeled in horror. What? You will not copy them, Arion's voice declared. I will not allow it. For the first time in centuries, Guy felt true fear. His ultimate skill was rendered useless. TCH, then I'll just kill you all the old-fashioned way. Guy dashed forward. Faster than light. His sword became a blur, the crimson moon flashing with unstoppable fury. Diablo met him midair, their blades clashing in a flurry so fast it tore apart space itself. Slash, clang, boom. Testarossa weaved around the chaos, her sword striking from blind angles, forcing Guy to keep up. Carrera hovered above, her hands glowing with pure destruction magic, raining down pulses of annihilation. Ultima warped through shadows, striking when Guy least expected it, her attacks leaving deep gashes across his body. Every second, Guy was being pushed further and further back. He was losing. Enough. Guy unleashed everything. A single slash so powerful it severed the very concept of reality. The primordials dodged, except one. Carrera stood her ground, grinning wildly. Come at me, Crimson. Her hands pushed forward. A golden sphere of annihilation formed in her palms. The very concept of existence collapsed around it. Final judgment. Guy's crimson moon clashed with the sphere. Boom. The entire dimension trembled. The light swallowed everything. Silence. When the dust settled, Guy Crimson fell. His body broken, bloodied, and drained of strength. Diablo stood over him, his golden eyes filled with amusement. You were strong, Guy, but we were better. Testarossa knelt beside him, whispering. This is the end, Crimson King. Carrera laughed, wiping blood from her face. Damn, that was fun. Ultima giggled, nudging his body. He's still alive. Should we finish him? Above them, Arion watched with satisfaction. The execution was over. The strongest demon lord had fallen. Ultima crouched beside Guy's broken body, her violet eyes glowing with sadistic glee. The strongest demon lord, now at her mercy. Tisk, TSK. You had a good run, Crimson. She raised her hand, fingers glowing with pure annihilation magic, power that didn't just kill, but erased the very concept of existence. But all things must end. Guy's golden eyes flickered weakly, his smirk barely holding as blood dripped from his lips. Guess I finally lost. Ultima's expression twisted into a grin. Damn right you did. And now? With a single motion, she plunged her hand into his chest, gripping his core. Guy grunted, but there was no strength left to resist. Ultima's magic surged. A violent purple-black light consumed his body, his very essence unraveling. Goodbye, Crimson King. SHHHHHHHHK. With a final, devastating burst of pure erasure, Guy Crimson disintegrated. His soul shattered. His existence erased. The Crimson King was no more. The battlefield fell silent. Diablo, Testarossa, Carrera, and Ultima stood in the aftermath, watching as the last traces of Guy's existence vanished into the void. That was easier than I expected, Carrera muttered, cracking her neck. He put up a fight, Diablo countered, his golden eyes gleaming. But in the end, he was outmatched. Ultima giggled, wiping blood from her hands. At that, Arion finally spoke. He will resurrect. The primordials turned to him, their expressions shifting. Wait, what? Testarossa narrowed her eyes. You're letting him come back? Arion's gaze was cold, absolute. I could prevent it. I could erase him completely. But I won't. He will return in a few hundred years, weakened, changed. And when he does, he will remember this day. The words carried weight. This wasn't mercy. This was a lesson. A punishment. A warning. Guy would return, but things would never be the same. When that day came, the world would be different. And he would finally understand. Chapter 83, Velzard's first encounter with Arion. Velzard sat alone on the balcony, the wine glass resting between her fingers. The moonlight bathed her in an ethereal glow, the ice dragon's elegant form radiating an aura of majestic indifference. But her brows furrowed slightly, annoyance flickering in her ice-blue eyes. That bastard demon. She muttered under her breath, swirling the wine in her glass. Guy had just vanished. No explanation. No warning. One moment he was beside her, and the next, gone. What kind of nonsense is this? She took a sip, but then. The atmosphere changed. A subtle shift in reality. Not cold, not warm, but something new. Velzard's entire being tingled with awareness. Her instincts screamed something was off. Even though she was still seated, the world felt different. Then. A hand touched her shoulder. Soft. Confident. Effortless. A touch that sent a shiver down even her spine. Velzard jumped, turning swiftly, expecting Guy. But it wasn't him. It was someone else. Someone she had never seen before. And when her ice-blue eyes locked onto him, she froze. Before her stood a man. No, something more than a man. A being of absolute perfection. Tall, graceful, radiating an aura of unshakable supremacy. His features were impossibly refined, almost unreal. Velzard had seen many beautiful creatures in her long existence. But this was different. Her breath hitched. She had never seen a man more handsome. No, not even Veldanava, her own elder brother. His golden eyes gleamed with a calm, knowing amusement, as if he could see every thought racing through her mind. A smile touched his lips. A smile that felt dangerous. Velzard. His voice was smooth, deep, and perfect. Her face burned. She never blushed. Never. She wanted to speak, to demand who he was, what he wanted. But her throat tightened. Her heart pounded. She was still processing what she was seeing. For the first time in her existence. The ice dragon was at a loss for words. Arion sat down gracefully, his movements smooth, deliberate, effortlessly commanding. The moonlight reflected off his flawless form, making him look almost ethereal, as if he was something beyond reality itself. He leaned back slightly, eyes never leaving her, and spoke in a calm, velvety tone. Hello, Velzard. I believe this is the first time we are meeting officially. His voice carried an undeniable authority, yet there was warmth in it, like a ruler addressing someone special. Velzard's mind raced. Officially. Had they met before? She narrowed her ice-blue eyes, trying to place his presence. Then, she remembered. That energy. The unseen force that had intervened when Guy faced Malim. The unfathomable pressure she sensed when they fought Ivaraj. Her lips parted slightly as realization hit her like a storm. So, it was you. She didn't need to ask. She already knew. Velzard, now composed, crossed her legs and folded her arms, regaining her usual regal demeanor. Her voice, once hesitant, now held confidence. Who are you? Her gaze hardened, attempting to mask the lingering flustered feeling inside her. And it is rude to just barge in without being invited. She expected intimidation, or at least an arrogant response. But instead, Arion simply chuckled. A deep, amused chuckle. It was low, smooth, dangerously mesmerizing. His golden eyes gleamed as he tilted his head slightly, watching her with quiet amusement. Then he spoke, words that sent Velzard's mind spiraling. Indeed, Velzard. You are very cute when you're blushing. Velzard's entire body stiffened. Her eyes widened slightly, the words hitting her like a spell she wasn't prepared for. No. I'm not blushing. Her voice wavered, damn it. She wasn't used to this. Was this embarrassment? Fluster? Velzard, one of the primal dragons, a being feared and respected across the world, was now fumbling over her own words. Before she could regain control, Arion moved. Effortless. Smooth. His hand reached out, fingers brushing through her long, silky blue hair. A gentle caress. Not rushed. Not forceful. Just, natural. Velzard's breath hitched. She felt the warmth of his touch, the contrast to her naturally cold body. No one had ever touched her like this. Not even Guy. You have very beautiful hair. His voice was soft, but the depth in it made her heart pound. Velzard, still unable to meet his golden gaze directly, lowered her eyes slightly. Her lips parted, but the words came out softer than she intended. Thank you. Why was she acting like this? Why couldn't she control this feeling? Ariane's smile deepened. He knew. He knew exactly what he was doing to her. Ariane's expression changed. The teasing warmth in his gaze vanished, replaced by something stern, something absolute, as if the very fabric of reality had shifted to accommodate his will. He leaned forward slightly, his golden eyes locking onto Velzard's, but this time there was no amusement, only unwavering certainty. Guy Crimson is no more. His voice was calm, final. He will resurrect in a few years. The words hung in the air, heavy like an unspoken decree. Velzard's hand froze mid-motion as she was about to reach for her wine glass. Her eyes widened, shock flashing across her face. What? You killed Guy? Her voice wasn't just filled with surprise, it carried disbelief. Guy Crimson, the strongest demon lord. Unrivaled for eons. Yet, Ariane had said it so simply, so effortlessly. Had he truly been defeated? Ariane met her gaze, unshaken. He was supposed to be the mediator of this world, he stated, his tone holding an edge of cold truth. But he and Rudra have turned their game into something far more reckless. It has gone too far. Velzard's mind raced. She clenched her hands, nails slightly pressing into her palm. She knew Guy had a tendency to toy with things, to push limits, to let his demons rampage when he deemed it amusing. But this was the first time someone had acted against him. Velzard took a deep breath, trying to process it. And then, the realization struck. That's why he suddenly vanished. Without a word. Her voice lowered, almost as if she were speaking to herself. The memory replayed, Guy, sitting beside her, drinking wine, his usual smirk in place, then gone in an instant. She had assumed it was one of his many whims. But instead, this had happened. She lifted her gaze back to Ariane, her cold determination returning. What gives you the right to decide that? Her voice was sharper now, more demanding. My brother, Veldanava, was the one who gave Guy that role. He has always acted this way, even when my brother was still alive. Her heart pounded in her chest as she said those words. Veldanava. The creator. The one who set all things in motion. She stared at Ariane, waiting for his answer, expecting resistance, maybe even anger. But instead, he merely nodded. Yes, Ariane said, voice steady, undisturbed. He has. He leaned forward slightly, his presence overwhelming, yet not in a way that suffocated, rather, it was like he commanded existence itself. But Veldanava is no more. He let the words linger. A beat of silence. Velzard felt an unnatural chill creep through her, despite her very nature being ice itself. Then, he spoke the next words. And I am his successor. The moment of realization. Velzard froze. Her entire body went still, as if the world itself had momentarily stopped. Her mind screamed at her to react, but she couldn't, she just sat there, staring at him, feeling as if she were being swallowed by something vast, something beyond comprehension. Successor. Veldanava's successor. It didn't just mean power. It meant authority. It meant purpose. It meant. Her breath hitched. Then that means. Her voice was barely a whisper. Her thoughts spiraled, searching for answers. No wonder. No wonder he was this strong. No wonder he carried himself with such certainty. No wonder. Her brother never mentioned him. Was this the hidden will of the creator? Was this always meant to happen? She gripped her dress, fingers trembling slightly. Not from fear. From awe. From the sheer magnitude of the revelation. She slowly lifted her gaze, staring into Ariane's golden eyes, seeking truth. And what she saw there was undeniable. Absolute. The will of a being who had surpassed even the divine. Breaking the silence, Ariane leaned back slightly in his seat, eyes locking onto Velzard with an unsettling intensity. I have been watching you for quite some time now, Velzard. The way he said her name sent a shiver down her spine. It wasn't possessive or threatening. It was something more subtle, more intriguing. He seemed to see her in a way no one ever had, completely. His golden eyes never left hers, piercing, reading every unspoken thought, every hesitation in her expression. You've piqued my interest, he continued, his voice smooth like silk. So, Velzard, what will you do now? Will you stay here, waiting for Guy to resurrect? Or will you come with me? Velzard's mind felt overloaded with questions. The years of following her brother's will, the endless days spent in loyalty to Veldanava, now felt like a distant memory. The world felt shifting, and everything was beginning to tilt in ways she had never expected. Arion, this enigmatic being, who claimed to be Veldanava's successor, had shown a strength and charisma that was undeniable. She could feel his power, it was palpable, like an unspoken promise of something far greater. But could she trust him? Was his path the right one? Her eyes flickered briefly towards the horizon, as if she were searching for something, perhaps an answer to the turbulence in her soul. She had always been loyal to her brother, Veldanava, the creator, but now, that loyalty felt fragile, as if it was no longer grounded in anything solid. The world had changed. She thought for a moment, then glanced back at Arion, her face softening, but her eyes still sharp with discernment. "I will follow you," Velzard said, her voice steady and confident, though it carried a hint of uncertainty, the last vestige of her doubt. "To make sure you stay on the right path." Velzard's decision surprised even herself. The weight of it was heavy, but there was something about Arion that demanded it, something about his absolute presence that made her feel like it was the only possible choice. "And if what you're saying is true, that you are my brother's successor," she continued, "then it is my duty to help you." Arion's expression softened for just a moment. There was no arrogance in his smile now, only the warmth of someone who knew they had just gained an ally, someone who would walk with them through the uncertainties to come. Velzard stood still as Arion extended his hand, his golden eyes glinting with an unreadable expression. She hesitated for only a moment before taking it. The moment her fingers brushed against his, the world around them began to blur, dissolving into light. When the light faded, Velzard blinked, suddenly finding herself in an unfamiliar landscape. She could feel the strange energy surrounding her, a hum vibrating in the air. "This place," Velzard murmured, taking in the sight of the city in front of them. The towering buildings stretched high, each crafted with a unique architectural style, modern yet timeless, like a living, breathing entity. The streets were bustling with life, strong demons walking in every direction, conversations drifting in the air, and even the faint scent of food from nearby restaurants. There was even amusement to be found, vibrant lights flickering in the distance, but there was something more, something alive in the very essence of the city. Arion smirked as he watched Velzard take it all in. "Impressive, isn't it? Welcome to the city of eternal nights, hidden deep in the Jura forest," he said, his voice calm but filled with quiet pride. "It's a place where time shifts constantly. It evolves with the needs of those who live here." Velzard's eyes narrowed in curiosity, stepping forward to take in the sights more closely. "I never imagined something like this existed. How can a city like this exist so secretly?" "Ah," Arion's smile grew more mysterious. "That's one of its secrets. The city changes with the flow of time itself. The people here are constantly shaping it, as are the forces that govern this place." Velzard was silent for a moment, processing the information, but her attention was drawn to something else. As they walked deeper into the city, Velzard could feel the eyes of the primordials upon her. There was a sudden shift in the atmosphere, a power that made the air heavy and thick. As she looked up, she saw them, Diablo, Testarossa, Ultima, and Carrera, kneeling before them in perfect unison. They had appeared so quietly that Velzard hadn't even sensed them approaching. Each of them radiated immense power, their eyes lowered in reverence. Arion turned to face them, his expression soft but authoritative. "Rise," he said, his voice steady. The primordials stood up, their eyes now focused on him. Testarossa, with her usual composed grace, spoke first. "Master Arion, we welcome you and Velzard to the city of eternal nights." Diablo gave a respectful nod. "We have prepared for your arrival." Velzard's gaze shifted between the four figures, her mind racing. "You serve him?" she asked, her tone cautious, though curiosity lingered beneath it. Arion chuckled softly, turning back to Velzard. "Of course they do. These are my most loyal aides, the ones who keep the city alive and functioning. Diablo, Testarossa, Ultima, and Carrera are all responsible for its growth and protection. And they are here to serve both me and the world I intend to shape." Velzard couldn't hide the surprise on her face. They are powerful. I can feel their strength, but even more than that, I sense they have an attachment to you. How did you gain such loyalty?" Arion's smile didn't falter. "By proving I am worthy of it. By showing that I am not only a successor but someone who can reshape everything." His eyes met Velzard's, holding them with a quiet intensity. "And that's why you're here. To witness it." Velzard felt the weight of his words. Her thoughts turned to her brother, Veldanava, and the path he had left behind. Could this truly be the future of the world? Arion's power, his vision, was it something she could trust? She blinked, feeling a sudden warmth in her chest. Maybe, just maybe, she was beginning to understand what Arion was truly offering. "Where do we go from here?" she asked. Chapter 84, The Great Tenma War begins. As Velzard walked through the city of eternal nights beside Arion, she couldn't help but be impressed by its grandeur. It was a blend of modern innovation and ancient power, a city that seemed to shift and evolve as they moved through it. The streets were lively, filled with strong demons, bustling restaurants, and even amusement centers. Despite all of that, Velzard's mind was still occupied with thoughts of Arion. Who exactly was he? His presence was undeniable, his strength immeasurable, and the way he carried himself with absolute confidence was something she had rarely seen before. Just as she was getting lost in thought. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. That infamous laugh boomed through the air, cutting through the noise of the city like a blade. Velzard froze mid-step. Her eye twitched. That laugh. That absolutely ridiculous laugh. She turned her head sharply and saw Veldora, sitting casually outside a small book cafe, a massive novel in one hand, a steaming drink in the other. He looked oddly refined, almost scholarly, but the moment he laid eyes on her, his smirk widened. And then, in a voice way too loud for comfort, he pointed at her and declared. "Oh, sister. I see that you have finally fallen for Arion's charms." Velzard's brain short-circuited. What?" she snapped, her face instantly flushing red. Arion, beside her, simply chuckled, clearly enjoying this. Veldora, grinning like a fool, leaned back in his chair. "Oh. Then why is your face so red, Velzard turned away, crossing her arms in a weak attempt to cover her embarrassment. It's just the heat from the city, that's all." Arion, ever the observer, gave her a knowing smirk. "Interesting excuse." Velzard shot him a quick glare before turning back to Veldora. "Forget about that. What are you even doing here?" Veldora grinned and placed a hand on his chest dramatically. "I, the great storm dragon, have decided to keep my dear friend Arion company." He paused for effect, then added even more grandly, "and bestow upon him my vast knowledge and wisdom." Ha 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 ha. Arion sighed deeply, rubbing his temple. "Right, your wisdom." Velzard rolled her eyes. "You. Wisdom." Veldora crossed his arms, looking offended. "Sister, I'll have you know that I have grown greatly under Arion's guidance. I am no longer the impulsive idiot you once knew." Velzard scoffed but then paused as she remembered. She had fought Veldora before. And lost. It was supposed to be a casual education, a way to punish Veldora. But it wasn't even close. Veldora had overwhelmed her. His movements, once reckless, were precise. His attacks, once wild and chaotic, were methodical, controlled, and devastatingly effective. She had underestimated him. She had lost. And worst of all, she had to hear that damn laugh after it was over. Velzard scowled at the memory. So you've actually improved." Veldora grinned even wider. "More than you can imagine. I have trained under the greatest." Arion cleared his throat loudly. Veldora paused, then sighed dramatically. Fine. Arion has taught me a few things." Arion gave him a side glance. "A few." Veldora coughed. "Ahem, all right, many things." Velzard still couldn't believe it. Her little brother was now stronger than her. She clicked her tongue. "I'll admit, you're not as much of an idiot as before." Veldora gasped dramatically, placing a hand over his heart. "Such high praise. I think I might cry." Arion sighed again. "If you cry, I'm leaving." Veldora immediately straightened. "Ahem. As I was saying, yes, I have changed." Velzard still couldn't believe it. Her idiot brother, stronger than her. It was infuriating. But, she also felt something else. Pride. She would never say it out loud, but deep down, she was proud of how much he had grown. She smirked. "You're still an idiot." Veldora laughed loudly. "Maybe, but I'm an idiot who won." Velzard clenched her fists. "You want a rematch?" Arion chuckled. "Perhaps not here. I'd rather my city not be destroyed just yet." Veldora patted Arion on the shoulder. "Ah, don't worry. If we fight, we'll take it somewhere safe. Maybe the heavens." Velzard raised an eyebrow. "The heavens?" Veldora grinned mischievously. "You know, where we'll go after I beat you again." Velzard's eye twitched violently. "You." Arion, amused but also aware that things were about to get destructive, stepped between them. "Enough. If you two start fighting here, I'll make you both spar in an isolated void for eternity." Both dragons froze. Velzard sighed, crossing her arms again. Fine." Veldora, still grinning, sat back down and picked up his book. "Well, sister, whenever you're ready to lose again, you know where to find me." Velzard shot him one last glare before turning to Arion. "Let's keep moving. Before I turn him into an ice statue." Arion chuckled, nodding. "As you wish." As they walked away, Veldora's laughter echoed behind them, filled with amusement and just a little bit of brotherly mischief. _______________________________________________________________ The golden-lit war chamber of the Eastern Empire was filled with the scent of incense and the quiet hum of strategy in motion. Emperor Rudra sat at the head of a long, polished table, his fingers tapping a slow rhythm against its surface. His most trusted generals stood around him, along with Velgrind, the scorching dragon, who stood beside him with her arms crossed. The world is evolving too fast, Velgrind said bluntly, eyes sharp. If we let them continue at this pace, it won't be long before someone surpasses the Empire. Rudra leaned back, smirking. And here I thought competition was a good thing. Velgrind rolled her eyes. Not when it threatens your rule, Rudra. We need to control the growth of these nations. One of the generals cleared his throat. We could sabotage their industries, infiltrate their leadership, slow them down from within. Velgrind cut him off. Too slow. By the time that works, someone will have already tipped the balance. Rudra tilted his head. And what do you suggest? She smirked. A great war. A divine reset. Summon the angels, let them strike down the nations that advance too quickly. We make it a cycle, every 500 years, the world will be reminded of who truly controls it. Silence filled the chamber as her words settled. Then, Rudra chuckled, rubbing his chin. The Great Tenma War, huh? Sounds poetic. He looked around the room. Make the arrangements. Spread rumors, let the nations prepare, but not enough to stop it. Then, we release the flood. A few moments later. With a snap of his fingers, magic circles flared to life in the sky. Across the cardinal world, portals ripped open, and the angelic legions descended. Far from the chaos, Arion sat in a high-rise overlooking the ever-evolving skyline of the City of Eternal Nights. Across from him, Velzard sipped a glass of wine, still getting used to the surreal energy of the city. She had expected some dark, brooding fortress, not a place bursting with life, amusement parks, high-end restaurants, and towering skyscrapers. Your city changes constantly, Velzard noted. Arion smirked. Boredom is my worst enemy. Before she could reply, a shadow flickered into the room. One of Arion's spies, cloaked in darkness, dropped to one knee. My lord, urgent news. The Eastern Empire has declared war. Rudra has summoned legions of angels to destroy the growing cities. He calls it the Great Tenma War. The sky has opened, and an army of angels is attacking nations across the world. Velzard's grip on her wine glass tightened. Arion didn't speak at first. He slowly set his drink down, rolling his shoulders as if shaking off irritation. Then, with a calm but deadly edge to his voice, he asked. How bad is it? The spy hesitated. Capital cities are already falling. The angels aren't discriminating between soldiers and civilians. Velzard stood up, her aura flaring. That bastard Rudra. He always preached about order, but now he's burning down the world for control. Arion let out a slow breath, then cracked his neck. Well. I was hoping to stay out of trouble for a while. He turned toward the open balcony. Guess that was too much to ask for. Then, his voice darkened. Diablo. Testarossa. Ultima. Carrera. The air shifted, and in a blink, 4 powerful figures knelt before him. Diablo, ever graceful and amused, tilted his head. My lord, how delightful to be summoned. Shall we assume war is upon us? Testarossa, looking like an elegant noblewoman with a taste for carnage, smirked. Rudra has gone too far this time. Ultima grinned, practically vibrating with excitement. Shall I start with their capital? Or should I play with them first? Carrera just cracked her knuckles. Finally. Something fun. Arion crossed his arms. Deploy the legions. Black, white, yellow, and purple. Defend the nations under attack. I don't care what it takes, drive the angels back. Diablo placed a hand over his heart. Consider it done. With that, the 4 primordials vanished, and moments later, the sky above the city ignited with swirling portals. Velzard watched, impressed. So, you're really going after Rudra now? Arion smirked. Oh, I'm not just going after him. He turned to face her fully. I'm ending this game. Permanently. Chapter 85, The Great Tenma War ends swiftly. In the Grand War Chamber of the Eastern Empire, Rudra sat on his throne, swirling a glass of wine between his fingers. The scent of burning incense filled the air, a contrast to the tension settling over the room. Velgrind stood beside him, her arms crossed, her fiery gaze fixed on the trembling soldier kneeling before them. The soldier had arrived out of breath, his uniform still stained with soot and blood. Repeat that, Rudra commanded, his voice steady, yet laced with barely concealed irritation. The soldier swallowed hard. The angels, they're gone, my lord. They were annihilated. Velgrind's eyes narrowed. Impossible. By whom? That is, unknown, my lady. Rudra's fingers froze mid-tap. What do you mean unknown? Guy Crimson. No, sir. Guy's forces revel in chaos and destruction. This was something else. The room fell silent. Velgrind's frown deepened. Explain. The soldier took a shaky breath. The enemy was disciplined. Coordinated. Unlike anything we've seen from demon forces before. They struck with precision, overwhelming our angels before they could even regroup. There was no reckless destruction, every move they made was calculated, strategic. They wiped out our forces in mere hours. One of the generals stepped forward hesitantly. If it wasn't Guy, then who the hell was it? We don't know. The soldier's voice was barely above a whisper. The survivors only spoke of shadows, shadows that moved like soldiers. Rudra's eyes flickered with something unreadable, annoyance. Amusement. Or perhaps, unease. Velgrind, for the first time, looked genuinely troubled. Disciplined demons, shadows that fight like an army. She turned toward Rudra. This wasn't a simple skirmish. Someone out there has an organized force capable of taking on divine entities. Rudra exhaled slowly, then smirked. Interesting, very interesting. Whoever they are, they've just made their presence known. The once radiant sky, once torn open by celestial light, was now an expanse of eerie silence. The bodies of fallen angels littered the ground, their once majestic wings torn and bloodied. The golden glow of their armor had faded, replaced by the dark, creeping remnants of an unknown force. Among the wreckage, figures moved through the battlefield like phantoms, silent, efficient, undisturbed by the carnage. Diablo stood at the center, his gaze sweeping over the destruction with mild amusement. TCH. I expected more from divine warriors. He flicked a drop of angelic blood from his fingers. But I suppose even gods can be hunted. Testarossa adjusted her gloves, her crimson eyes gleaming. They were fragile little things, weren't they? I barely had to put in any effort. Ultima, still stepping on the throat of a barely breathing seraph, giggled. Oh well. I guess it's their fault for being weak. Carrera cracked her knuckles, her expression disappointed. Damn. I was hoping for something bigger. Maybe next time they can send something actually worth killing. From the shadows, the leaders of the unknown force observed in silence. Their mission was complete. The war that was supposed to shake the world had been snuffed out before it could even begin. And yet, no one knew who had done it. No name. No banners. No warnings. Just shadows and silence. Underscore. City of Eternal Nights, the Watchtower. The moonlight bathed the towering black spires of the watchtower, casting long shadows over the city below. At the highest point, where the wind howled like a whispering specter, Arion, Velzard, and Veldora stood, awaiting the return of the primordials. The air was tense yet expectant. A black rift tore open before them, and out stepped Diablo, Testarossa, Ultima, and Carrera. Their elegant yet battle-worn figures exuded power, their auras still tainted with the lingering essence of their slaughtered foes. Diablo, ever composed, bowed slightly. Lord Arion, the mission was completed without complication. The angels were eradicated. Not a single one survived. Testarossa smirked, adjusting her blood-stained gloves. If you ask me, it was almost disappointing. They broke far too easily. Ultima, with a mischievous grin, twirled a strand of her violet hair. He, I almost feel bad for them. Almost. Carrera sighed, stretching. So, what's next? Do we get to crush Rudra now? Arion, standing with his arms crossed, exhaled. No. It is time for his judgment. Velzard, who had been observing quietly, finally spoke. Are you going to eliminate him? Before Arion could answer, Veldora burst out laughing. His thunderous voice echoed across the tower as he folded his arms proudly. Ha! No need for that, dear sister. This time, it's my turn for some action. I will personally deal with that arrogant emperor. I'll make sure he understands that this world doesn't belong to him. Velzard sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Veldora. You're still as reckless as ever. Arion smirked slightly. Perhaps, but this time, he's not wrong. His golden eyes locked onto Veldora's. You will handle Rudra. Teach him a lesson. Veldora grinned like a predator, cracking his knuckles. Oh, this is going to be fun. I've been waiting for something like this. Velzard, however, remained unconvinced. Her blue eyes darkened. If you kill him, Velgrind will grieve forever. A rare silence followed her words. Even Veldora paused. Arion, looking down at the city, finally spoke. His tone was calm but absolute. He will not die. But he will learn that he is no god. The age of unchecked rulers is over. A cold wind swept across the watchtower. Rudra's fate was sealed. Days later. Underscore. Rudra sat comfortably on his golden throne, surrounded by his most trusted generals and Velgrind, his beloved dragon companion. They were deep in discussion, when a powerful force gripped the space itself. Before anyone could react, Rudra's body was enveloped in a vortex of shadows and light. His vision blurred, his body lifted off the throne, and in an instant, he was gone. Velgrind's eyes widened in horror. Rudra, she shouted, reaching out, but there was nothing to grab. The generals stood frozen in shock. Who? What just happened? Unknown dimension, the stage of judgment. Rudra blinked. One moment, he was in his throne room, the next, he stood in a vast void, an empty space of swirling stars and endless skies. A realm that was nowhere and everywhere. A voice boomed from the abyss. You have been arrogant for too long, Rudra. You have crossed the line. The air around him rippled with authority. It was suffocating. It was absolute. This world does not belong to you. You do not make the rules. Today is your judgment. A cold chill ran down Rudra's spine. For the first time in centuries, he felt uncertainty. But he was still the emperor. He could not let himself falter. His golden eyes sharpened as he shouted into the void, "Who dares speak to me like this? Show yourself. I am Emperor Rudra. I." Suddenly, a figure materialized before him. Rudra's breath hitched. It was a hero. The man before him stood tall and imposing, wearing a long flowing cape, a skin-tight suit, and an intricate mask covering his face. His aura was overwhelmingly powerful, even more than Velgrine's. Rudra's mind raced. The style of the suit. Then it hit him. Wait, isn't that? The figure crossed his arms and struck a dramatic pose. Ha ha ha. Behold, evildoer. Your reign of terror ends today, he declared in an exaggerated, heroic tone. Rudra squinted. There was something off about this. The voice, the stance. His eyebrows twitched. Veldora. Is that you? The masked hero stiffened for a split second. Then, recovering swiftly, he placed his hands on his hips and proclaimed. Veldora. I know not of whom you speak. I am the great Storm Crusader. Defender of balance. The bringer of justice. Rudra stared, completely dumbfounded. Are you serious right now? Veldora, or rather, Storm Crusader, pointed at him dramatically. Silence. No more deception, tyrant. Today, I, the protector of the world, will be your opponent. Rudra rubbed his temples. I cannot believe this is happening. And just like that, his trial by combat had begun. Chapter 86, The Judgment of Emperor Rudra, A Battle Beyond Limits. The moment Rudra questioned his situation, the masked hero, Storm Crusader, vanished. And then. Boom. A gut-wrenching punch slammed into Rudra's stomach with inhuman force, the shockwave alone ripping apart the space around them. Ghhh. Rudra's eyes bulged. His body rocketed backward, tearing through the air like a meteor, before he managed to flip midair and stabilize himself. The sheer force of the hit left deep cracks in the dimensional ground beneath them. Still struggling to breathe, he landed on his feet, his golden armor slightly dented, his entire being shaken. What the hell was that? This was nothing like the fights he had before. His enemies always hesitated, second-guessed their attacks. But this hero, he wasn't holding back. Rudra knew. If he didn't fight back, he was going to die. The clash of a tyrant and a storm. His grip tightened on his sword. With a single motion, his golden blade ignited with divine energy, the radiant glow carving through the darkness of the battlefield. Fine, Rudra muttered, exhaling sharply. His muscles tensed. His mind sharpened. No more questions. No more hesitation. If this was a battle of judgment, then he would prove why he was the emperor. Rudra vanished in a golden blur, his blade slicing toward the masked warrior. But before his attack could land. Clang. A single finger stopped his sword. Rudra's heart stopped. Veldora, no, Storm Crusader, stood before him, one finger pressed against the edge of his divine blade, completely unfazed. Then, a grin. Too slow. A sudden shockwave exploded from Veldora's body, sending Rudra skidding backward. The Emperor barely had time to react before. Boom. Another punch. This time to the chest. The sheer impact sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, a thunderous explosion echoing across the void. Rudra's armor cracked as his body was sent hurtling through the sky. But before he could recover, Veldora appeared above him. A knee to the spine. Ghhh. Another explosion. The force slammed Rudra downward, his body tearing through the fabric of space itself. The ground shattered beneath him as he crashed, creating a crater so deep it felt bottomless. But he wasn't done. Before the dust could even settle, Rudra launched himself out of the crater, sword swinging, golden energy crackling violently. Veldora dodged effortlessly, weaving through each strike with unnatural speed. It was infuriating. Rudra couldn't land a single hit. The power of Astaroth, the sovereign primordial of wisdom. Then he noticed. Every time he moved, every attack he launched, Veldora was already responding before it even happened. He knows my moves before I make them. Impossible. Rudra gritted his teeth, pushing himself harder, faster. He activated one of his most powerful abilities, Infinite Regalia, increasing his reaction speed to divine levels. And yet, Nothing changed. Every strike was dodged. Every counterattack was perfectly timed. Veldora wasn't just predicting him. He was already 10 steps ahead. And then, Rudra saw it. The flickering glow of an ethereal sigil behind Veldora. His ultimate skill. Astaroth, the sovereign primordial of wisdom. This wasn't just foresight. This was absolute knowledge. Astaroth calculated every possible outcome of their fight, every probability, every pattern in Rudra's movement, every hidden intention. Before Rudra could even think of his next move, Veldora already knew. You're fighting fate itself, Rudra. Veldora's voice echoed. You can't win. Rudra refused to accept it. With a roar, he summoned his full power. The battlefield shook violently, golden flames erupting around him, transforming into divine dragons, circling him like guardians. I am the Emperor. Rudra bellowed, his golden energy reaching its peak. I will decide my own fate. His sword glowed with divine power, its radiance piercing through the darkness. And then, he charged. A final attack. The strongest he had ever unleashed. A single strike that could split the heavens. Veldora watched. And then. He sighed. You never learn. Boom. In an instant, Veldora vanished again. And then, a fist connected. Right into Rudra's gut. This time, the force was cataclysmic. A shockwave so powerful it shattered dimensions. The golden flames around Rudra extinguished. His divine aura collapsed. And his sword. Shattered. Rudra's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He gasped, his body frozen. It was over. Slowly, his knees buckled. He collapsed to the ground, the weight of defeat crushing him completely. The final words. Veldora stood over him, arms crossed. The battle had lasted mere minutes. But to Rudra, it felt like eternity. Veldora exhaled. You were always so obsessed with controlling the world. His voice was no longer mocking. It was calm. Almost disappointed. But the world was never yours to control. Rudra, still gasping for breath, managed to choke out, so, what now? Are you going to kill me? Veldora was silent for a moment. Then, with a smirk, he crouched down, staring Rudra in the eyes. No. He leaned in closer. You're going to live, and learn what it means to truly lose. And with that, darkness consumed the battlefield. The fight was over. The moment Veldora vanished, Rudra's world collapsed into darkness. An absolute void. There was no light. No ground. No sky. Only a vast, endless abyss. And then. Pain. A searing, excruciating pain ripped through his very soul. It was not physical. It was not magical. It was something far worse. A torment that pierced deeper than any blade, burned hotter than any flame. Rudra screamed. His body convulsed, yet he couldn't move. The pain was everywhere. Inside him. Around him. It consumed him completely. Then. A voice. Cold. Absolute. Final. This will be your last reminder. Rudra froze. The voice was not human. Not divine. Not demonic. It was something else entirely. Something beyond. He did not know its owner, but its presence made the universe itself tremble. If you ever dare to attack or kill innocent people for no reason. The pain intensified. Rudra's mind fractured. His pride, his will, his very being, were unraveling. Next time, you will pay with your life. The words were final. Absolute. Then, silence. The darkness faded. The pain stopped. Rudra collapsed, gasping for air. His entire body shaking, drenched in sweat. For the first time in his life. He felt fear. Far away, in the city of eternal night, a grand projection floated in the sky, displaying Rudra's suffering in perfect clarity. Sitting in thrones of obsidian and crystal, the primordials, Velzard, and Arion watched. A dark chamber, illuminated by the faint glow of ethereal screens, crackled with energy as the final moments of Rudra's punishment played out. Ultima chuckled, twirling a dagger between her fingers. Damn. That was brutal. Carrera smirked. I would have just vaporized him, but this is far worse. I like it. Testarossa sighed, sipping from a glass of crimson wine. A fitting lesson for a fool who thought himself a god. Diablo, standing near Arion, let out a quiet laugh. The Emperor has never truly known fear, until today. His crimson eyes gleamed with amusement. Velzard, however, remained silent. Her icy gaze fixed on Rudra's broken form, a flicker of thought crossing her mind. Velgrind will not take this lightly. Arion leaned back, arms crossed. His expression remained unreadable, yet there was an air of finality in his voice. It doesn't matter how she takes it. His eyes glowed like twin abyssal stars. He deserved it. Chapter 87, Full of Love. Years had passed, and the cardinal world had entered an era of relative peace, less war, fewer conquests, and an atmosphere of calm that many had hoped for. The once chaotic landscape had softened, and the cities flourished under the rule of the strongest. One such city, the city of eternal nights, was a haven of tranquility, where the skies were always dark, yet filled with stars that glittered like gems. It was in this city that Ariane and Velzard found themselves enjoying a quiet dinner in a restaurant, a place renowned for its peaceful ambience and exquisite cuisine. They had grown closer over the years, their bond becoming something more than mere companionship. The two sat together at a table by a large window, the glow of the city casting a gentle light over their faces. Laughter filled the air between them, a warmth only found in the company of those one truly trusted. Velzard paused, glancing over at Ariane with a mischievous smile. "Well, this is my stop," she said softly, her tone playful but laced with a hint of something more. Ariane chuckled and nodded, his eyes meeting hers with a warm, genuine look. "Another night of laughter," he remarked, his voice still carrying the warmth of their earlier conversation. Velzard's eyes twinkled, but there was an undercurrent of tension as she added, "I do enjoy our time together, but something tells me the night might not end quite so peacefully." Ariane raised an eyebrow, sensing the subtle change in the atmosphere. "Are we expecting company?" he asked with a teasing grin. Before she could respond, the familiar presence of Testarossa, Ultima, and Carrera brushed against their senses. The three primordials materialized at a short distance, their eyes narrowed with a mixture of curiosity and mild annoyance. "Velzard," Testarossa's voice was smooth, but there was a slight edge to it. "How quaint. Seems like you're having a lot of fun, without us." Ultima crossed her arms, her expression unreadable, but the subtle tension in her stance was undeniable. Carrera, on the other hand, seemed more direct, her eyes focused intently on Ariane and Velzard. Velzard smirked, unfazed by the primordial's presence. "Oh. Is there a problem?" she asked, her tone light but with a hint of challenge. Ariane, sensing the brewing tension, stepped in with a calm demeanor. "Why don't we all go inside for a drink? No need for things to get awkward." Testarossa's gaze flickered to him before she nodded, though her eyes lingered on Velzard for a moment longer. "Very well. But don't get too comfortable," she said, her voice low. The four of them made their way inside Velzard's chambers, then Ariane snapped his fingers and they were all transported in his personal dimension. There was a big bed and nothing else. The ladies were surprised and Ariane smiled and snapped his fingers again and three more Ariane popped up. It was like body doubles but they were all real Ariane. Each Ariane pulled one of the ladies. Velzard, Testarossa, Carrera, and Ultima were shocked and pleasantly surprised. Then before they could utter a word, they were pulled in a tongue kissing passionately for a while, then their clothes started to disappear. A second later they were all naked. Then Ariane, who was an assassin in his past life, has received training on how to seduce ladies and how to please them. They ended up sleeping each on Ariane's chest with a smile on all of their faces. Ariane, with a quiet smile, told Pandoria, his trusted assistant. "Pandoria, please wake me in 8 hours. I want to make sure the night lasts as long as possible." Pandoria, always attentive, nodded with a knowing smile. "Of course, master." Sleep came quickly, the gentle embrace of the night wrapping around them like a cocoon, their hearts beating in quiet synchrony. Several hours passed before the soft sound of Pandoria's voice stirred the stillness. "Master, it's time," she whispered, her voice a tender interruption to the peaceful slumber. Ariane slowly awoke, the warmth of Velzard beside him a constant presence. His eyes flickered open, and for a moment, he just listened to the stillness of the room, to the calm breaths of the women who slept peacefully. It was rare for him to find such tranquility, and even rarer to share it with others. He looked at Velzard first, the delicate lines of her face soft and serene in the dim light of the room. With a tenderness only he could offer, Ariane reached out and gently stroked her hair, his fingers gliding softly through the strands. Slowly, she stirred, her eyes fluttering open to meet his gaze. "Darling," she whispered, her voice still thick with the remnants of sleep. Her eyes were full of warmth, love, and something even deeper, a quiet affection that only bloomed in moments like this. This is the best night I've ever had," she murmured, a soft smile curving her lips as she snuggled closer, her head resting on his chest. Ariane smiled, his heart swelling with emotion as he pressed a tender kiss to her forehead. "I feel the same way, Velzard. There's nowhere else I'd rather be than here, with you." Next, he turned to Testarossa. Her sleeping form had a beauty of its own, serene and peaceful in its own way. Ariane leaned over, brushing a lock of hair from her face as he gently woke her. Testarossa's eyes opened slowly, meeting his gaze with a mixture of surprise and affection. A soft smile spread across her face, one that seemed to glow in the dim light. "Darling," she whispered, her voice still heavy with sleep, but filled with a rare tenderness. "This is the best night I've ever had." There was a softness in her voice that made Ariane's heart ache with the depth of it, as if she were allowing herself to experience a love she rarely allowed herself to feel. Ariane's eyes softened, and he leaned forward to kiss her hand. "I'm so happy you're here, Testarossa. You mean more to me than you know." Ultima was next. She had always been poised, graceful, and sometimes distant, but as Ariane gently woke her, there was a softness in her eyes that only he could draw out. She blinked a few times before meeting his gaze, and in that instant, something in her eyes shifted, something that spoke of trust, affection, and a vulnerability that she rarely allowed others to see. "Darling," she said quietly, her voice like a soft melody, "this is the best night I've ever had." There was a sincerity in her words, a truth she only shared with him. Her eyes softened as she looked at him, and for a moment, the world seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of them. Arion gently cupped her face in his hands, his thumb brushing over her cheek. "I'm so glad we shared this night together, Ultima. You deserve this happiness." Finally, Arion turned to Carrera. She had always been the protector, the one who stood apart, but tonight, there was something different about her, a softness in the way she looked at him, a quiet yearning that had always been buried deep within. As he gently stirred her awake, her sharp eyes softened when they met his, and for a moment, there was only the warmth between them. "Darling," Carrera whispered, her voice low and filled with affection, this is the best night I've ever had." Her words were soft, vulnerable in a way Arion had never heard from her before, and it made his heart swell with love. Arion reached out, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face, his fingers lingering against her skin. "I'm so happy to hear that, Carrera. You deserve to feel this peace, this joy." As the women slowly awoke one by one, their smiles filled the room with a warmth that no darkness could extinguish. In the quiet moments that followed, Arion realized that the night they had shared was something extraordinary, a night of connection, of love, and of memories that would linger long after the morning light crept through the windows. For in that moment, it was not just the best night for them, it was the beginning of something far more beautiful than they could have imagined. And as they looked at one another, knowing that the world outside would always be there, they found peace in the simple, profound love they had for one another. Chapter 88, The Birth of the Eminence in Shadow. Years had passed, and the bonds between Arion, Velzard, Testarossa, Ultima, and Carrera had grown unshakable. Their connection had evolved beyond mere affection, it was a fusion of unwavering loyalty, passion, and an unspoken understanding that transcended words. Each of them had found their place at Arion's side, but as time passed, something began to stir within them. They were powerful, each a force to be reckoned with. Yet, despite their unmatched strength, they found themselves standing in the background, watching as Arion handled the weight of the world alone. This did not sit well with them. One evening, in the grand chamber of Arion's estate, Velzard, Testarossa, Ultima, and Carrera stood before him, their eyes burning with determination. Velzard, ever the elegant and composed one, stepped forward first, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders like a river of fire. "Arion," she began, her voice steady yet filled with conviction, "we've been thinking. We don't want to just be your lovers, we want to be your sword, your shield. We want to fight for you, as you fight for us." Arion leaned back in his chair, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly as he studied them. He already knew where this was going, but he wanted to hear them out. "You've always protected us, and we love you for it," Testarossa added, her silver hair shimmering under the dim light. "But we're not weak. We are your women, and we want to stand by your side not just in love but in battle as well." Ultima grinned, a dangerous glint in her eyes. "Besides, wouldn't it be fun? Imagine the chaos we could bring. Wars stopped before they even started, assassinations done in absolute silence, the world trembling at the mere whisper of your name." Carrera crossed her arms, smirking. "And let's be real, I've been bored. Watching you handle everything is entertaining, but I'd rather be out there crushing skulls for you." Arion was silent for a moment, his mind processing their words. He had always known they were powerful, always known they were capable. Then again, wasn't that what made it exciting? A slow, knowing smile spread across Arion's lips. "Very well," he said, his voice carrying a weight of finality. "You wish to be more involved? Then I will give you a purpose, one that will shake the foundations of this world." The room fell into silence as his words settled in. "You will be my new Shadow Legion, the unseen force that eliminates threats before they arise. Wars will end before they begin, enemies will fall before they can draw their blades, and the world will know that those who oppose me will never see their end coming." A shiver of anticipation ran through the women as they exchanged glances. "I will create a new task force," Arion continued. "A force made up of only the strongest, my women. And its name shall be the Eminence in Shadow." Velzard's lips curled into a smirk. "An interesting name. And who will lead us?" Arion's eyes met hers, filled with both trust and amusement. "Who else but you, Velzard? Among the four of you, you are the most composed, the most suited to lead." Velzard nodded, accepting the responsibility without hesitation. Testarossa chuckled, her eyes gleaming. "This is going to be fun. I'll handle our assassination operations. Stealth, poison, silent executions. I'll make sure no one ever knows what happened to our targets." Ultima licked her lips, her excitement barely contained. "I'll take care of the more explosive situations. If something needs to be destroyed beyond recognition, I'll make sure it's erased from existence." Carrera smirked. "And I'll handle the heavy combat. If an enemy force needs to be wiped out, I'll reduce them to ash before they can even beg for mercy." Arion watched them, pleased with their eagerness. "Then it is decided. The Eminence in Shadow is now born. Days later, their first mission came. A corrupt king was planning to instigate war between two great nations, his hands dripping with greed and deceit. His court was filled with spies, mercenaries, and warriors loyal to him, making a direct approach difficult. This was the perfect test for the Eminence in Shadow. Velzard, clad in sleek black armor, stood on the rooftop of the king's palace, her icy gaze fixed on the opulent throne room below. Testarossa, you're up first. Can you handle the guards? Testarossa, lurking in the darkness, smirked. Of course. Give me 10 seconds. With eerie grace, she vanished into the shadows. One by one, the guards dropped without a sound, their bodies crumpling like lifeless dolls. Ultima crouched beside Carrera, watching with delight. Damn, she's good. All right, my turn. She raised a hand, and in an instant, the supply lines to the king's mercenaries were reduced to rubble with a silent, controlled explosion. No weapons, no reinforcements. Let's see how long they last now. Carrera stretched her arms, eager for a fight. Guess that means it's my turn. She leaped down from the rooftops, landing in the courtyard where the king's elite warriors stood. Hey, boys, she said with a grin, I hope you're ready to die. Velzard, watching from above, activated her ice dominion, freezing the exits shut. No one escapes. We finish this tonight. Arion, from his throne miles away, watched it all unfold through a magical projection, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. His Eminence in Shadow had taken their first steps into the abyss, and the world would never be the same again. By morning, the corrupt king was found dead in his chambers, his body frozen solid, a look of terror permanently etched onto his face. His war was over before it even began. The world never knew who was responsible. But the shadows did. And in the darkness, the Eminence in Shadow smiled. Chapter 89, The Reckoning of Guy Crimson. A broken emperor, a fading pride. After getting the most brutal beating of his life, Rudra had changed. Gone was the arrogance, the unshakable pride that had once driven him to believe he was destined to rule everything. He had faced countless warriors in his time, heroes, demon lords, even dragons, but none compared to him. The Storm Crusader. Even the mere memory of that relentless storm of power sent chills down his spine. He remembered the blows that shattered his body, the crushing force that had ground him into the dirt, the overwhelming sense of helplessness as he realized he was completely outmatched. He had been powerful. But power meant nothing before an absolute force. Rudra sat in his war chamber, staring at his reflection in a silver chalice. His fingers clenched the cup so tightly it warped under his grip. Even now, he could still feel the phantom pain of that battle. The way his bones had cracked, the way his pride had been torn from him. Velgrind had noticed the shift in him. His once endless talks of conquest had faded. He no longer spoke of ruling everything, of uniting the world under his banner. At first, she thought he was simply maturing, realizing the weight of leadership. But Rudra knew better. He had stared into the abyss. And it had stared back with eyes that promised utter annihilation. The Storm Crusader had shown him mercy once. There would not be a second time. Deep within the underworld, far below the realms of mortals and gods, a storm of abyssal energy was forming. The eternal abyss, a realm where fallen demons and forgotten beings lay in slumber, trembled with dark power. A hand burst from the cracked obsidian ground. Then another. Muscle and flesh knitted back together, bones reforming as energy surged through them. A slow, deep breath echoed through the cursed land as crimson eyes snapped open, burning like molten embers. Guy Crimson had returned. For a moment, he lay there, feeling his body, his strength, his power. He grinned, flexing his fingers. Heh. Took long enough. But before he could rise, a presence descended upon him. No. Not one. 4. A suffocating aura of absolute darkness spread through the abyss, swallowing the infernal light around him. The very fabric of the underworld shuddered, as if something beyond comprehension had arrived. Then, in an instant, a black boot slammed into Guy's chest. The force sent him flying, his body crashing through jagged rock formations before slamming into an obsidian pillar. The impact was so violent that the entire land quaked. Guy groaned, coughing out black ichor. He barely had time to process what had just happened before. A silver flash streaked through the darkness. A second strike, a brutal, precise heel drop, crushed him further into the abyssal ground. The weight of it was unbearable, as if the very world was pressing down on him. For the first time in centuries, Guy felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Fear. Ha, ha. He struggled to breathe, his crimson eyes flickering with confusion. Who the hell? From the shadows, 4 figures emerged. Each one radiated an overwhelming presence, a terrifying blend of elegance, malice, and absolute authority. They moved like wraiths, their footsteps silent, their eyes piercing through the darkness. Then, the tallest among them stepped forward, her icy blue aura freezing the very air itself. You should have stayed dead, she said, her voice like a whisper of death. Guy's eyes narrowed. TCH, and who the hell are you supposed to be? The crimson-eyed woman beside her chuckled darkly, tilting her head. We are the shadows that dance unseen. We are the silence before the storm, the silver-haired one added. Then, the last one, the one who had struck him first, crouched beside his battered form. Her blood-red lips curled into a sinister smile. We are the eminence in shadow. Guy's breath hitched. This wasn't normal. These weren't just some rogue assassins or ambitious demons trying to make a name for themselves. This was something else entirely. He had dealt with many monsters in his time. But these four? They were on another level. What do you want? He gritted out, wiping the blood from his mouth. The leader stepped forward, her piercing gaze colder than the void itself. We are here to deliver a message. Guy chuckled, despite the pain. Oh. And what message is that? The ground shattered beneath him as a merciless kick crashed into his ribs. His body twisted midair before slamming back into the abyssal terrain. You don't ask questions, the silver-haired one murmured, stepping over his fallen form. You listen. Guy groaned, rolling onto his side. He was strong. Insanely strong. But these four moved like ghosts, struck like nightmares, and carried the weight of something far beyond mere strength. The leader knelt beside him, tilting his chin up with a single, gloved finger. This world has changed while you were gone. If you think you can return and act as recklessly as before. Her grip tightened, claws digging slightly into his skin. You'll disappear for good. The silence that followed was deafening. Then, without another word, they vanished. No teleportation circle. No energy signature. Just, gone. Like shadows fading into nothingness. Guy lay there for a long time, staring at the swirling abyss above him. Then, he laughed. A deep, slow, almost deranged laugh. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Damn. He wiped the blood from his lips, grinning despite the pain. Now this is interesting. After his brutal resurrection in the underworld, Guy Crimson, still feeling the effects of the merciless beating he had received from the enigmatic eminence in shadow, teleported to the ice continent. The moment he arrived, he noticed something was off. The once unforgiving blizzards had calmed, the ice that once stretched endlessly had begun to thaw, and the bitter cold that once defined this land was less severe. It was still cold, but not as cold as it should be. His golden eyes narrowed as he took in the sight. Then, two familiar presences appeared before him. Two figures knelt immediately before him, their heads bowed. Rain and Misery. His most loyal aides, still here, still waiting. Lord Guy, they said in unison, their voices steady. You have returned. Guy crossed his arms, eyeing them both carefully. They looked the same, Rain, composed as ever, her violet eyes calm but watchful. Misery, her silver hair swaying slightly in the wind, her expression unreadable. But there was something different about the way they knelt. Something was wrong. His voice came out cold and direct. Where is Velzard? The reaction was immediate. For the first time, they hesitated. Rain and Misery exchanged a brief glance, a glance filled with meaning. Then, Rain answered. She is gone. A brief silence followed. Then Guy spoke, his tone sharp. Gone. Where? Misery's voice was softer, almost reluctant. She left, my lord. She did not wait for you. The words hit harder than expected. Velzard, left. Not waited. Not searched. Just left. He had thought, maybe, she would have at least lingered here. But no. She had moved on. His fist clenched at his side, but his face remained unreadable. The cold wind picked up slightly, swirling ice and snow around them. But he forced himself to push that aside. Now wasn't the time. What happened while I was gone, he demanded, shifting the conversation. Rain and Misery, sensing the change in focus, immediately straightened. The world is still in motion, my lord, Rain began. The balance of power remains with the same demon lords, Luminous, Draggle, Leon, Ramaris, Malim, Fry, Carrion, and Clayman, Misery continued. There have been wars, conflicts, and changes, but the core structure remains intact, Rain added. But you. Misery glanced at him. You have been forgotten. That sentence hung in the air. Guy didn't react immediately. He simply processed. Forgotten. That should have angered him. Should have made him want to crush something, destroy something, remind the world who he was. But instead. A slow, sharp grin stretched across his face. It wasn't a pleasant smile. It was dangerous. Forgotten. That meant he could start over. That meant he could reshape everything as he pleased. That meant he had work to do. He turned slightly, gazing at the ice continent, his once unshakable domain, now beginning to crumble. And then, for the first time in centuries, Guy Crimson laughed. Chapter 90, The World Moves On, Arion's Silent Watch. The world had not stopped turning in Guy Crimson's absence. Nations still rose and fell, conflicts still simmered, and the demon lords continued ruling over their territories, oblivious to the fact that one of their own had vanished. No Walpurgis had been called. No summons had been sent. To them, Guy was simply quiet. And in the grand scheme of things, his silence was just another ripple in the vast ocean of time. But one man, one being, was watching from the shadows. Far away, in a hidden chamber illuminated by ethereal blue flames, Arion sat upon his throne. His expression was unreadable, his golden eyes flickering with thoughts only he understood. He was remembering a conversation. One that had stayed with him. A conversation with Chloe. A discussion about Rimuru. He could still hear her voice, calm yet firm. In the future, a soul unlike any other will be reincarnated in this world, in the Jura forest, within a cavern where Veldor is sealed. Arion's fingers tapped lightly against the armrest of his throne. Happy face flashback happy face. A reincarnation. Chloe had nodded. Yes. This will be his first time in this world. He will start as something small, something insignificant, but his fate will be vast. His existence will shape the future. Arion had closed his eyes back then, letting the words settle. Happy face flashback and happy face. Now, as he sat alone in the flickering blue light, he smirked. So, it's still yet to happen. His eyes turned toward the distance, piercing through time and space. Somewhere, in a future moment waiting to unfold, Rimuru's soul would descend. And when that happens? Arion leaned forward, his voice calm yet absolute. Pandoria. Yes, my lord. When the time comes, remind me to send Veldora to Jura Forest. Have him be there when the reincarnation takes place. A pause. Pandoria did not question him. She never did. Understood. Arion's golden eyes flickered with amusement. Let's see what kind of existence this Rimuru will become. Meanwhile, across the world, the demon lords ruled as they always had. Each watched over their own domains, handling internal conflicts, wars, and maintaining balance. None of them had even realized that Guy Crimson had been erased from existence. Luminous Valentine sat upon her grand throne in Rubrios, basking in the eternal night of her kingdom. She sipped from a glass of crimson liquid, deep in thought. Strange. She murmured, her violet eyes narrowing. The world has been oddly stable for some time. Too stable. Her most trusted knight, Hinata Sakaguchi, stood beside her, arms crossed. Is that a bad thing? Luminous tapped her glass lightly. With Guy, there was always a presence. A looming force. Something that could shift at any moment. Now. She exhaled softly. It's almost too quiet. Hinata remained silent, but she too had noticed. In El Dorado, Leon Cromwell stood at the balcony of his golden palace, gazing at the vast lands below. His second-in-command, Claude, approached him. My lord, there has been no movement from the ice continent in years. Leon didn't respond immediately. His piercing blue eyes remained locked on the horizon. Perhaps he is merely watching, Leon said finally. Or perhaps he has grown tired of his games. Claude bowed slightly. Shall we investigate? Leon thought for a moment, then shook his head. Not yet. If Guy had truly disappeared, the world would have already noticed. He didn't realize how wrong he was. Even Melim Nava, usually chaotic and restless, had felt it. Sitting atop the massive throne in her dragon kingdom, she pouted, legs dangling over the armrest. Her dragon servant, Midray, stood beside her, amused by her expression. Bored. Melim sighed dramatically. It's been too long since something fun happened. Midray chuckled. Perhaps that's a good thing. Melim huffed. Or maybe something is missing and no one's noticed yet. She didn't realize just how right she was. Guy Crimson had been gone for centuries. But the world had never stopped. The demon lords continued ruling, the balance was maintained, and no one questioned his absence. But now he was back. And soon, the world would remember his name. They just didn't know it yet. Days later. Guy Crimson sat upon his grand throne, carved from the very essence of frozen time itself. The ice continent had changed, less frigid, less alive. The air lacked the presence of the one who had once made this place her domain. Velzard was gone. His piercing crimson eyes remained sharp as ever, but there was a shadow of something deeper within them. Something he had not felt before. Misery and Rain, his ever-loyal maids, stood before him, kneeling in silent reverence. Guy tapped a finger on the armrest of his throne, his voice calm yet absolute. It's time to remind them. Misery and Rain lifted their heads slightly. Shall we proceed, Lord Guy? Misery asked, her voice composed. Guy smirked. Summon the demon lords. There was a moment of stillness before his words echoed across the frozen halls. Rain and Misery immediately bowed and, without hesitation, disappeared into the void. The eternal night of Rubrios was as mesmerizing as ever, the grand cathedral standing in its timeless glory. Inside, Luminous Valentine sat upon her extravagant throne, idly swirling a glass of deep crimson liquid. Beside her, Hinata Sakaguchi stood in her knightly uniform, arms crossed. Of Walpurgis. Now? Hinata asked skeptically. Luminous didn't answer immediately. Her violet eyes shimmered as she looked into the dark expanse beyond her halls. For Guy to suddenly call one, something must have changed. She tapped her long, delicate fingers against her glass before giving Rain a side glance. You look rather calm about this. Rain, who had arrived mere moments ago, remained kneeling. Lord Guy has returned. That is all that matters. Luminous exhaled softly and leaned back. Fine. Tell him I'll be there. Rain bowed and vanished into the shadows. Hinata narrowed her eyes. Something doesn't feel right. Luminous sipped from her glass and smirked. That's what makes it exciting, doesn't it? A gust of wind swept across Leon Cromwell's balcony. The golden city beneath him shimmered under the sun, a testament to his rule. Claude, his ever-loyal knight, stood beside him, his stance unwavering. And before them, Misery knelt. Lord Guy summons you to Walpurgis. Leon's expression was unreadable, but his sharp blue eyes flickered with interest. So, the arrogant bastard finally decided to show himself. Misery didn't react, merely waiting. Claude, however, frowned. After all these years? Why now? Leon let out a soft chuckle. There's only one way to find out. He turned, his cape billowing behind him. Tell him I'll be there. Misery nodded and disappeared into the void. Claude sighed. This is going to be troublesome. Leon smirked. It always is. Deep within a massive labyrinth, Ramaris was sprawled across a pile of soft pillows, snoring loudly. Her fairy guardians were bustling about, maintaining the labyrinth's mechanisms. That was when Rain arrived. The moment Ramaris sensed the sudden presence, her wings flapped in panic, and she shot up. Ah. An intruder. Rain sighed. Lord Guy has called for Walpurgis. Ramaris blinked. Wait. What? Rain didn't bother repeating herself. Ramaris stared, dumbfounded. That guy's still alive. I thought he vanished into some dark hole or something. Rain remained impassive. You are expected to attend. Ramaris puffed up her cheeks. TCH. Just when things were peaceful. Fine, fine, tell him I'm coming. Rain nodded and vanished. Ramaris groaned. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? The winds were strong atop the great beast throne, where Carrion stood. Beside him, Fry descended gracefully, her golden wings catching the sunlight. And before them, Misery stood. Carrion narrowed his sharp lion-like eyes. Walpurgis. Now. Misery nodded once. Lord Guy commands it. Fry folded her arms. He's been gone for ages. Why now? Misery remained silent. Carrion exhaled, rubbing his temple. Fine. We'll be there. Misery vanished without a word. Fry sighed. I have a feeling this is going to be a mess. Carrion smirked. It's Guy Crimson. Of course, it's going to be a mess. Inside the eerie halls of Clayman's castle, shadows twisted unnaturally, dancing in eerie patterns. Clayman sat upon his throne, his fingers steepled, a sharp grin playing on his lips. Before him, Rain knelt. Lord Guy summons you. Clayman chuckled. Oh. How delightful. I had begun to think he'd vanished forever. Rain said nothing. Clayman stood, his elegant robes flowing as he descended his throne. Tell him I shall grace him with my presence. Rain vanished into the void without another word. Clayman's grin widened. This will be entertaining. Deep within the vast mountainous stronghold, where the earth itself trembled beneath every step, Dragrul sat upon a throne carved from unshakable stone. The massive demon lord, known as the Titan of Destruction, radiated an overwhelming presence. His muscles, like mountains, rippled as he crushed a boulder in his hand absent-mindedly. The room was filled with the echoes of warriors training, their war cries resounding across the fortress walls. And then, Misery arrived. The moment she stepped into the throne chamber, all movement stopped. Dragrul's eyes, like glowing embers, locked onto her. A low rumble, like distant thunder, escaped from his throat. You. Misery knelt. Lord Guy summons you to Walpurgis. A silence followed. Dragrul leaned forward, resting his massive forearms on his knees. Guy. That bastard's still alive. His voice was like an earthquake. Misery remained silent, her face as unreadable as ever. Dragrul let out a deep, booming laugh. Ha! I thought he finally got himself killed. His laughter shook the fortress walls. Then, his expression darkened. What's he planning? Misery did not answer. Dragrul exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. TCH. That damned troublemaker. Fine. I'll go. He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing like boulders smashing together. Let's see what Guy's been up to. Misery nodded and vanished into the void. Chapter 91, The Gathering of Demon Lords, The Return of the Crimson King. Unknown to all, Arion's eyes in the shadows. Hidden within the unseen corners of existence, where not even demon lords could perceive them, Arion's spies watched. Their very presence was like whispers in the wind, shadows without form, invisible phantoms. They observed as one by one, the demon lords arrived. With silent movements, they relayed their findings to Arion, the unseen ruler, the unknown force behind the world's greatest mysteries. And Arion, in his infinite patience, gave but a single command. Observe. Report. Do not interfere, for now. And so, the spies stood by, watching as the monarchs of destruction converged. One by one, the demon lords arrive. First arrival, Luminous Valentine, the hidden queen. A cold mist entered the hall before she did, bringing with it a chilling aura of mystery and deception. The grand doors eased open, and in walked a regal figure, Gunther, dressed in fine noble attire. Behind him, a silver-haired woman in a perfectly fitted maid uniform walked with the grace of royalty. Her piercing scarlet eyes scanned the room with amusement, but she said nothing. Gunther took his place, exuding an aura of command, while the maid simply stood at his side, her hands folded, an obedient servant, or so they all thought. For centuries, Luminous had mastered deception. Few among the demon lords knew the truth, that she was the real ruler, and Gunther merely a puppet to fool the others. Her eyes momentarily flickered toward Guy before she smiled faintly and lowered her gaze. The game had begun. Second arrival, Melim Nava, the destroyer. The moment was shattered by a booming crash. The great doors flew open as if they had been kicked, because they had. Guy. A pink-haired blur shot across the room, landing in front of Guy with a massive grin. The floor beneath her cracked slightly from the force of her arrival. Melim Nava, the childish yet terrifyingly powerful demon lord, stood with her hands on her hips, her golden eyes gleaming with excitement. So, you finally crawled back from whatever hole you fell into, huh? She punched Guy playfully on the arm, except that playful hit was strong enough to create a shockwave that rattled the chairs. Guy smirked, rubbing his arm. Miss me? Melim grinned, showing her fangs. You bet I did. Now spill it. Where the hell have you been? But before she could pester him further, a golden shimmer danced into the room. A tiny figure zipped through the air, heading straight toward Guy like a speeding bullet. You've got a lot of explaining to do, Crimson. The pint-sized demon lord, Ramaris, flew right into Guy's face, her wings buzzing furiously. Her tiny hands poked at his forehead aggressively. I thought you died. Do you know how much trouble that caused? Do you? I almost declared myself Queen of Valpurgis. The room fell silent. Everyone stared at Ramaris. Guy raised an eyebrow. You. Ramaris flinched. Ah, okay, maybe not. But still. Where were you? Before she could continue her interrogation, a low growl filled the air as the next demon lord stepped into the hall. A towering figure, clad in fur-lined armor, his golden eyes sharp like a predator stalking its prey. Carrion, the Beast King, walked in with a steady, powerful stride. His presence was commanding, his wild mane flowing like a lion prepared for battle. His eyes swept across the room before locking onto Guy. Humph. You sure know how to make an entrance, Guy. There was no hostility in his voice, just expectation. He took his seat, leaning back, his arms crossed as he observed the gathering. A gust of wind swept through the hall. Then, a pair of elegant wings cast a shadow upon the floor. Descending gracefully, Fry, the ruler of the skies, touched down, her radiant orange eyes gleaming. She was dressed in an ornate battle dress, her golden ornaments glistening under the dim light. With her usual air of composed authority, she walked forward, her sharp gaze scanning the room. Her eyes met Guy's, and she sighed. You certainly know how to disappear, Guy. And just when things were getting stable. She took her seat, her presence both regal and commanding. The air in the hall grew heavier, filled with an unspoken tension. The next arrival was different. A sinister energy slithered into the room before its owner even stepped inside. Then, a slow, deliberate set of footsteps echoed. A man clad in pristine white attire, a faint smirk playing on his lips, entered. Clayman. His eyes, calculating and cold, flickered between the other demon lords before settling on Guy. He offered a slight bow, his smirk never fading. Guy. It has been a while. There was an underlying amusement in his voice, as if he found all of this an entertaining play. He elegantly took his seat, crossing one leg over the other, waiting for the drama to unfold. Then, a tremor shook the ground. A deep, thunderous force rippled through the hall as giant footsteps approached. The doors did not open. No, they were shoved aside as an imposing figure walked through. Dragruel. The Titan demon lord's very presence was like an earthquake. His sheer size dwarfed most of the room's occupants. With each step, the floor creaked beneath his weight. His molten gold eyes locked onto Guy. A deep, gravelly chuckle rumbled from his throat. Ha! You're alive after all. Good. He took his seat, the chair groaning under his weight. the moment the tension reached its peak, a lazy yawn echoed through the hall. A figure stumbled in, rubbing his eyes, his wings half-folded, dragging his feet. Ugh. Do we really have to do this now? Dino, the fallen angel, stretched his arms before slumping into his chair, looking like he was ready to fall asleep at any moment. His half-lidded eyes glanced at Guy. So, what's this about? Some big revelation? Can it wait till after I nap? The silence in the room was deafening. Then, Guy chuckled. His crimson eyes gleamed. Now then. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. Let's begin. And so, Walpurgis commenced. Chapter 92, Walpurgis, the shocking revelation. The grand hall of Walpurgis was shrouded in an eerie silence as all the demon lords sat at the round table of power. Dark flames flickered along the torches lining the chamber, casting dancing shadows on the obsidian walls. Then, Misery, her expression as cold as ever, took a step forward, her voice calm but authoritative. All demon lords are present. The Walpurgis can now commence. She bowed slightly and took a step back, standing beside Rain, both of them like sentinels guarding their lord. All eyes turned toward Guy Crimson, the Crimson King, the strongest demon lord, the uncontested ruler of the Ice Continent. He leaned forward, placing his hands on the table, his crimson eyes gleaming with an intensity that immediately commanded attention. Then, he spoke. It has been a while, and I know you are all surprised by this sudden Walpurgis. He paused, scanning the room. Meline tilted her head, her usual grin still present, but curiosity sparkled in her golden eyes. Leon Cromwell sat with his arms crossed, waiting. Luminous Valentine tapped her gloved fingers on the table, already suspicious. Ramaris was hovering over the table, legs crossed in midair, waiting to hear something interesting. Carrion and Fry exchanged glances, both aware that Guy wouldn't call for Walpurgis unless something major had happened. Dragrul remained silent, his enormous arms folded, listening intently. Clayman, with his usual sly smirk, was observing everyone's reactions. Dino looked half asleep, but his aura shifted slightly, meaning he was paying attention. Then Guy continued. Well, there is a reason. He paused. For a brief moment, the air in the room felt thicker, heavier. Then, his next words shattered the silence. The reason I was gone all this time is because I was killed. Silence. Time itself seemed to halt. Every demon lord froze. A heavy, oppressive stillness blanketed the room. Then, a sharp sound broke it. The sound of luminous nails scraping against the table. What? Her voice was quiet, almost a whisper, yet it carried a deadly undertone. Meline blinked, her previous playful expression completely gone. Ramaris' tiny mouth fell open. Even Rain and Misery, the two most loyal to Guy, turned toward him, their usually impassive faces showing clear disbelief. Carrion's eyes narrowed. Killed. You. Clayman's smirk faltered for the first time. Even he couldn't hide his shock. Dragrul, the titan of destruction, let out a low, rumbling sound, his golden eyes narrowing. Leon Cromwell leaned forward slightly, his usual indifferent expression turning serious. No one spoke. No one could. Because if Guy Crimson, one of the strongest beings in existence, was killed, then what did that mean for the rest of them? Guy let them process his words before he continued, his tone calm, but his eyes glowed with an unspoken fury. I know you are all shocked. But it is true. He let his gaze sweep across the table before he dropped the next bombshell. I was attacked by 4 primordial demons. The shock deepened. Whispers erupted. Leon's brows furrowed. The primordials. But there are only 7, and we already know most of them. Luminous, who forgot she was supposed to be a maid, eyes darkened. Which ones? Guy's next words only made things worse. Noir. Blanc. John. Violet. Rain and Misery's expressions hardened, rage bubbling beneath the surface. Meline slammed her hands on the table. What? Frey's wings twitched, her calm demeanor cracking slightly. Carrion clenched his fists. Clayman's smirk was gone entirely now. Ramaris, for once, had no words. Leon's usual cold gaze sharpened like a sword. That's impossible. The primordial demons don't work together like that. And there's no way they could overpower you unless they were named. Guy cut in. The room grew even colder. Luminous fingers tightened into fists. Who? Guy's gaze grew darker. I don't know. But they were definitely named. He exhaled slowly, his voice steady but carrying the weight of something that deeply unsettled even him. Not only that, but the way they fought. Their coordination, their techniques, it was different from anything I've seen before. His crimson eyes flashed. They were trained. The words hung in the air like a guillotine. Meline clenched her fists, her energy flaring slightly. That means someone is behind them. Leon, his analytical mind already working, nodded. Someone powerful enough to name 4 primordial demons, and train them to the point of defeating you. Fry narrowed her eyes. That means this someone is more dangerous than the primordials themselves. Luminous lips curled into a cold, deadly smirk. Whoever they are, they must be eliminated. Everyone in the room silently agreed. Then. That's not all. Guy's voice pulled them back, making them tense. Luminous sighed. Oh, for the love of, what now? Guy's eyes burned. When I resurrected, I was faced with 4 women in black masks and black tight suits. The room fell into a deadly silence. They called themselves the Eminence in the Shadows, and they attacked me before vanishing. Shock returned, but this time, it was mixed with dread. Milim's grin was completely gone now. Luminous sat still. Unmoving. Thinking. Leon, for the first time, looked concerned. Clayman's hand twitched. Even he had never heard of such a group. Dino rubbed his face, finally looking awake. Great, more mysterious freaks. Carrion muttered, this is getting out of hand. Fry leaned forward, her sharp eyes locked onto Guy. And you have no idea who they are? Guy shook his head. None. Luminous exhaled slowly. We have a new player in the shadows, and we don't know their goals. Ramaris, still floating midair, hugged herself, her tiny face scrunched in thought. This is bad, isn't it? Guy leaned forward, placing his hands together. His crimson eyes glowed. Things are about to change. A heavy silence followed. The demon lords exchanged glances. For the first time in history, all of them were faced with an unknown enemy. The game had changed. And none of them knew the new rules. Guy exhaled, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Then, his gaze sharpened. There is one person. Everyone turned to him once more. His voice was lower this time, laced with something uncharacteristic, not fear, but deep uncertainty. I have never seen his face, nor do I know his name. But there was one time, long ago, when we were helping Veldanava seal Ivarage. Silence fell again, this time heavy with deep intrigue. Dragruel, who had remained mostly silent, narrowed his eyes. You were there. Guy nodded. I was. And on that day, someone else appeared. Luminous frowned. What do you mean? Guy leaned forward. Ivarage was rampaging, as you all know, and it took everything we had to restrain him. The room felt colder as memories of that time surfaced. Ivarage, the world-destroying dragon, a being so powerful that even Veldanava himself took direct action to subdue him. Guy continued, his voice calm, but the weight behind his words was undeniable. And then, he came. Milim tilted her head. Who? Guy's crimson eyes glowed. A man. One I had never seen before. He moved in the shadows, and in a single strike. He clenched his fists. He knocked Ivarage out. A chill ran through the room. One move. Leon's usually calm demeanor cracked slightly. Ramaris floated closer to the table, staring at Guy with wide eyes. Wait, you're saying someone appeared, instantly took down Ivarage, and then just disappeared. Guy's lips pressed into a firm line. Yes. Everyone shuddered slightly. Even among them, the most powerful demon lords in existence, none could even imagine such a feat. Fry furrowed her brows. And Veldanava didn't say anything. Guy nodded. He refused to tell us who it was. Luminous exhaled sharply. If Veldanava himself chose to keep that secret, then this person is beyond anything we've ever encountered. The weight of those words settled into their minds. Someone out there, someone who had been strong enough to one-shot Ivarage, had existed for a long time. And they still knew nothing about him. Then. Leon spoke. His voice was calm, but his eyes glowed with hidden intensity. I remember now. All eyes turned to him. Luminous narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? Leon leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. I've heard of them before, this Eminence in the Shadows. A wave of tension rolled through the room. Milim perked up, looking genuinely interested. Rumors of 4 beings dressed in all black. Moving only at night. Clayman, whose cunning nature thrived on hidden knowledge, leaned forward. Go on. Leon's golden eyes gleamed. They strike from the darkness. So fast, you can't even see them move. The table grew silent. Then, one by one, the other demon lords started murmuring. Luminous frowned, deep in thought. Now that you mention it. I have heard whispers in the Holy Church. Stories of silent reapers eliminating enemies in the dead of night. Carrion nodded. My beastman warrior spoke of a legend, of specters that stalked the night, eliminating entire squads before they even had a chance to react. Frey's wings trembled slightly. I've heard of disappearances. Nobles in my territory speaking of assassins who leave no trace. Ramaris hugged herself. I always thought they were just scary bedtime stories. Clayman tapped his fingers together, his usual smirk returning slightly. The fact that we all have rumors of them, yet none of us knew. That's terrifying. Dragruel finally spoke, his deep voice shaking the air. I thought it was an old tale, but now, it makes sense. Dino, who had been half asleep, finally opened his eyes completely. And for the first time in a long while. He looked serious. Damn, we're dealing with monsters, huh? The realization sank in. This was no mere faction. This was a force that had been operating in the darkness for centuries. And now, they had made their presence known. Whoever they are, we need to find them. His crimson eyes burned. Before they find us first. And with those words, the atmosphere of Walpurgis changed forever. In a dimly lit, luxurious chamber filled with floating orbs of magic, a massive projection screen displayed the ongoing Walpurgis. Every word, every reaction, every murmured conspiracy of the demon lords was being carefully watched by Arion and his companions. The tension in the demon lord meeting was palpable, their fear of the unknown, their hushed discussions about the eminence in the shadows, and their growing realization that they were being outplayed. And in contrast, the group watching. They were having a blast. Velzard leaned back on a luxurious couch, resting her chin in her palm, her icy blue eyes shimmering with amusement. I didn't know we were so popular now. She smirked, flicking her silver hair over her shoulder as she watched the demon lords struggle to make sense of their own reality. Ultima, sitting cross-legged on the floor, eyes glued to the screen, practically vibrated with excitement. She clasped her hands together and squealed. Eminence in the shadows rock. Carrera, arms folded, threw her head back and laughed. Did you hear Clayman? That's terrifying. She mocked in a high-pitched, whiny voice. Uffed. What a weakling. Testarossa, the ever-composed, elegant one, took a slow sip of wine before smiling deviously. It's delightful, isn't it? Watching the so-called rulers of the world, realizing that they're merely chess pieces on someone else's board. She giggled. Oh, the irony. Then, Diablo, who had been leaning forward, eyes gleaming maniacally, suddenly spoke. My lord Arion, they're saying they want to find us. His voice was silky, filled with amusement, yet laced with something darker. The entire group froze for a second. Then, Velzard turned to face Arion with a teasing grin. Oh, how scary. The demon lords are coming for us. Whatever shall we do? Ultima gasped dramatically, hands on her cheeks. No. We've been exposed. Time to erase the entire world before they find us, right? Carrera snickered. Or maybe we should just show up at the next Walpurgis and be like, sup losers, looking for us. Testarossa sighed theatrically. It's adorable, really, seeing them act all tough when they don't even know who they're up against. Diablo, still grinning, turned his glowing crimson eyes toward Arion. Shall we entertain their little game, my lord? All eyes fell on Arion. The true mastermind. He sat, silent, watching the projection. His expression unreadable. Then, he smirked. A slow, dark, amused smirk. And in that moment, the entire room burst into laughter. Chapter 93, Shadows of the Past, The Fall of Betrayers/Shadows over England Asha. Dworgen, the unshakable nation of iron, technology, and unyielding power. Deep beneath the Connaught Mountains, within its massive underground fortress, stood its heart, central, the capital. It had stood strong for 1,000 years, its gates repelling enemies, its defenses unmatched. But the greatest threats are never from outside. They grow within. In the shadows of its mighty halls, whispers of treason spread. And the target. The founder. The hero king. The legend himself, Gurin Dwargo. The king who built Dworgen. The warrior who defended it from endless invasions. The ruler who had forged it into the strongest fortress in the west. But now, his own people plotted against him. A faction of nobles, military officers, and greedy merchants sought to overthrow him, believing his time was over. They spoke of new leadership, of a future without the hero king. They were careful. They were secretive. But not careful enough. For in the unseen world, Arion's spies had already learned everything. And now, the eminence in the shadows would move. Far from Dworgen, in the heart of an invisible domain, Arion watched. Before him, a projection flickered, revealing everything, the plots, the traitors, the secret meetings. Arion leaned back, golden eyes gleaming with amusement. They think they can betray a hero. He chuckled. How arrogant. Beside him, Velzard smirked, sipping her wine. I didn't realize we were so popular, she teased. Everyone wants to make a move, but they forget one thing. The shadows always see first, Testarossa purred, her red eyes glowing. Ultima twirled her dagger. Can I go? Just a little bloodshed. Carrera cracked her knuckles, grinning like a predator. A rebellion. Oh, I love crushing those. But Arion only raised his hand. The air grew cold. From the deepest shadows of the room, 4 figures emerged. Draped in black. Faces hidden. Presence like death itself. The eminence in the shadows. They all knelt. Your will shall be done, my lord. And then, they vanished. In the depths of Dworgen, beneath the grand halls of the capital, a secret meeting took place. A long table stretched before a group of high-ranking nobles, generals, and powerful merchants. Tomorrow is the day. A noble leaned forward, his voice full of confidence. The people respect Gurren Dwargo, but they fear change. We must be the ones to bring it. A general grunted. Our forces inside the army are ready. Once we take the palace, the king will have no choice but to surrender. A merchant smirked. And once he's gone, we control the economy. A new age for Dworgen begins. Laughter filled the room. They thought they were safe. They thought they were hidden. But the shadows had already arrived. Death in the darkness. A whisper. A shiver in the air. The torches flickered. A noble turned his head, only to find nothing. His hands trembled. Something was here. Then, the lights went out. Foolish. The voice came from everywhere. And then, they struck. From the ceilings, from the walls, from the shadows themselves, black-clad figures emerged. Their blades gleamed once, and then disappeared into flesh. A general tried to shout, his throat was already gone. A noble ran for the door, his legs never moved again. A merchant pleaded for mercy, only for a silent blade to answer. Blood spilled without sound. The traitors collapsed, one by one, unable to even see their executioners. And then, silence. A single noble, trembling, barely breathing, looked around. The others were dead. A masked assassin stepped before him, tilting their head. No last words. The noble gasped. Please. A whisper. A final breath. And then, darkness. When morning came, Dworgen awoke to a chilling sight. The heads of the conspirators were displayed at the palace gates. A single note lay before them. Written in an elegant, ominous script. Treachery shall not be tolerated. The shadows are watching. When Gurren Dwargo received the report, he simply smirked. A reminder, he murmured. That some heroes are never alone. And from that day forward, no one in Dworgen dared to plot treason again. _________. The Kingdom of England Asha, a beacon of civilization, power, and wealth. Its royal capital stood grand, encased in towering walls of white stone, rising against the sky like an impenetrable fortress. 2 massive gates, the only ways in or out. 3 layers of security. Identity checks. Body searches. Interrogations. Even the mightiest travelers hesitated before attempting entry. Yet, for all its security, for all its strength, it was not untouchable. For shadows could slip through cracks no one else could see. A plot had emerged. Not from mere rebels. Not from petty thieves or rogue mercenaries. But from within. High-ranking nobles, military leaders, corrupt officials, all working together. Their goal. To seize England Asha, overthrow the royal family, and claim the capital as their own. Their plan was intricate, nearly flawless. But they had made one fatal mistake. They thought no one was watching. But Aerion's spies had already uncovered everything. And now, the eminence in the shadows would move. But this time, they would not go alone. This time, Aerion sent the Black Legion and the Yellow Legion. The city would drown in silence. And the betrayers would never see the dawn. Inside the royal palace, the air was thick with tension. The king, unaware of the lurking danger, sat upon his throne. His loyal guards stood watch, unaware that half of them were already bought. And beyond these walls, in the shadowy corridors of nobility, traitors whispered. Tomorrow, the city will belong to us. The gates will open, and our forces will pour in. The king won't even realize it until his throat is slit. They laughed, drank, and celebrated their victory, before it had even begun. But then. The torches flickered. The laughter stopped. And the shadows moved. First strike, the Black Legion. They moved without sound, their black cloaks melting into the darkness. The traitorous guards at the city gates never saw the blades. One moment, they stood. The next, they were gone. The bodies were moved before they even hit the ground. Not a single cry. Not a single drop of blood left behind. The gates remained closed. Their plan had failed before it had even begun. The traitorous nobles met in a hidden chamber, deep beneath the palace. Surrounded by layers of security, hidden behind enchanted walls, they believed they were safe. Then. A whisper. A chill ran down their spines. One noble stood up, eyes wide. Did you hear that? Another noble laughed. You're paranoid. No one knows about this place. A hand covered his mouth. A dagger slid across his throat. The nobles watched in horror as figures in yellow cloaks emerged from the walls themselves. They did not speak. They did not hesitate. They only executed. One by one, the traitors fell, their ambitions dying with them. No alarm was raised. No resistance was met. By the time the meeting chamber doors opened, the only thing left was silence. And a single note, written in elegant, perfect script. Treason is met with death. The shadows are watching. At the break of dawn, the king awoke to news that chilled him to his core. The coup had never even begun. All traitorous officials were missing. The nobles who had plotted his downfall. Dead. Their bodies had vanished as if they had never existed. Only one thing remained. A black dagger, stabbed into the throne room floor. And engraved into the blade. We are the unseen. The eminence in the shadows. Far away, within a hidden domain, Arion watched the city from his projection. Velzard grinned, sipping her wine. You have to admit, the theatrics are impressive. Ultima laughed. The eminence in the shadows rock. Testarossa smirked. 1,000-year kingdom almost fell in a night, but in the end, the shadows stood victorious. Carrera cracked her knuckles. Kind of disappointed we didn't get to blow something up. Diablo, standing in the corner, bowed. My lord Arion, they are searching for us now. Arion smiled. Let them search. They will never find what does not wish to be found. And as England Asha rejoiced in its miraculous salvation, the true rulers of the night vanished, leaving behind only whispers and legends. Chapter 94, The Great Storm Dragon's Restlessness. The air in Arion's grand chamber was relaxed, a warm golden glow emanating from the floating magical lamps above. A massive projector displayed the latest events unfolding across the world. Eminence in the shadows had once again handled matters flawlessly. Seated comfortably on an ornate black and gold throne, Arion leaned back, his arm casually resting on Velzard's shoulder as she leaned into him. Testarossa, Ultima, Carrera, and Diablo stood nearby, each entertained by the spectacle of their latest victory. But there was one individual in the room who was not content with merely watching. A tall figure with golden hair, arms crossed tightly, his face twisted into a comically exaggerated pout. The great storm dragon, Veldora. And he was not happy. Veldora took one large step forward, his massive cloak billowing behind him dramatically. Arion. This is not fair. Everyone turned to him, curious yet unsurprised. Velzard sighed. Here we go. Arion, still lounging, raised a brow and smirked. Oh. What seems to be the issue, O mighty Veldora? Veldora jabbed a finger towards the screen, where Eminence in the shadows and the legions had wiped out another secret rebellion. The ladies are getting all the action, he bellowed, throwing his arms up. Carrera and Ultima burst into laughter. Testarossa smirked, adjusting her glasses. Jealous, Veldora. You sound like a child who wasn't invited to play. Humph. Veldora crossed his arms dramatically. That's because I wasn't. I mean, look at this. Testarossa gets her little mind games, Ultima gets her chaotic destruction, Carrera gets to blow stuff up, Velzard gets to be all smug and elegant, and even Diablo is out there doing his sneaky business. And what about me? The great storm dragon Veldora. His dramatic pointing was met with amused glances. Velzard, still leaning on Arion, rolled her eyes. Go back to reading your books, dear brother. Veldora gasped, clutching his chest. Velzard. Not you too. Ultima chuckled, nudging Carrera. Veldora never changes, huh? Carrera grinned. Nope. He's still the same overgrown lizard with an ego the size of a continent. Veldora gasped again, offended. Excuse me. I am a refined individual. A being of great culture. And yet, I have been ignored while you all enjoy the finest of battles. This is unacceptable. Diablo, watching the exchange with an amused grin, chuckled. Indeed, my lord Arion, it seems our dear Veldora requires some attention. Arion chuckled, shaking his head. He had expected this. He leaned forward, his golden eyes meeting Veldora's with a knowing glint. Do not worry, Veldora. Your time is coming. And when it does. He paused, letting the suspense build. It will be a mission only you can accomplish. The moment the words left Arion's mouth, Veldora's sulking instantly disappeared. His eyes lit up. His mouth stretched into a massive grin. And then. His legendary three-stage laugh. Gah-ha-ha-ha-ha. 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 The room shook slightly from the sheer force of his excitement. Ultima, plugging her ears, sighed. Ugh, here we go again. Carrera snickered. Only the best for the great storm dragon, huh? Veldora struck a heroic pose, his cape flaring behind him. But of course. I, Veldora, shall accept this mission with all my power. The world shall tremble at my... You don't even know what the mission is yet, Testarossa interrupted dryly. Veldora paused mid-pose. Ah, well, of course, I don't. But it doesn't matter. Because whatever it is, it will be grand. I can feel it. Testarossa turned back to Arion, curiosity in her crimson eyes. So, what is this mission you have for Veldora? Arion simply smirked, resting his chin on his hand. Soon, you will all find out. Be patient. Veldora, practically vibrating with excitement, pumped his fist. Yes. I shall await this mission with anticipation. Finally, the spotlight shall shine on me. Velzard chuckled. You mean again? How many times have you stolen the spotlight now? Ultima grinned. Pretty sure he just thinks he has. Carrera smirked. Let him dream. Diablo, with a knowing look, bowed slightly. Whatever Lord Arion has planned, I am sure it will be spectacular. Arion leaned back, watching Veldora celebrate his upcoming moment of glory. And inside, he knew. Veldora had no idea what was coming. As the evening wore on, the mood in Arion's grand chamber remained light and full of joy. The tension of the day's plans and battles was forgotten in favor of food, laughter, and games. Velzard, who had leaned her head on Arion's shoulder earlier, was now indulging in a cup of chilled wine, her fingers tracing delicate patterns on the glass. Testarossa and Ultima, the mischievous duo, were playfully competing over a game of cards, each trying to outwit the other with flashy moves and exaggerated dramatic flair. Carrera, with her easygoing grin, was eating snacks at an impressive speed, mocking her fellow demons with cheeky comments, causing them all to burst into laughter. And then there was Veldora, still riding high on the news that his time in the spotlight would come soon. He was twirling dramatically, his cloak flowing behind him like he was rehearsing for some grand performance. Every now and then, he would throw a strange pose, trying to elicit compliments from the others. Behold. The great and mighty Veldora, he announced, striking yet another pose, this time perched on the armrest of a chair, like some majestic statue. Ultima shot him a sly grin. Trying a bit too hard, aren't we? Veldora puffed his chest out. I must ensure everyone knows how great I am. Soon, I will have my moment. I can feel it coming. Meanwhile, Carrera snickered and pulled out a small plate of appetizers. Veldora, my dear, you need to chill. You've got more flair than sense sometimes, but that's why we love you. Veldora shot her a look, not sure whether she was praising or mocking him. I'm the most fabulous dragon in existence. You should be thanking me. Arion, still seated and watching the antics with a fond smile, took a sip from his glass. He exchanged a knowing glance with Diablo, who was sitting nearby, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around him but with a slight smile tugging at his lips. It's hard to believe, Diablo said quietly to Arion, that a being as mighty as Veldora could bring such a relaxed, family-like atmosphere. Arion chuckled softly. That's the charm of it, Diablo. The mightiest of beings, in their own way, know how to unwind. Across the room, Velzard leaned over to Testarossa, teasing her with an exaggerated whisper. Do you think Veldora's ever going to stop posing like that? Or will he continue until his next grand mission? Testarossa rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her smirk. Let him have his fun. It's entertaining, if nothing else. Then, Veldora leaped dramatically into the center of the room, striking what could only be described as a dramatic hero pose. Look upon me, for I am the storm. The tempest. The one who shall change the world. Everyone groaned collectively but then burst into laughter. Oh, Veldora, Arion said, his voice full of affection. You are such a child sometimes, but that's what makes you fun to have around. Veldora's eyes sparkled at the praise, his grin widening. You really think I'm fun? Arion leaned in and gave him a teasing wink. Of course. Now, finish your drink. You've got an important mission soon. The room erupted in playful chatter, and the evening continued on with games, music, and laughter. For all their immense power and world-changing roles, the Legion was a family, and this night, full of camaraderie and joy, was just another reminder of that. Even Veldora, despite his grandiose proclamations and theatrical antics, was part of that family. And for all his bravado, he was never truly alone in his longing for attention, for there was always a place at the table for everyone, even the mighty Veldora. Chapter 95, The Mission for Veldora. Time was a fickle thing. Years had passed, the world shifting ever so slightly under my influence, and yet, the most crucial event was still yet to come. The reincarnation of Rimuru Tempest. I had known for a long time that this moment would be important, not just for the fate of this world but for those tied to it. Chloe's vision of the future had shown me many things. Though timelines had shifted slightly, Chloe had never sealed Veldora, and Veldora had never gone on a rampage against Luminous. One thing had to remain unchanged. Rimuru and Veldora had to meet. And so, it was time to set that meeting into motion. Seated on my throne, I called Veldora forth. The chamber was bathed in a soft, bluish glow, the flickering light of enchanted torches reflecting off the smooth stone walls. I sat comfortably, a glass of wine in my hand, with Velzard, Testarossa, Ultima, and Carrera lounging around me in their usual elegant yet deadly manner. Diablo stood nearby, a knowing smirk on his face as he observed the scene. Then, the doors burst open, and in strode Veldora, dressed in his usual dark ensemble, his long golden hair flowing dramatically as he entered. With his signature grin, he threw his arms behind his head. Yo, Arion. It's about time. I was starting to think you were gonna leave me out of all the fun. Velzard, who had been casually leaning against my shoulder, sighed in amusement. You're always so impatient, Veldora. Maybe if you spent less time complaining and more time reading, you wouldn't be so restless. Veldora pouted, crossing his arms. TCH. That's easy for you to say, Velzard. You always get to be in the middle of things, while you lounge around reading manga and acting like a shut-in, Carrera cut in, smirking. Seriously, do you even remember what a battlefield looks like? Ultima giggled, he's been stuck watching us have all the action. He must be dying to let loose. Testarossa, ever the composed one, sipped her tea and glanced at me. Arion, just what kind of mission do you have for Veldora? You've been keeping this one close to the chest. I chuckled, setting my glass down. It's quite simple, really. In a few days, Veldora will enter a certain cave and meet someone very special. Veldora blinked. Ah. That's it. That doesn't sound legendary at all. Diablo's smirk widened as he elegantly poured himself a drink. Oh, but it is, Lord Veldora. In fact, this might just be one of the most important tasks you have ever been assigned. Veldora raised an eyebrow. You guys are making a big deal out of me going to a cave. Who am I even meeting? I leaned forward slightly, my crimson eyes gleaming. A slime. Silence. Veldora stared at me, then at the others, as if waiting for the punchline. Then, he burst out laughing. Bwahaha. A slime. You called me here for that. You expect the great Veldora to make friends with some gooey little blob. This is rich. Velzard sighed, shaking her head. Honestly, Veldora. Ultima snickered, nudging Carrera. I think he's underestimating this slime. Should we tell him? Carrera smirked. No, let's watch him struggle first. Diablo chuckled darkly, his crimson eyes twinkling with amusement. Oh, Lord Veldora, you truly have no idea what you're about to walk into. Veldora, still grinning, waved them off. Come on, it's just a slime. What's it gonna do? Jiggle at me menacingly. I sighed, rubbing my temples. Veldora. This slime will one day surpass even you. The room fell silent again. Veldora froze mid-chuckle, his expression faltering. Wait. What? Testarossa elegantly set down her cup. He's not joking, Veldora. This isn't just some ordinary slime. This is a being who will shake the very foundations of the world. Veldora blinked. That's a joke, right? Velzard smirked. Afraid not. Ultima grinned. And you're the first one who gets to meet him. Doesn't that sound exciting? Veldora looked at all of us, suddenly realizing that no one was laughing. His usual overconfidence wavered. I continued, you will befriend him. You will be his first true ally. And most importantly, you will name him. Veldora's eyes widened. MME. Name him. Diablo smirked. Indeed. And his name will shape his very destiny. Veldora took a step back, as if the weight of my words had finally hit him. He rubbed his temples, muttering. A slime, who will surpass me, and I'm supposed to name him, this is a lot to take in. Carrera snickered. Too much for the great storm dragon to handle. Veldora straightened up, shaking off his hesitation. Ha. As if. If this slime is really that special, then I, the mighty Veldora, shall grant him the greatest name in history. Velzard chuckled. Just don't go overboard. You might give him too much power too soon. Veldora huffed, crossing his arms. TCH, you guys don't trust me at all. Ultima giggled. We trust you. We just know you too well. I stood up, walking over to Veldora and placing a hand on his shoulder. Remember, this moment is important. This is the beginning of a bond that will last through time itself. No matter what happens in the future, he will be your equal, your ally, and your friend. Veldora, for once, looked serious. Then, his grin returned, and he threw his arms wide. Well then. If this is my grand mission, I'll make sure to do it right. The great Veldora shall take this slime under his wing and bestow upon him a name worthy of legends. The room filled with laughter and amusement as Velzard, Testarossa, Ultima, Carrera, and Diablo all shared knowing looks. As Veldora teleported away to prepare, I returned to my seat, sipping my wine. It begins. In just a few days, the world would change. Rimuru Tempest would be born. And with Veldora at his side, his journey into legend would truly begin. Chapter 96, The End and the Beginning. The bustling city streets were filled with the familiar sounds of life, cars honking, people chatting, the hum of civilization moving forward without pause. Among the crowd, Satoru Mikami, an ordinary 37-year-old man, walked with a relaxed demeanor. He had no grand ambitions, no deep regrets, just an easygoing life filled with routine. But fate had other plans. As he strolled through the streets, he noticed something off. A sudden commotion, a man wielding a knife, his eyes wild with desperation, lunging at someone. A friend. A co-worker. A stranger. It didn't matter. Satoru acted. Instinct took over, and he stepped in front of the knife. A sharp, searing pain erupted in his stomach as the cold steel sank deep into his flesh. Time seemed to slow. The sounds of the city dulled, the colors blurred. His body crumpled to the ground. His vision darkened. His body was shutting down. Ah, so this is how I go, he thought, his mind surprisingly calm. Blood pooled around him, the warmth of life rapidly fading. As he lay there, he could hear the panicked voices around him, feel the distant presence of people trying to help, but it was too late. His consciousness drifted. And then, something spoke. A mechanical, omnipotent voice echoed through the void. Conditions met. You have perished. Releasing soul from mortal constraints. Unique skills granted based on final thoughts. Satoru's fragmented, dying mind barely processed the words. Skills. What the hell is this? But then, the voice continued. Unique skill, predator acquired. Unique skill, great sage acquired. Physical body no longer needed. Reconstructing existence in an alternate form. Darkness enveloped him. There was no pain, no fear, just an endless void. And then. Rebirth. A strange sensation coursed through his being. He no longer had limbs, no heartbeat, no breath. His body felt soft, yet resilient. He was floating, drifting in liquid darkness. His senses adjusted, and suddenly, he became aware of his surroundings. A damp, cool space. A cave. Stalagmites hung from the ceiling, water dripped somewhere in the distance. What happened to me? He tried to move, and bounced. His entire body jiggled unnaturally. Wait, why do I feel like a giant piece of jelly? Then it hit him. Did I just reincarnate as a slime? Panic surged for a moment, but then. Confirmed. Species, slime. The voice again. It resonated within his mind, not intrusive, but clear. He wasn't alone. A new world. A new body. A new existence. And thus, in the depths of an ancient cave, within the vast Jura forest of the cardinal world, Rimuru Tempest was born. Days later. The wind howled around the watchtower, standing high above the land, giving a perfect view of the vast Jura forest stretching endlessly below. The night sky was clear, the stars twinkling above like scattered gemstones, and the moon cast a silver glow over everything. The scene was peaceful, yet my mind was focused on something far greater, the beginning of a new legend. I sat comfortably on the cushioned seat at the center of the tower, Velzard leaning into my side, her soft breath warm against my skin. Testarossa, Ultima, and Carrera had also draped themselves around me, each of them enjoying their usual moments of indulgence. Velzard traced a finger over my chest and smirked. So, what's on your mind, Arion? You've been staring into the distance for a while now. Ultima grinned. Are we finally getting another mission? Or is this another one of your big plays? Carrera chuckled. If it is, I hope it's something explosive. Diablo stood nearby, hands clasped behind his back, his ever-present, devilish grin in place. It must be something important if my lord is contemplating so deeply. I exhaled, a smirk playing on my lips. It's time. The doors to the tower burst open with a gust of wind, and in strode Veldora, not in his dragon form, but his human form. His golden hair whipped in the wind, his long coat billowing dramatically behind him. He crossed his arms, eyes gleaming with excitement. Finally, he boomed. Is it my turn now? The ladies get all the fun, and I've been stuck doing nothing. Velzard sighed, still leaning into me. You and your dramatics, Veldora. Ultima giggled. He really is like a big kid. Carrera smirked. I kind of respect it. Veldora ignored them, turning to me with anticipation. So, what's the mission, Arion? I gazed at him, my tone even but firm. The slime, he should have reincarnated by now. Veldora's eyes sparkled. Oh, finally. I leaned forward. But listen carefully. This isn't a fight. This is the beginning of something greater. Veldora tilted his head. Huh. In the original future, the one Chloe foresaw, you were sealed in the cave. You couldn't use your skills, trapped in isolation for centuries. Then the slime, Rimuru, found you, consumed you with his ability, and stored you in his stomach. That's how your friendship began. Veldora scowled. Me. Sealed. Who would dare? He clenched his fists, his aura flaring slightly. I raised a hand. Relax. That won't happen this time. Veldora paused. Oh. I smirked. This time, you will guide him. The others listened intently. Even Diablo's grin widened slightly. Velzard raised an eyebrow. How exactly? I turned back to Veldora. You will still pretend to be sealed inside the cave. Play the role of the ancient, imprisoned dragon. When Rimuru arrives, he must believe he is the one helping you. Veldora blinked, then a slow grin spread across his face. Oh. I see what you're doing. Testarossa chuckled. So he thinks he's saving you, but in reality, you'll be the one shaping his future. I nodded. Exactly. But that's just the beginning. Veldora leaned in eagerly. Go on. I pointed toward the vast Jura forest below. The slime won't stay in the cave forever. He will soon venture out and encounter the goblins living in this forest. He will protect them, lead them, and start building his own country. Veldora's eyes widened. Wait, his own country? I smirked. Yes. And not just any country, the strongest nation in the world. Carrera whistled. Not bad for a slime. Ultima grinned. This sounds like a fun story already. Diablo chuckled. So my lord has already foreseen the rise of a kingdom, fascinating. I nodded. Rimuru's nation will become the most powerful force in the world, but it all begins with you. Veldora pointed at himself. Me. I nodded. You will watch over him, guide him from the shadows, and ensure he follows the right path. You are the first powerful being he will meet. You will be his first mentor. Veldora's face lit up. Oh, this is even better than I expected. His booming laughter echoed across the tower. Ha 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 ha. I get to train him, shape his journey, and still act like I'm the great, imprisoned dragon. Genius. Velzard sighed. Why do I feel like this is just going to feed his ego? Testarossa smirked. Because it is. Carrera chuckled. As long as he doesn't mess it up. I crossed my arms. And don't worry, Veldora. I'll be watching over you. If anything changes, I'll step in. Veldora grinned. Then I have nothing to fear. The great storm dragon enters the stage. He turned dramatically, his coat flaring behind him. The slime won't even know what hit him. Ha 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 ha. Ultima laughed. This is gonna be hilarious. Carrera smirked. Poor Rimuru. Velzard chuckled. Let's just hope he survives Veldora's mentorship. Diablo bowed slightly. A most entertaining development, my lord. I smirked. Everything was falling into place. The future had changed, and this time, it would be even greater than before. Chapter 97, The Watchtower Theater, Observing Veldora and the Slime. The watchtower was buzzing with energy. It was a crystal-clear night, and the Jura forest stretched below us like an endless ocean of trees. But our attention wasn't on the stars or the wind that whispered through the mountains, it was on a floating magical screen that displayed the scene inside the cave in real time. I sat comfortably, Velzard curled up beside me, her hand resting lightly on my chest. Testarossa was beside me, her eyes sharp with curiosity. Ultima and Carrera leaned forward excitedly, their faces filled with amusement. Diablo stood behind us, arms crossed, his ever-present smirk lingering as he observed. This was no ordinary surveillance. I had taken inspiration from my past life's technology, satellites, cameras, live stream feeds, and replicated them through magic. I had perfected a projection spell, allowing us to observe events in real time as if we were watching a movie. One of my elite spies from the Black Legion had been assigned a single task: follow Veldora and the slime, record everything, and report back. The projection flickered slightly before stabilizing. The cave appeared in stunning clarity, damp, dark, but eerily beautiful. Stalagmites jutted from the ground like ancient teeth, while underground lakes shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Shadows danced along the walls, cast by faintly glowing crystals embedded in the rock. And in the middle of it all, a small, bouncing, translucent blue blob. The slime, Rimuru, was happily bouncing left and right, exploring his surroundings with boundless curiosity. At one moment, we saw him hop into a small underground lake, splashing around like a child experiencing water for the first time. At another, he encountered his first monster, a lesser beast. We watched in amusement as he clumsily engaged in battle, absorbing it and mimicking its form. There were times when the slime paused, tilting slightly as if lost in thought, before responding out loud to something unseen. Velzard, who had been lazily watching, suddenly perked up. Wait, who is he talking to? Ultima narrowed her eyes. Yeah, it looks like he's having a full-blown conversation with someone, but there's no one there. Testarossa smirked. Either he's already gone insane, or there's something more to this. I chuckled, reclining a little. That's great, Sage. Diablo raised an eyebrow. Oh. That skill. I nodded. It's one of his most important abilities. It's an advanced AI-like entity within him, guiding him, analyzing his actions, and offering advice. Right now, he's getting tutorials on how to use his body and abilities. Velzard smirked. So he basically has an instructor built into his soul. I nodded. Pretty much. Carrera chuckled. He's got an in-game tutorial while we just threw Veldora in there and told him to improvise. Days passed as we continued to watch. The slime continued to explore, fight, and grow stronger. He had even started mimicking human speech. But Veldora. We all watched as Veldora sat in his prison, arms crossed, head tilted back against the illusionary barrier I had placed around him. His once confident smirk had faded into something resembling boredom. Ha ha ha. This is getting annoying. Veldora suddenly boomed, his voice echoing through the cave. But it was hollow. Even from the projection, we could tell he was losing patience. Ultima snickered. He's bored out of his mind. Testarossa smirked. He should have brought a book. Velzard chuckled. I told him he should have just kept reading. Carrera leaned forward. We should mess with him. I smirked and shook my head. Instead, I activated thought communication. Veldora. Relax. He's close. Veldora jerked upright, glancing around before realizing I was speaking in his mind. He is, he responded through our link, excitement creeping into his voice. Yes. He should be able to sense you now. Give it a moment, and you'll see him soon. Veldora exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Finally. Time to get into character. We all watched in amusement as Veldora cleared his throat and began practicing his voice. Veldora sat up straight, crossing his arms as he deepened his voice. Who dares approach the great storm dragon, he bellowed, his voice booming through the cave. Then he frowned. No, no. That's too scary. He tried again, this time lowering his tone slightly. Ah, welcome, traveler. I am the mighty Veldora. He shook his head. Too calm. Then he softened his voice, speaking as if he were a wise sage. Ah. I see destiny has brought us together, young one. We all burst out laughing. Carrera wiped away a tear. He sounds like he's auditioning for a stage play. Ultima was on the floor, clutching her stomach. He's practicing different personalities. Diablo chuckled. I must say, this is quite entertaining. Even Velzard, who usually had more composure, let out a soft laugh. Veldora is hopeless. I smirked and sent another message to him. Stop playing around. He's about to find you. Veldora straightened immediately. All right. Time to give the slime the best introduction ever. We leaned in closer, watching with eager anticipation as the slime finally began bouncing toward Veldora's illusionary prison. The stage was set. The real story was about to begin. Chapter 98, The Meeting of Fate, Veldora and the Slime. The watchtower fell into an eerie silence as we all leaned forward, eyes glued to the magical projection before us. This was the moment we had been waiting for, the first encounter between Veldora and the slime. Inside the cave, Veldora finally lost patience and decided to make the first move. His voice rumbled through the cave, echoing off the stone walls. Hey there, little one, can you hear me? On the screen, we saw the slime freeze mid-bounce. Then, it suddenly started bouncing around in different directions, turning left and right as if searching for something. Velzard chuckled. He doesn't have eyes, yet he's still looking around. Ultima burst out laughing. He's like a headless chicken. Even Diablo smirked. Quite the amusing sight. Veldora, watching the confused slime, let out a deep sigh of irritation. I know you can hear me, little one. Come closer. The slime hesitated but then slowly bounced toward the sound of the voice. As he got close, we saw Veldora narrow his eyes. His golden pupils sharpened as he examined the featureless, gelatinous blob. Then, his eye twitched. Who are you calling Baldy? Veldora suddenly snapped. The entire watchtower erupted in laughter. Carrera practically fell backward. Wait, did the slime actually call him that? Testarossa grinned. Probably in his thoughts. I smirked. Great Sage must have given him some analysis, and Veldora got offended anyway. The slime wiggled slightly, confused, but then spoke for the first time. The slime's voice was young, soft, yet unsure. Ah, who are you? Veldora crossed his arms, smirking. Humph. I am Veldora, the mighty storm dragon. His voice boomed proudly throughout the cave, shaking the walls slightly. The slime wiggled again. Storm dragon. What's that? Veldora stiffened. Diablo let out a chuckle. Oh, that must have hurt his pride. Veldora cleared his throat. I am a fearsome dragon. The most powerful being in this land. Or at least, I was, before I got sealed. The slime bounced slightly in interest. Sealed? How did that happen? Veldora sighed dramatically, looking away. Ah, it was a mere misunderstanding. Velzard rolled her eyes. A misunderstanding, huh? Veldora continued, his tone growing more dramatic. I may have accidentally destroyed a village. The slime froze. Accidentally. Veldora waved a claw dismissively. Yes, just a little fire here and there. Nothing major. But then this annoying hero came and trapped me in here. The slime seemed to process this for a moment before speaking. Well, I don't know how I got here either. I was killed in another world, and then suddenly, I woke up here, as a slime. Veldora raised an eyebrow. Another world. The slime wiggled again. Yeah. One moment I was a normal guy, then I got stabbed, and now I'm here. But I guess it's not so bad. Velzard raised an eyebrow. Huh. So the slime doesn't seem too upset about it. I chuckled. Well, that's Rimuru for you. After a moment, the slime spoke again, sounding slightly unsure. By the way, I can't actually see you. Veldora blinked. What? The slime wobbled in place. Yeah, I've just been following my instinct, but I don't actually have eyes. Veldora stared at him for a long moment before smirking. Then I shall bestow upon you the power of sight. But, be warned, little one. The slime tilted slightly. Huh? Warned about what? Veldora's smirk widened. He slowly stood up, straightening his form and flexing his massive wings. His golden eyes gleamed as he struck the perfect, most powerful-looking pose. Velzard facepalmed. Oh no, he's about to be dramatic again. Ultima snickered. This is gonna be good. Veldora lifted a claw and gestured grandly. Do not be afraid when you see my true form, for I am the mighty, majestic, and undeniably awe-inspiring storm dragon, Veldora. Then, he activated a small burst of magic and let his aura flare dramatically, casting a shimmering light across the cave. I smirked and whispered through thought communication. Nice pose. Veldora grinned. I know, right? Then he continued. Now, little one, try to feel the magicools around you. Focus, and open your eyes to the world. The slime hesitated, then stilled. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, we saw it, a faint ripple of energy around the slime's body. The air distorted slightly, and then the slime suddenly tensed. A beat of silence. Then a freaking dragon. The slime jumped backward, screaming. Veldora threw his head back and let out a loud, thunderous laugh. Ha 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 ha. Yes, behold my glorious form. The entire watchtower exploded with laughter. Carrera was on the floor, kicking her legs. Oh my god, the slime freaked out. Ultima wiped away a tear. That was the best reaction ever. Testarossa smirked. Veldora really knows how to make an entrance. Even Velzard, despite herself, chuckled. He's such a show-off. Diablo gave a light chuckle. It seems the slime will have an interesting first companion. I smirked, watching the projection of the two inside the cave. The storm dragon and the little slime. The watchtower was silent once again, everyone focused on the magical projection as Veldora and the little slime continued their conversation inside the cave. Veldora, now feeling comfortable with his new companion, continued to talk about his past, occasionally boasting about his strength and how he once terrorized the land. The slime, however, didn't seem too fazed. After a while, the slime suddenly bounced backward slightly. Alright then, I guess I should get going. Veldora froze mid-sentence. Velzard, Testarossa, Ultima, and Carrera all leaned forward, smirking. Oh no. Ultima whispered. He's gonna do it. On the screen, Veldora suddenly dropped his wings slightly, lowered his head, and let out a long, deep sigh. His massive claws scraped the stone floor as he slumped forward. Ah. I see. You're leaving already. I guess. I'll just be alone again, for another few centuries, or maybe even eternity. His voice trembled slightly, putting on an almost comically exaggerated performance of sadness. In the watchtower, Carrera snorted. Damn, that's some top-tier guilt-tripping. Back in the cave, the slime stopped bouncing and hesitated. Well, how about, we become friends? Veldora's head immediately snapped up. His golden eyes widened in mock surprise. What? I, the mighty storm dragon, becoming friends with a mere slime. The slime suddenly wiggled nervously. Oh, sorry. Never mind then. The slime slowly turned around, preparing to leave. Everyone in the watchtower held their breath, waiting for it. Then. Wait. I never said no. Veldora suddenly blurted out. The slime stopped, turning back slightly. Veldora grumbled to himself for a second before crossing his arms and looking away. Fine. I shall be your friend. Rejoice, slime. It is a great honor to be friends with me. The slime wiggled slightly. This dragon is such a tsundere. Velzard raised an eyebrow. Tsundere? What is that word? Testarossa smirked. Probably from his past life. Diablo chuckled. How amusing. Veldora, now seeming a little more at ease, examined the slime closely. Wait a minute. You don't have a name, do you? The slime shifted in place. My name is. He suddenly paused. The slime tried again. I am. But no sound came out. Veldora grinned knowingly. Ha. Just as I thought. You are nameless. The slime wiggled in confusion. Nameless. Veldora nodded. Indeed. Names hold great power in this world. He sat up, looking somewhat proud of himself as he explained, ***, it is not common for a monster to have a name. Only the strong can bestow them, and those who do must be careful, for naming a creature consumes a large portion of their magic. The slime tilted slightly, processing the information. Wait, so if a weak person names someone, they could die? Veldora grinned. Precisely. But worry not, little one. For I am the mighty storm dragon. Naming you will be but child's play for me. The slime wiggled excitedly. Really? You'll name me? Veldora stroked his chin, acting as if he were deep in thought. He let out a hum, glancing at the slime with a dramatic expression. Yes. I shall bestow upon you a name fitting of my first friend. The watchtower fell into silence as we all leaned in. Veldora then grinned confidently. From this day forth, you shall be Rimuru. The slime froze. A moment later. A radiant glow burst from the slime's body. The entire cave shimmered with blue light, casting eerie yet beautiful patterns on the stone walls. The slime quivered, as if feeling something powerful engraving itself into its very being. Rimuru felt a rush of power flow through him, his body shifting slightly as the name took root. Veldora, watching the transformation, smirked. Ha! And since I already bear the last name Tempest, you shall take it as well. He raised a claw grandly. You are now Rimuru Tempest. Rimuru bounced up and down excitedly. Rimuru. Tempest. Wow. I actually feel stronger. Veldora laughed loudly. Of course you do. My names are powerful. The watchtower was filled with amused smiles. Velzard crossed her arms. He's so proud of himself. Ultima smirked. He really thinks he's some wise sage, doesn't he? I chuckled. Well, it worked, didn't it? Back in the cave, Rimuru settled down after a moment and then hesitated. Hey, Veldora. I don't really want to leave you behind. Veldora blinked in surprise. Rimuru continued. You're my first friend. I don't want to leave you sealed away like this. The dragon stared at him for a long moment, then grinned. Ha! A noble sentiment, but alas, this barrier is unbreakable. Rimuru fell into deep thought. Then, suddenly, his body twitched. In the watchtower, we all watched as Rimuru suddenly turned toward Veldora with excitement. Wait. What if I eat you? The entire room fell silent. Veldora blinked. What? Carrera burst out laughing. Oh my god, I was not expecting that. Testarossa smirked. That's certainly an interesting solution. Back in the cave, Rimuru wiggled a little nervously. I mean, I have this skill called Predator. If I swallow you into my stomach, maybe I can analyze the barrier from the inside and find a way to break it. Veldora stared at him. Then. He suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Swallow me, you say? Ha. Very well, do as you wish. I shall place my trust in you, my friend. Rimuru bounced slightly, getting ready. Then, with a sudden surge of dark blue energy, he activated Predator. A massive black vortex formed in front of him, swirling with an intense gravitational pull. Veldora closed his eyes and allowed himself to be pulled in. His entire form shimmered with golden light as he vanished into the abyss of Rimuru's stomach. The cave fell silent. Then, Rimuru wiggled slightly, blinking. Huh, that actually worked. In the watchtower, Diablo chuckled. And thus, the legend of Rimuru Tempest begins. I smirked. Indeed. This is where it all truly starts. Chapter 99, watching Rimuru's journey / a dangerous scheme unfolds. I leaned back into my seat, arms crossed, as the floating projection displayed Rimuru's journey in real time. My personal surveillance magic, a refined recreation of technology from my past world, allowed us to witness everything, his movements, his battles, even his conversations. Seated beside me, Velzard sipped from a delicate crystal glass, her icy blue eyes fixed on the display with mild amusement. He's quite the energetic little thing, isn't he? She mused. Testarossa, elegant as ever, smirked slightly. I must admit, I didn't expect watching a slime to be entertaining, but there's something charming about it. Across from them, Ultima kicked her legs playfully, grinning. He's so round. Look at him bounce. I kinda wanna poke him. Carrera, arms folded, leaned back. Ha. He's naming monsters left and right, doesn't even realize he's building a whole damn army. I exhaled slowly, watching as Rimuru, a perfectly round, blue blob, wobbled his way out of the cave and into the dense greenery of the Jura forest. Let's see how our little slime handles his first real challenge. The image shifted, showing a tribe of goblins lurking in the trees, watching Rimuru with wide, nervous eyes. Their bodies were frail, their weapons nothing more than crude sticks and rusted blades. Then, human-shaped monster. One goblin's panicked shriek set off a wave of absolute hysteria, the others flailed, running into each other, tumbling over logs. Ultima burst out laughing. They think he's some eldritch horror. Velzard smirked. For them, he might as well be. A slime with that much magicule density is unheard of. On the screen, Rimuru wobbled in place, frantic. Wait. I'm not a monster. Well, I am, but not like that. The goblins froze, still wary. Then, an elderly goblin stepped forward, eyes filled with desperation. Oh mighty one, are you, a god? Testarossa chuckled softly. A god? How flattering. Rimuru visibly panicked. Ah, no. I'm just a slime. A very normal, average slime. The goblins still bowed deeply. Mighty Slime-sama, please, we beg of you. Help us. I tilted my head. And just like that, he becomes their protector. The scene shifted again, revealing the goblin village, a pitiful collection of crumbling huts, with deep claw marks on every surface. The goblin elder's voice shook with desperation. A pack of dire wolves attacks us every night, our warriors are too weak, please, if you don't help us, we will all perish. Rimuru paused, as if considering. Then. All right, I'll help you. Velzard smirked slightly. Just like that. No negotiations. Carrera cracked her knuckles. Heh. Hope he knows what he's getting into. The camera flickered, night fell. A deep, bone-chilling howl echoed through the forest. From the darkness, glowing crimson eyes emerged. A pack of massive dire wolves stepped into view, their fur black as shadows, their fangs glistening under the moonlight. At their lead, a towering, scarred alpha growled. Weak goblins, surrender, or be devoured. Ultima's eyes sparkled. Oh, this is getting good. Rimuru wiggled forward, unbothered. Hey, big scary wolf guy. How about you surrender instead? Carrera grinned. Oh, I like this slime. The dire wolf leader snarled. You dare challenge me? Then. Shink. A whip-like tendril of dark energy lashed out. The dire wolf leader's head hit the ground before he could finish his sentence. Silence. The remaining wolves stiffened in absolute horror. Testarossa raised an eyebrow. Efficient. Rimuru calmly absorbed the corpse. All right then. Who's next? The remaining wolves immediately collapsed to the ground, trembling. We submit. Please spare us, Great One. Velzard chuckled, swirling her drink. Smart move. They know they can't win. Rimuru turned back to the goblins. What do you guys think? Should we keep them? The goblins exchanged nervous glances. The elder, after a moment of hesitation, nodded. If they swear loyalty, they may yet prove useful. Rimuru wiggled. All right then. Wolves, you work for me now. The wolves bowed immediately. Yes, Great One. Ultima grinned. He doesn't even realize he's collecting subordinates at this point. Carrera smirked. Oh, he'll figure it out soon enough. Rimuru observed the goblins and wolves. None of you have names, huh? They shook their heads. He paused, then grinned. Well then, let's fix that. The goblins gasped. One by one, he named them, and in that instant, brilliant light engulfed their bodies. The goblins evolved, their forms growing taller, stronger. The wolves transformed into a new species entirely. The dire wolf leader, now reborn, stepped forward. I am Ranga. As the light faded, the goblins and wolves knelt before Rimuru. The elder, now larger and more powerful, bowed deeply. Mighty Rimuru-sama, from this day forth, we pledge our loyalty to you. The wolves howled in agreement. Rimuru tilted slightly, as if deep in thought. Then. I guess I'm kinda building a country now. Velzard smirked. So it begins. As I watched Rimuru's rise in the Jura forest, a familiar whisper of movement signaled the arrival of one of my spies. He knelt swiftly, lowering his head in submission. Lord Arion, I have urgent news to report. I narrowed my eyes, my lovers turning their attention to the spy as well. Speak. The spy took a measured breath before delivering his report. Clayman is plotting to seize control of the Jura forest. His subordinate, Gelmud, has begun executing the plan by naming key monsters, an orc, a lizardman, and others. Testarossa's crimson eyes flickered with interest. Gelmud, that insignificant worm. What is he playing at? The spy continued. The moderate Harlequin alliance, Laplace, Footman, Tyr, and Clayman's contact, possibly Kazalim, attempted to name the ogre tribe, but they refused. It seems they still have some pride left. I leaned forward slightly. An ogre tribe resisting the Harlequins. Ha. That's bold. Velzard spoke, her voice cold. It won't end there. Clayman isn't the type to give up so easily. The spy nodded. Indeed, my lord. Their alternative plan is already in motion. The named orc, who has gained the unique skill Starved, has begun amassing an army. A brief silence fell over the room. Carrera cracked her knuckles. Starved. Sounds troublesome. Ultima grinned. Oh, a gluttonous orc rampaging across the forest. That actually sounds fun. But I frowned. This wasn't just some random power-hungry monster. This was a calculated move. Explain. The spy's expression darkened. The skill Starved is a terrifying ability. It constantly keeps the orc in an endless state of hunger, forcing him to devour everything in sight. But it's not just mindless gluttony, the more he eats, the stronger he becomes. Velzard's gaze sharpened. So it's an evolutionary trait. Testarossa tapped her finger on the table. Clever. As long as he eats, his strength will continue to grow exponentially. He'll never be satisfied, which means endless destruction. The spy nodded grimly. Gelmud and Clayman's plan is to let the orc and his horde rampage through the Jura forest, consuming every monster in their path. Their goal is simple: if the orc eats enough souls, he will evolve into a demon lord. I exhaled slowly, understanding the full scope of the plot. So, Clayman wants to create a new demon lord, one that he can control as a puppet. The spy bowed his head. Yes, Lord Arion. The entire plan revolves around Clayman's desire to increase his influence among the demon lords. If the orc becomes a demon lord, Clayman will have a powerful servant bound to him, giving him the strength to rival others. Testarossa smirked coldly. TCH. What an insult. That fool Clayman thinks he can manufacture a demon lord like some disposable toy. Carrera laughed. Well, he is a disposable toy. Just one with a bit of ambition. Ultima tilted her head. Should we intervene? Or should we just sit back and watch how this disaster unfolds? I closed my eyes for a moment, considering the possibilities. Clayman's scheme was audacious, but not invincible. Velzard's voice cut through the silence. More importantly, what will Rimuru do? That was the real question. If Rimuru didn't act, the Orc Lord and his horde would consume everything, leaving nothing but ruin. But if Rimuru did act, he would be stepping into a battlefield far greater than he realized. Clayman, Gelmud, the Harlequins, this was no longer just a conflict over land. This was a game of power. I opened my eyes. Let's see how our little slime handles this trial. Chapter 100, The Eminence in Shadow Strikes, a lesson for the Harlequins. As I watched Rimuru's village slowly take shape, I allowed a small smirk to form. The Orc Lord's march had begun, but I made no move to interfere just yet. Clayman thought he was manipulating events from the shadows, but he didn't realize that Yuki, the true mastermind he believed to be his ally, was already under my control. Their petty schemes held no true weight unless I permitted them to. If I crushed every obstacle in Rimuru's path, he would never grow, never struggle, never learn. No, he needed trials, challenges to forge him into the ruler he was destined to become. However, that didn't mean I would let just anyone run around unchecked. The moderate Harlequin alliance had decided to play their own game, sending the orcs after the ogre tribe to erase a potential threat before it could rise. Footman and Tyr were somewhere in the Jura forest, observing their work from the shadows, grinning like maniacs as they watched the massacre unfold. Unacceptable. I leaned back in my seat, eyes gleaming. Velzard, Ultima, Testarossa, Carrera. My four lovers turned toward me, immediately understanding what I meant before I even spoke the words. Go. A wicked smile spread across Carrera's face. Oh. A little lesson in fear. I like this plan. Testarossa chuckled, brushing a strand of silver hair from her face. Shall we dress for the occasion? Ultima clapped excitedly. Oh. You mean that look? Velzard, ever composed, simply smirked. Understood. The night fell upon the Jura forest, its depth swallowing all light as a suffocating pressure spread through the air. Somewhere, deep within its darkest reaches, Footman and Tyr sat on a high vantage point, watching the unfolding chaos below. Kahahaha. Look at them go. The orcs are tearing through everything like starving beasts. Footman bellowed, his round frame shaking as he laughed. Tyr giggled beside him, her eerie eyes glimmering. It's beautiful, isn't it? All that despair, all that suffering. Then. The world turned silent. The air grew heavy, an oppressive force pressing down on their bodies. Footman's laughter stopped. Tyr's smile faded. And then, they appeared. 4 figures. Cloaked entirely in black, their presence almost seemed unreal, as if they weren't standing in the physical world but merely manifestations of the abyss itself. Their outfits were unlike anything this world had ever seen, sleek, layered, blending perfectly into the darkness, with ominous glowing red visors covering their eyes. The shadows shifted, twisted, and wrapped around them, making it impossible to discern who or what they were. And then, one of them stepped forward. A black boot crushed the ground beneath it, sending a tremor through the air. A voice followed, smooth yet dripping with condescension. "Enjoying yourselves?" Footman and Tyr flinched. They had been found. Tyr's eyes darted around wildly. Who? How? Footman growled, standing up. TCH. Doesn't matter. Whoever you are, you just signed your death warrant. Then, with a flicker of motion too fast to register, they attacked. Ultima moved first. 1 second, she was standing still. The next, she was behind Tyr, whispering into her ear. Boo. Before Tyr could react, a fist buried itself into her stomach. Crack. Tyr gagged, her body folding in on itself as she was launched through several trees, smashing through them like paper. Footman roared, swinging both of his massive arms toward Velzard, but he hit nothing. Velzard was gone. Too slow. A foot slammed down on his head. Boom. The ground caved in beneath him, forming a crater. Footman's entire body was flattened against the dirt, his mask cracking from the sheer force. Testarossa appeared in front of Tyr, who had barely managed to stagger back to her feet. The Harlequin's body trembled. What are you? Tyr gasped. Testarossa smiled. It was the kind of smile that promised nightmares. The ones who watch. A single flick of her finger sent Tyr spiraling through the air again, crashing into Footman just as he was trying to stand. The two Harlequins collapsed together, groaning in agony. Carrera approached slowly, stepping over the rubble with an arrogant strut. Pathetic. Is this really all the terror of the Harlequins amounts to? I expected more. Tyr coughed, blood dripping from her lips. Footman snarled, pushing himself up. Damn, you. You think this is over? Velzard stepped forward, towering over them, her cold gaze sending chills down their spines. It is over. But don't worry. She leaned down slightly, her voice barely a whisper. We'll be watching. Then, with one final move, all four of them vanished. Disappearing into the shadows like they were never there. Footman and Tyr remained on the ground, their bodies aching, their minds clouded with a new kind of fear. They had been beaten. Not just physically, but mentally, completely, and utterly dominated. And worst of all, they didn't even know who their enemies were. Tyr trembled, hugging herself. We are being watched. Footman clenched his fists. We have to tell Clayman. This is bigger than we thought. Carved into the ground near them were 4 words. You are being watched. From my throne, I let out a small chuckle as I watched their despair unfold on my screen. I leaned back, satisfied. Now then, let's see what happens next. Footman and Tyr limped through the darkness, their usually confident strides reduced to a frantic, disoriented stumble. The beating they had endured wasn't just physical, it was psychological. Their bodies ached, their pride was shattered, and worst of all, they had no idea who their attackers were. The two finally reached their hidden base, a concealed underground chamber somewhere, where Laplace was waiting for them. He sat lazily on a couch, juggling dice in his palm, his usual mischievous grin in place. But the moment he saw their battered state, the dice clattered to the floor. Oh ho. Well, ain't this a surprise? Laplace chuckled, though there was a hint of concern in his eyes. You two look like you just got ran over by a stampede of berserkers. What happened? Tyr shook her head violently, her body trembling. It wasn't normal, Laplace. We were attacked. Footman gritted his teeth, fists clenched. They came out of nowhere. We never even sensed them. 4 of them, dressed all in black, moving like ghosts, and stronger than anything we've ever fought. Laplace's grin faded. 4 in black. He narrowed his eyes. Hold on a sec, ya ain't talkin' about the eminent something people, are ya? Tyr snapped her gaze to him. You know them. Laplace rubbed his chin, his usual carefree attitude momentarily absent. Not much. Just whispers. Legends, really. Heard of 'em a while back, 4 ghosts who only show up at night, striking without warning, leavin' no trace but a message, we are watching. A cold shiver ran down Tyr's spine. That's exactly what they said to us. Footman growled. Damn it. If they're watching us, then they know about our entire plan. Laplace sighed, his easygoing demeanor slowly returning. Welp, guess that means we gotta let Clayman know. And more importantly, our real boss. Tyr frowned. You think Yuki knows something about them? Laplace smirked, his golden eyes gleaming. Oh, sweetheart, Yuki knows about everything. With that, the decision was made. They had to report this. And soon.